Okay. Edgar? Okay, good morning and welcome to the March 23rd Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll start the meeting off with the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor B. Gonzalez.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Acknowledgement certificate of posting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. We'll go to the notice of temporary procedures for Board of Supervisor meetings.
Good morning, Chairman, Board, and community members. Members of the public who wish to speak during public comment periods, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The presentations and recognitions,
We have none, Mr. Chair.
public comment. This is, you can go ahead. This is the opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954.2.
All right, we have a letter from a community member. Dear board members, we are writing to express our concern about the lack of spay and neuter resources for feral cats in San Benito County. As animal rescuers, in the past 5 years, we have collectively and humanely trapped and spayed neutered more than 700 feral and stray cats in the county. Many of these cats have come from San Juan Bautista, unincorporated Hollister, Tres Pinos, and Aromas. We are continually getting calls from county residents about unfixed feral cat colonies that are multiplying out of control. The vast majority of these residents want to find a humane solution to control the cat population and to allow the cats to live out the rest of their lives, free from the endless cycle of illness and suffering that results when litter upon litter of kittens are born in a feral life. We have seen firsthand the horrible sight of young kittens dying slow and painful deaths from untreated infections and contagious disease. This could all be prevented if feral cats could be spayed and neutered. As a community, we can do better. Research has shown that simply euthanizing feral cats to control population growth is ineffective due to the phenomenon known as the vacuum effect. When feral cats are killed and removed from an area, more cats come to inhabit the area either from neighboring areas or born from surviving cats. This vacuum effect phenomenon has been scientifically recognized in all types of animal species. TNR, or trap, neuter, release, has been shown to be a more humane and effective way to control feral cat populations. Recently, Monterey County recognized the need to address their own feral cat problem and funded the Spay-Neuter Imperative Project, or SNP, to provide mobile spay-neuter services for ferals in their county. During surgery, cats are also vaccinated against rabies and other highly contagious diseases. The City of Hollister has also allocated funding for similar feral SNP clinics, but only for cats within Hollister city limits. However, the reality is that a high proportion of feral cats live in rural, unincorporated areas of the county, as this is where there is ample room and space for cat colonies to breed and multiply. There are animal rescuers who are willing and able to provide their time and equipment to humanely trap and transport these cats to SNP clinics. We respectfully ask that the board do their part by funding SNP clinics to help feral cats throughout the county. Sincerely, Marina and Eric Gordon, former board members, Pet Friends and Rescue, San Juan Bautista, Elisa Martinez, volunteer, Heading Home Animal Rescue, Aromas.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Good morning, board members. Am I okay to hear?
Yes, please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Grace Cardinelli, and I've been a resident of San Benito County for just over 22 years. I've come to this meeting today to ask the county's boards, supervisors, please consider adding AB 626, the micro enterprise home kitchen operation permitting, to the next board meeting for discussion and hopefully in the future for approval. The state of California has approved the MECO permit, but has determined that the permitting is to be disseminated by each individual county. San Benito County has not yet approved this. San Benito County prides itself on diversity and equity, and for those of us who simply cannot afford to open a restaurant or brick and mortar, this permit would be a huge step toward the equity and diversity the county promotes. The permitting of the micro-enterprise kitchens would allow home chefs, such as myself, to sell prepared meals and foods from our homes, such as French, Cajun, Korean, and our specialty for Casa Cardenale would be regional Sicilian and El Salvadorian food. There are limits to the permit, such as how many employees, how many meals can be served. Thus, there would be virtually no impact to the brick-and-mortar current restaurants. Health-wise, this would assist in alleviating an issue that the health department is currently experiencing, which is food vendors on Facebook and other social media. This permit would facilitate home cooks to be able to legally provide meals as opposed to risking any potential liability. With the permitting, permitted cooks would be approved by the health department. Clients and customers can choose to do business with the permitted as opposed to doing business with non-permitted businesses. Health department inspectors would inspect homes to permit and then allow them to operate rather than chasing unpermitted businesses to close them down over and over again because the same one keep popping up. Permitting these businesses may very well solve this issue. Search engines such as an app from Food Gnome, and it's FOODNOME.com, who have started promoting MECO kitchens in the Los Angeles area, help facilitate not only able to find permitted cooks, but also to list their permit numbers so that potential clients can feel confident about the meal they're about to purchase. I want to thank you, board members, so much for taking your time to listening to this morning, and I absolutely eagerly await when I can open Casa Cardenale. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Robert Ridgway, and I would thank the Board of Supervisors for listening to this morning. I know I just sent an email yesterday, and so it might be too soon to see if you reviewed the email in regards to several cases and reports that happened here to our family and to our animals. So I wasn't sure if I could address that now, if you have reviewed it, or if you need more time, and we can discuss it later in regards to that email, which describes the whole, all the issues and cases, or most of them, but not all. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I wasn't sure if you guys had a chance to review that email and photographs and.
We're not able to comment on anything, sir.
Oh, you're not? Okay. So well, if you review the emails later, it's a concern, and basically I'm looking for a resolution that would address those cases and somehow to move forward to have them investigated and hold people accountable, including government agencies and deputies for San Benito County. So is that something, you can't comment, but would you be able to give some advice or address the issues that I did bring up in the email?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. It's just this is my first time speaking to you, so I'm not 100%
Yes, we are
sure
not able
what.
to comment on anything during public comment.
Okay. And when would be a good chance to, when there's not a public comment, to discuss these issues if possible?
You can look on the website and possibly call board members one by one. That would be my advice, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you, sir. I will
Thank you
do
for your
that.
time. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And this is a congratulatory message about the river trail, even as we have posted it on the Reach website. We've had 1,100 comments and views. And I just want to let you know how enthusiastic the community is and so grateful to the work you're doing promoting the River Parkway and Regional Park in San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Linda McKell, and I am a member of the Community Action Board representing the poor for District 1. So I just wanted to share with you that in 2020, the Community Services and Workforce Development provided homeless service support to 251 homeless individuals and families, and the Home Resource Center provided emergency shelter to 105 individuals. And of the 356 homeless individuals and families served, 82 were under the age of 24 and 62 were senior citizens. Also, rental assistance to low-income families included 561 rental payments and 37 security deposits, and 2 stop eviction assistances. Also, 224 food vouchers were issued. I've been fortunate to serve on the CAB board for the past 2 years, and it's been inspiring to see how many people have been helped in this county with all of your support. So just to mention that there's also continued need for housing and homeless services in San Benito County. And I'd like to invite the public to the Community Action Board's upcoming public hearings on March 31st, next week at 3 p.m. And the 3 p.m. hearing will be about the 2021 Community Development Block Grant for public facilities, which is $1 million housing project benefiting homeless families and or homeless individuals. That will be at 3 o'clock. And then at, and also, I guess they also will be talking about $500,000 homeless services, including case management, housing navigation, outreach, rental assistance, and emergency shelter and supportive services. And then at 4 o'clock, the hearing will be for the 2021 Community Development Block Grant, CV23, for the proposed activities that we're trying to do for the shelter facility improvements and for shelter operations subsidies and hotel vouchers, which is under a joint application with Hollister and San Juan Bautista, which has available funds for all 3 jurisdictions of over $1,100,000. So thank you, and thanks for all you do to help make our county great.
Well, thank you for volunteering for the Community Action Board. Appreciate it, and so do the Board of Supervisors.
Natalie has her hand raised, but unfortunately we can't allow you to talk using outdated version of Zoom. No more public comment.
What was the lady's name? I'm sorry.
Natalie?
She's the one from...
We have an outdated version of Zoom, so we'd have to make her a finalist if you
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Natalie, you can unmute yourself. Please state your name.
I'm sorry, I had no idea that there was a certain version I needed. I'm behind the times, apparently. Good morning, everyone, and I just want to thank you for allowing me to share today. I'm also addressing the board to voice my concerns for the growing number of requests for help with the feral cats in the unincorporated areas of San Benito County. First, I want to thank Anthony Botello and Mr. Mark Medina for contributing their monthly stipend in 2018. Thank you. And as an animal advocate, I've been on the front lines of this battle to reduce suffering and overpopulation of the feral cats in our community. And as a volunteer, I've humanely trapped, spayed, neutered, and re-released literally hundreds of feral cats in the last 3 years. And while this may sound like a Herculean event, there is still much work that needs to be done to help these innocent animals and their victims of irresponsible pet owners. As this may seem like an animal control problem, the recent catch and kill method used for years simply cannot stay ahead of the breeding cycle of the cats. It creates what biologists call the vacuum effect, as mentioned earlier. This phenomenon is scientifically recognized worldwide and describes what happens when the cats are removed from a colony. As long as the resources are there, the food and shelter, any remaining cats will reproduce in higher numbers and with a higher survival rate, and other cats from neighboring areas will move in as well. And in 1 year, a female can reproduce 3 to 4 times with an average of 3 to 7 kittens each time, with those kittens reaching reproductive age by 6 months. Their numbers grow exponentially from there. An unprecedented number of Hollister residents recently lobbied for funding of spay-neuter services for these community cats. And as a result, the city of Hollister has set aside additional funding for those feral spay-neuter days where 80 cats have been fixed, vaccinated, and humanely returned to their colonies to live out their lives without the stress of fighting, mating, and reproducing constantly. These spay-neuter events are manned solely by like-minded volunteers. I have personally helped to organize these events, working alongside the amazing SNP team for the successful TNR of 160 cats in the last 2 months. Henning Home Animal Rescue, SBC Cat Crew, and Petapalooza Rescue work together trapping to make these events a success. Please consider making the forward-thinking decision to fund this necessary service so as a community we can work together for the best outcome for the animals and the prevention of thousands of kittens who would otherwise suffer or end up at the shelter to be euthanized. Based on the high number of calls we have received from county residents, this is an effort that has community support. The city of Hollister has funded 4 feral days to date, each costing $3,500. Which includes spay or neuter, the vaccines necessary to prevent contagious diseases such as rabies and FVRCP, the kitty virus. This works out to about $87.50 per cat, and the cost of intake, euthanasia, and disposal is approximately $150. It's a
You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry about that. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name's Daniel Camacho, and I'm just calling in briefly just to let you know, I know there are many people who don't vote. Some make excuses and say things like, I'm not going to waste my time because my vote doesn't affect anything. I don't have time. You know, the person who doesn't vote regularly. I've never thought that. I would always believe that it's important to vote. I always encourage people to vote because voting matters and voting has consequences. But now, even though I'm more concerned about my vote, and it's because what the county and this board are doing or not doing on Strata Verde.
Excuse me, sir.
If you just go ahead and consider approving a project.
Strata Verde will be spoken about item 16, I believe, so we do not want to speak about this right now. Sorry about that, sir.
Sorry, Mike. Thank you.
You've You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. And you've been unmuted.
Hello, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. I actually am Ann Sitter and I live in Hollister. And I wanted to speak and sort of piggyback off of Natalie, Marina, and Elisa, just to reiterate the need for funding for animal resources. I've been volunteering for Heading Home Animal Rescue and the SNP bus for years now, and through Heading Home, I've fostered many, many kittens that have been born on the streets. And also there's a lot of their mothers, both feral and semi-feral. And life on the streets, as you've already heard, is just cruel and riddled with disease and suffering for these cats. One of the goals of rescuing, it really is to mitigate the feral population's growth so that they're not continually reproducing. But might put some of us fosters out of business, but with the help of SNP, in Hollister, at least, we have found thousands of cats and kittens and trapped them, fixed them, returned them to their colonies. Adoptable kittens have been, and adults have been adopted out after fostering. Natalie, Marina, and Elisa have shared the numbers that tie to the need, but I can simply share the experience of helping with these issues as a foster mom for so many of these cats and kittens. I've personally seen hundreds of cats fixed and released and flipped into happy adopted homes. It's money well spent to curb the problem in San Benito County with low-cost spay-neuter. Many of the tragic stories that we see with kittens and cats in the community on the streets would just never even happen. Some stories end really well after these cats and kittens are nursed back to health and then they're adopted out to live their final chapters with families who love them, but so many of them are not so lucky, and it's just, simply in a word, it's just heartbreaking. You don't even have to love animals or cats to agree that this is a problem that we see, and it just needs to be mitigated as much as possible. You just really have to have a little bit of compassion for making San Benito County a better community than it already is for all of us humans and animals. And I would just thank everybody in advance for considering this ask on behalf of all of us and the cats and kittens in San Benito County who would benefit so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You have been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Steve Ward.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we connected?
Go ahead, sir.
We would like to speak on the end-around maneuver that's being done by the Board of Supervisors and the school regarding the closure of Nash, as well as mitigation on the River Parkway that's been promised and not happened. There needs to be a section of time for us, and I would like to know.
Can you call back when that is on the agenda, please?
No more public comments.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board here. We're looking at department head announcements. This is information only.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have some announcements. I'd like to invite up our RMA Director, Benny Young, and he has a few announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Espinosa. Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's my pleasure today to introduce the newest addition to the staff at the Resource Management Agency. We recently hired an assistant director to be responsible for planning and building services, and I'm pleased that she is with us now. She's in the room today. Her name is Robin Bolster Grant. She's right here in the front row next to Mr. Ellenwood. Robin has a 20-year career in public service, including, I think, around 17 years with the County of Santa Cruz. We were glad she was able to come over Granite Peak and come to work for San Benito. She is a committed public servant, has her master's degree in urban planning from San Jose State University, and also a Juris Doctorate from the Monterey College of Law. And we're delighted to have her here and looking forward to the many contributions we know that she will bring to the Resource Management Agency and our planning group and building services group in particular. One of the things that we've been anxiously awaiting her arrival, and one of the things she's going to work on right away is getting back to the board on a couple of outstanding requests that we have with you. You've asked that we come back and address certain elements of the general plan in the near future, and we plan to do that in May. One has to do with affordable housing and the housing element, and the other one has to do with an early request that we received regarding the commercial nodes in the economic development element of the specific plan. So general plan rather, we plan to bring that back to you in May, and Robin has already started brainstorming with me and Mr. Chambliss how we might frame those issues for you, and so we'll look forward to that. And thank you for the opportunity to introduce Robin Bolster Grant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benny. Just as a friendly reminder to your board, tomorrow there's a schedule of assessment appeals. Should last about 2 to 3 hours, 9 o'clock here in the chambers, just an FYI. Additionally, wanted to provide an update to the board. We have already met with the ad hoc for the economic development. We've been working on bullet points, and we plan to be back to this board at the following meeting. So just a heads up for the board on that. Additionally, there was a request from your board to have a lobbyist discussion today. Unfortunately, we just could not make the timing, so we're going to be deferring it to our next meeting. Just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that. Additionally, as you see, with the new camera system and the new technology we have, there's been a tremendous amount of work over the last few weeks. We had installed a TriCaster system that has a zoom attached to the technology, so it's a better quality, high definition, and it's a great product. I want to thank the IT department. CMAP, Victor was instrumental as well. County staff, also Edgar, Deputy CAO, as well as Core, what's her name? Core Miro, Kenny and Jay. They were instrumental in getting the new system up. So a lot of work. We'll probably still be working through some of the bugs and fine tuning it, but I just wanted to make sure that if there's anything that comes up from the public or that you hear about, please inform me or IT, and we'll work on working on some of these bugs. So anyways, with that, go ahead and pass it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to board announcements. We'll start with Supervisor Peter Hernandez.
Nothing to report, Mr. Chair. The couple items that I do have to report on are already on the agenda, so thank you.
Yes, sir. We'll go to Supervisor B. Gonzalez.
Good morning. I wanted to bring the county's attention that I had received a slanderous flyer attacking my character. On March 11th, 2021, this was delivered to residents in my district. The people behind this flyer are attacking my ethics and my integrity. And I call these people cowards because they didn't even bother signing it. They have lied, and they need to get the facts straight. I have worked tirelessly on behalf of the county, on behalf of my community, and have committed myself to following the law and doing the best for my community. I'm attacked on the vaccination that I received. I am a caregiver for my 84-year-old mother who is a cancer survivor, heart patient, diabetic, and disabled. I was given the vaccine to keep her safe. I did not jump the line. I did not cut in front of anyone. So I want the lying to stop. You also attacked me on my quote-unquote voting record on Strata Verde. Again, let's get the facts straight. Today is the first opportunity that this board will be voting on that project. At our last meeting, there was a procedural question on the table where one supervisor wanted this board to break the law and reject the project when this county had no legal means to do so. I voted to do the right thing and follow the law. I will always do the right thing, and I will follow the law. And now it's come to light as of Friday that I'm being threatened with a recall because you challenged my integrity and my ethics. So I say to you cowards, I say this: if you think that your underhanded, cover of darkness, anonymous attacks are going to intimidate me and frighten me, you know nothing about me at all. I will not bend to your political threats. I will be fighting this challenge to my seat. And for as long as I am seated here at this board, I will do what is right. I will follow the law. My constituents elected me because they were tired of the sick, dirty politics of my predecessor. And this flyer here, I don't know who's behind it, but it reeks of dirty politics. As for my community involvement, I have been very, very busy. As I said, I do work tirelessly. I've received many phone calls and emails regarding the Nash Road closure, and I'll make my comments when that item comes on the agenda. I have also recalls from my constituents about trash that is in the district, and I contacted Integrated Waste Management and Code Enforcement, and they are working on the situation. So I'm hearing your calls and I'm hearing your concerns, and I'm doing what I need to for my community. I also attend 2 weekly meetings from Cal OES, phone conferences on Mondays and Thursdays. And it might be more advantageous from somebody from the ad hoc committee for the vaccine if they attend those meetings, because these phone calls put you in direct contact with individuals from the state and can really expedite problems that the counties are having. Because I'm not an ad hoc committee for the vaccine, I don't know the intricate issues that you guys are dealing with, but if one of you got on the phone calls, you'd have a direct voice to the state, and so I urge you to. I also have been meeting with various groups about broadband, and we have to find a way to increase service to the underserved populations of our community. I understand that distant learning may continue as there's an option as students return back to school, and it's still an issue that has unmet needs. I've also attended the Mobility Partnership that met with Caltrans, both District 4 and District 5, and VTA out of Santa Clara County regarding the Highway 25 proposed improvements, the interchange at 25 and 101, and the Bolsa Road suggestions. It's a very interesting committee, and I'm proud to be on that one. I've also attended the meetings for behavioral health, for the mental health issues. I've attended the LAFCO meeting, and I have attended many, many meetings for the Public Defender RFP, which we'll be addressing today on the agenda. I am working tirelessly for my community. I will continue to work tirelessly for my community. And I just urge you to please do not fall prey to the tactics of this campaign and this potential recall. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. or Supervisor Bob Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. First of all, let me just say I fully support Supervisor Gonzalez and all of her comments. This is not an easy job, and those of us who have made the decision to run and get elected and sit up here, like I said, it's not an easy job. We've only been doing this, some of us, for 3 months now, and I think we all are trying to do, what we feel is best for our community. We may not agree with everyone out there or agree, with each other here on the board, but I think thus far we have a strong board that works together, and I think it's important for the community to understand that we, are all trying to do our best for our community, and threats and things like that simply are unfounded, and frankly, I think make us all the more determined to make our own decisions on what we think is right. With that being said, let me just comment on some of the things I've been involved in. I think people don't realize, in addition to these meetings, how busy we all are with any number of other committees or activities. Some of the things that have been most important in the last couple of weeks. First of all, the John Smith landfill expansion. A number of There's been 2 scoping meetings that took place in the last couple weeks. And we heard comment from many members of the public. During this EIR process, the Board of Supervisors must remain neutral. But nevertheless, I want to point, it's obviously a very important issue within our community. I also, as I know a number of my fellow supervisors went on a tour of the landfill, I learned much more than I ever thought I would know about a landfill. And I also, and I've brought this up to other supervisors as well as to county staff, I think this is one area where it shows how great a need there is for more information out there and for us to educate not only ourselves but the general public in San Benito County on the landfill, the history, and so people fully understand essentially, how it is that we are where we are today. While I'm mentioning education, I think that it's an area that I'm encouraging, and we've talked about this previously, but I'm encouraging county staff, and I know they're already working on this, to do a much better job of education on any number of subjects within the county. One example that I think is critical is information and education on revenue and how revenue comes into the county and what kind of revenue we receive. There's a misimpression out there that the county receives all kinds of monies that come in from property taxes, for example. The reality is we get 11 cents on the dollar. That's all we get. There's misunderstandings about how revenue flows into our county, and I think it's critical that people are educated on this so they understand why we take positions in certain areas to try to bolster revenue, and also how revenue then ties into providing better services for our community, including fixing our county roads, whether it be or trying to expand our library or getting additional employees for the community, and these are all tied together. So that's something I will be pushing on very hard. Some other issues, business grants. Later today, we're going to be hearing about the results of the business grants round 2 that Supervisor Kosmicki and myself have been working on ad hoc very hard in this area, and we finally are at the end of the road on that. Those will be going out soon. We're going to hear more about that. But I also wanted to mention that there is, I know that Supervisor Kosmicki and myself were both on Saturday with Senator Caballero, and she was talking about SB 87, which is a state bill that is providing for significant state granting for businesses. So this is separate from the county grants, and I just wanted to point out that for all you businesses out there, round 5 is opening up the day after tomorrow on Thursday, and it's open through March 31st. So if you're listening in and you're not familiar with that, please reach out to whether it be the chamber or the EDC or myself or any of us up here, county staff. We can direct you to the website to apply for state grants. If you've already applied and you were on a waiting list, didn't receive any funds previously, you will automatically be reapplied in round 5. But if you haven't applied, you need to apply before March 31st. There's grants from $5,000 to $25,000 available through the state. We'll be talking about this later, but we're probably going to be looking at a round 3 from the county as well, at least discussing that, as well as monies for nonprofits from the county. Next thing I wanted to mention are county roads. It's one of my favorite subjects, being in District 4. It's a critical area because we have so many roads in the South County. They're in such bad shape. That again is on the agenda. We'll be addressing that later today in terms of how we're going to try to address that with some third party coming in and doing some work for us. last Thursday, I spent a full day with Jason DeRosa, who's superintendent of public works, does a great job for the county. And I've spent 2 full days with Jason. And last Thursday, I was on the side of Coalinga roadside, Pinnacle side, was on and saw some roads that I didn't even know existed in San Diego County. So that's something that we're going to continue to work on. Just quickly, last couple things. I was involved in a Central Coast Advocacy Day through COG, which is Council of Governments, and we were lobbying for Highway 25 support as well as broadband support for our county with both Assemblymember Rivas and Senator Caballero and other senators and assembly members. And also in the last couple weeks have been involved in LAFCO, AMBAG, Behavioral Health Board meetings. And then finally, and then I will stop talking for the moment, I want to mention again, I have 2 openings for the Fish and Game Commission. So I would appreciate anyone who's interested to apply. You do not have to be in District 4 to serve, on behalf of myself for Fish and Game. So if you're interested, please apply. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, I sat on the committee on the business grants, and we'll have more on that later. I thought that was a big success for the county. And I was also in on the landfill scoping, at least the first meeting, and a lot of residents have a lot of thoughts and feedback on that. And just want people to know that we're here, we're listening, and just encourage people to keep providing feedback on that issue as we go forward. AMR, we had our ad hoc committee on the EMS issue, and so I'm sure we'll talk more as that goes on. But it, for me at least, it provided clarity that we are in a very difficult situation as far as finding competitors. I don't think anybody on this board is a supporter of the monopoly type model, and we're doing everything we can to make sure we get the best service for the best buck. That said, we talked a little bit about CalStar and doing more to promote CalStar, which is a really valuable tool that people have if they can afford that annual membership. Potentially is a big deal. And then we talked a little bit about perhaps maybe there are some potential for partnering in some sense with other communities. Other than that, I had Seniors Council, talked a little bit about some legislation that's going on, including broadband legislation at the state level. And it's, I know endorsements are fairly symbolic, but that might be something that we consider endorsing as a board. I think all of us, as far as I can tell, are on board with doing our best to increase our broadband infrastructure here. The Monterey Bay Air Resources District, there's a new grant program. I mentioned this to staff already that provides funding potentially for, incentives for clean air vehicles, but also one that stood out was an incentive for roundabouts. And we've talked about that. We are looking at some particular areas, including one we're going to talk about later with Nash Road and particularly at San Benito Street and River Parkway. There's a potential for a roundabout at some point. As Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, I took part, State Senator Caballero visited Hollister and then came over to San Juan Bautista. I just want to say thank you to the State Senator's office for coordinating, and thank you to the Chamber of Commerce and San Juan Bautista and all the folks that were involved with putting that together. And I also just want to reiterate from Supervisor Tiffany that if you're a business owner, if you know somebody who's a business owner, let's get the word out there, make sure everyone's applying and getting as many of those state dollars back into our community as possible. I wrote a guest view for the freelance about My Turn and just encouraging people to use My Turn as we took that step toward that as opposed to the portal that I believe has been shut down now. So just again, we'll talk about that more later, but it's very important that people get signed up on My Turn. Held my regular town hall last night. Sometimes more or less people show up for these things. Last night, not so many. And then at some point we might want to discuss, I thought, when timing as far as potentially reopening the board chambers to the public as our numbers go down. I don't know if there's a general time frame. I'm not necessarily, rushing to make that happen, but maybe that's something that we should have on our radar. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir, and I do want to talk about the, putting that on the agenda, about reopening the, yes, I was going to mention that also. Thank you. Other than that, we'll conclude with board announcements, and we'll go to our consent agenda. Is there any items on the consent agenda that the board members wish to pull?
6 and 8, please.
Number 6 and number 8. Okay.
I'd like to, Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull items 11 and 12 as well.
11 and 12. Okay. Anyone else? See none? Any in the public wish to pull any of these consent agenda items?
If you'd like to speak, please press the raise your hand icon or *9. No comments.
Okay, what's the wish of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of those that have been pulled.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 It's a 5-0. We'll go to number 6, Health and Human Services Agency. Miss Tracy Belton, please.
Good morning.
I think, Bob, did you pull this one?
Yeah, actually, Colin did.
Okay,
He
go ahead.
beat me to the punch.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Belton. I just had a couple quick questions, just mainly for, I think, clarity for the public. What will this change with the Blue Shield third-party administrator contract? What will that mean for the role of public health staff going forward?
Sure. So we actually have this in our presentation later. So unfortunately, the flow wasn't perfect, but the third-party administrator will work directly with our local health jurisdiction to allocate out vaccine supply to the providers who have signed a contract with the TPA as well. And so to date, I believe that there are 2 providers that I'm aware of that have signed the contract with the TPA, which is the San Benito Health Foundation and Hazel Hawkins Hospital. And so we work together to allocate out supply based off of, conversations and what they're able to provide as providers. We also will be allocating out vaccine to OptumServe. And again, that's in our presentation a little bit later, but we are going to be standing up a mass vaccine clinic ongoing with OptumServe. And so they will also allocate the vaccine to that, the OptumServe site.
Okay, great. And I saw there was a mention in the report about the third-party administrator was, committed to following the state allocation algorithm. There's 2 things here. I'm wondering, do we have clarity on what that algorithm is quite yet? And then secondly, I just want to, underscore the importance of keeping them in the loop about our shortage of vaccine and seeing whatever they can do to help us alleviate that.
Sure. Our team's been very vocal with the third-party administrator about the supply of vaccine, and they are aware of our need and request to have more vaccine supply to our county. And the other question was regarding the vaccine prioritization. So we continue to follow the state prioritization, and so does the Blue Shield TPA. We did receive early this morning a note from I believe it came from Blue Shield indicating that there is a push to get everybody vaccinated quickly. And so I could actually share the document. Actually, I have some of the points in my PowerPoint. It indicates that April 1st, they're going to change the prioritization. And we don't have a lot of details on it. We had a call last night on it briefly, but there is a push to get more people vaccinated. So I believe that there will be more supply. And I'm not sure if any of the public health staff or the doctors were on the call last night. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be on the call, but they may have some more information.
Hi, this is Lynn Mello from Public Health. Good morning. I was on the call last night. It was with the TPA and the state. They were basically going over, their, the basics of the, the TPA. And there were a lot of counties that are not as far ahead as we are. And they have a certain formula that I'm not, super, understanding of at this point. I think that Dr. G may understand that a little better than I, but I think that they were it was more of a reinforcement call to help the counties that were, still not quite understanding, like not getting the contracts and not having contact with the Blue Shield staff. So Dr. G, I think you were on the call. Can you add to this?
Yeah, no, I'll just briefly say, I think the purpose of the call last night was to just inform all of the local health jurisdictions what the transition plan is, that the state will be allocating directly to local health jurisdictions and directly to providers on March 30th following the allocations that have been set out globally. That's the 40% going to the lowest quartile in the state in terms of health equity, as well as other sort of metrics that we're following. We've certainly, with respect to the relative undersupply to San Benito County, we've certainly expressed that. I have looked at some state data. We can go over that a little bit later in the slideshow. I'll defer on that. But essentially what's happening is we're switching over. We'll see kind of transition over the next few weeks. The big push is to get all providers connected to My Turn, to get all of them signing their MOUs and contracts with the TPA, so that the state has more clarity about where vaccines are going and how they're being distributed.
Any other questions?
Couple quick questions. So just as a follow-up, as far as when we make this transition, and I know today what we're doing is we'll be approving this MOU. I know there had been some pushback on certain aspects of the contract, and those have been addressed. My understanding is that one concern was that the counties might lose having any control in this, and with this new MOU, am I right in thinking that the county, although is going to be relinquishing the entire control over, which is probably a plus, but we will still have a say and still have input with the third-party administrator in terms of vaccines and how we go about it. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor Tiffany, that is correct. They reiterated a number of times last night on the call that we would be continuing to have control over that allocation that comes directly to the health department. So, and obviously we're going to exert that control on making sure that we hit our internal equity metrics and other sort of priorities. So, so you're right. We're only really giving up part of our control over the direct allocations to providers.
Okay, thank you. And obviously, with this on the agenda, you now see this as a positive transition for the county.
I'm sorry, my audio faded on the first part of your question.
You see this as a positive transition for the county, signing this MOU?
Yeah, I do. I would recommend we sign it. I think it's going to provide uniformity and clarity across all counties. I think it will ultimately expose any malproportioned allocations across. So I think it'll make it easier for us to get our fair share.
I would also add, this is Dr. Geller, that we really need capacity to scale and get the entire community vaccinated as quickly as possible. With these variants now causing, or the UK variant specifically, causing an increase again in infection incidence in over 15 states, it's really imperative that we accelerate our vaccination campaign to the most rapid possible delivery of vaccine to the greatest number of people. And this should help us in that regard as well.
Great. Last question. Now, this may be addressed later, and if so, I can defer this question. We're also seeing vaccines coming in from into the county from the federal government, and those are going to pharmacies primarily, I believe, ones like Rite Aid and CVS, et cetera. Can you touch on that a little bit? I know that's an area that is separate from this process, and will that continue as far as you know?
This is Dr. Ghilarducci here. Yes, I believe that will continue. It is an independent allocation process. Even the state doesn't have control over that. But they will be using the immunization registry data to kind of understand which populations are being served with vaccine. And so the state will probably be making adjustments to their allocation statewide based on overall vaccination data.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any additional questions? Any public comment?
Please press the raise your hand icon or *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. This is Elia Salinas. I know that you stated that the insurance company is going to be working directly with the providers. So does that mean that people no longer have to go online directly? Like, for instance, people have been calling directly to the pharmacies. Some pharmacies have websites that you go through. And I'll give you an instance like Lucky's. You were able to call in to make an appointment. And then as of Thursday of last week, they directed that you had to go to the website. And Lucky does not have San Benito County on there. So is everybody now just directly going to make their appointments through My Turn and no longer directly to a provider? That's my question. Thank you.
This is Dr. Ghilarducci here. Yes, the idea of My Turn is that it's essentially one-stop shopping for any resident of California. And the other concept is that there's no wrong door. There would be no disqualification if you don't live in the county where the vaccine happens to be available. We obviously would be concerned if a lot of people from out of county came to San Benito, but we believe that since it'll be open to everybody everywhere, each county will essentially be reciprocating and it'll even itself out. But in the case of the pharmacies, they have been asked to continue to transition over to My Turn to make it a uniform sign-up process. I think the most difficult aspect for people is hunting around in different websites, different phone calls, different waiting lists, et cetera. It's just been extremely confusing. So the idea of My Turn is to make it one uniform, one-stop shopping, as I said earlier.
Mr. Chair, when the motion is made, could it also include authorize Dr. Ghilarducci to execute any amendments to this agreement as well, just in case it's modified in the future?
Yes. Any other public comment?
No other comments.
Bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
I'll move that we approve MOU with California Governmental Operations Agency for continued allocation of COVID-19 vaccine allotment and authorize public health officer to execute the MOU.
And make any amendments?
Oh, and the amendment. Sorry about that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. We'll go to number 8, Resource Management Agency. I think Supervisor Kosmicki brought this up.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, a few questions. Is this park built already?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kosmicki, it's under construction now. It's close to completion, and it's going to be a tremendous community asset. It's a public park, even though it's in the Santana Ranch area, a community park.
And then so would we have to did they put in the fall protection material already?
No, we caught that. Regrettably, the plans were approved in the summer of 2020, and after we re-reviewed those at the management level in the RMA in late 2020, around December, we felt that the fall zone area in the playground needed to have better accessibility for ADA and needed a safer material than was being spec'd, and one that would require less maintenance. And so we asked that the plans be modified. Santana Ranch developers correctly indicated, well, you already approved the plans last summer, so it seemed fair to me that we would reimburse them for the added cost of the improved fall zone protection.
So just so I have this clear, so and I wasn't on the board when the development agreement went through. So as part of the agreement, they're obligated to build a park.
Correct.
I also saw in the summary it mentioned how they've contributed $1.5 million to the
Correct.
park fund. Are those independent of each other? Did they have to build a park?
Yes.
And contribute the park funds?
Correct.
Okay.
Let me interrupt real quick, since it's in my district. What Santana Ranch has done is not only did they build this park, they have another park in the, it's a smaller park. They also have a walking trail. All this stuff was done with their own money, nothing to do with park monies. They also, over and beyond, contributed $1.5 million to other parks, nothing to do with the parks that they constructed. So, you know, they I think on this one, I would say we were able to negotiate, and this was even before my time, with the developers, and we were able to receive roughly 2 parks and a walking trail. And they also, it was almost double dipped, they also paid $1.5 million to all the other parks within the county.
Correct.
Yeah, no, and I'm not, so I'm not trying to be negative on the developer here. I'm just concerned about going out and spending $200,000, you know, I want to be clear that it's needed, basically. So there's not a lot of, it's a little vague as far as the ADA accessibility part. And when I looked up FIBAR, from what I could tell, it is allowable. It is ADA approved. So I'm just not quite sure, you know, is it just a preference of the staff to have a different material? I just don't want to go, you know, throwing around $200,000 plus if it's not 100% needed.
The other part that I'm worried about too is you have a school right next to there. So you're going to have a lot of kids after school going to this park too. So what I'm looking at is, and I agree with you, and is it overkill? We'll never know, but I take the advice of our RMA department to figure that out. But what I'm worried about too is after school, all these kids going to the park, making sure that it is ADA compliant and everything else.
Yeah.
With a possible litigation later on, which would be a lot more than $200,000. That's kind of where I'm at.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for you.
Yes.
I had the same concerns about it, and when I looked into it, I'm wondering if maybe the standard that we're using now isn't sufficient, and maybe we have to elevate the standard, because if this project was installed with standards that were approved at the time, but it looks like maybe now they have to be increased, do we have to change the standard that's going to be required for future projects?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gonzalez, yes, I believe we do. we need to improve the standard, and and improving the standard midstream for this particular developer doesn't seem fair to me, but I do want to improve it moving forward because I have a strong belief that this will be safer, more accessible to people with disabilities, and will result in less maintenance costs over time. So I didn't think it was fair to change the standard in midstream for this particular development, but we will move it forward with the new standard, yes.
Good, because that was my concern. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Kuzmicki?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just still not clear on the ADA part. You know, are we required? Is there, again, is this just a staff perspective? Is this FIBAR allowable?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
One of my stops in my long and checkered career was 3 years with a very large parks and recreation system in Arizona. And we, in the parks business, public business, have historically not used particularly good fall zone protection, in my view. And I have a penchant for making sure that we upgrade that area because of the maintenance, safety, and accessibility concerns. FIBAR is probably okay. I'm not saying it's unacceptable. This is vastly superior to what we're proposing. FIBAR is organic and it decomposes over time and causes more maintenance, has to be continually attended to. It's not as good from an ADA perspective. It might be acceptable, but it's marginally acceptable. So it's a standard that I think the county has a right to set. So it's fair to say, yes, it's a preference, but it's based on what I think are legitimate criteria when it comes to our role in making sure that the public is protected in our public parks. And so that's why I've chosen to recommend this to you.
This other material, were there a range of, I'm not even sure if the new materials, I know I'm going on here, but it's $200,000, so I'm still concerned.
Very well.
Were there bids? Were there, how does this new material compare with, could we have gotten a different material for $50,000 more, or?
Mr. Chair, these are all valid questions. I would like to ask Mr. Chambliss to come online and help explain why the new product, the product that we're recommending, is superior. And so if Mr. Chambliss has his hand raised, would you please recognize him?
Good evening, or good morning, everyone. There are effectively there's 4 choices in fall protection material. You have the FIBAR material, you have a loose fill rubber nuggets material, you have a poured in place rubber material, or you have these tiles. They all have their advantages and disadvantages. The FIBAR material is an organic material, needs to be replaced more frequently. It needs to be actually fluffed several times a year. Trash collects in it easily, and it's a heavy maintenance item. The rubber nugget material is a good, one of the better performing fall protection materials. But as I learned last year when I met an incredible young man named Jack, who uses a mobility device, he's unable to go out on that. Even though it is ADA accessible, it does not work for wheelchairs. The material gets gummed up in the workings, and so he's restricted to the concrete on the edge while his sister plays in the playground. The poured in place material solves that problem. It is a little less expensive initially, but the problem with it is specialized contractors need to come in and install it. And if it gets gum on it or vandalized, that section has to be cut out. We have to bring the contractors back in and they have to re-pour the material. And that's at about $130,000 more to do the poured in place. The advantage to the rubber tiles is it's the best of all the worlds. It's durable, it's great fall protection, it's very low maintenance, it's easy to maintain, and if one of them gets damaged or gum gets on it, our staff can go unplug a tile and plug a new one back in, and we don't have to write contracts, and it's a much less intensive repair and maintenance process. That's why I'm recommending
this material here. As for vendors, there's several vendors. We didn't, since we're not the ones buying it, I don't know if they went through a bidding process or not. We recommended the type of material, not the specific vendor.
Okay. Appreciate that. I personally would, I would like to see a bidding process for something like this, considering the cost. That's just me.
Mr. Chair, I can't say they didn't have a bidding process, but we're not in control of the contracting. That's being done by the developers.
Oh,
It's
I got
their
you.
contractors on it. We could find out if they had a bidding process, but I wouldn't represent that they didn't. It's the incremental cost that we agreed to cover.
Yes.
Or recommend rather than
Yes.
you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before we go on, so, Mr. Young, so if the county changed the standard, would that then prevent issues like this arising in the future?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
I appreciate the question, and the answer would be yes.
Okay,
That would be included in the development agreement at that, those standards.
yes, okay.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, just one clarification.
Yes, sir.
This does require a 4/5.
Yes, sir. It's a budget amendment. It does require 4/5. Any other questions from the board? Any public comment?
Comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mary Shaw Koran. I was just wondering why the county, I mean, it sounds like a very good idea to make the playground safer and do these things, although there could be maybe other alternatives that are less expensive. It's a huge amount of money. And I just was wondering why the Santana Ranch developer is not, Anderson Homes is not paying for everything, since, they're benefiting greatly and they're going to be developing more homes. It just seemed like it's strange that the county is now supplementing, something that they have already started doing. Anyway, just a question was why are we on the hook as taxpayers? Why isn't Santana Ranch paying for all of this themselves?
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name.
Hi, this is Elia Salinas. So my question is, just like Mary Karan just said, and thank you, Mike Chambliss, for explaining it into detail. $200,000 is a lot of money, and Anderson Homes, another $200,000 is not a lot of money for them. And I can respect the fact that they've already put in all this money into parks, but they didn't do it just out of the kindness of their heart. They were placed in a situation where they thought that this would make them look better into the eyes of the county. So they were approved, okay? Santana Ranch, we had a problem with Sunny Slope Road, and they were pushed, and the building had to stop until we had the stoplight put there at Fairview and Sunny Slope Road. So nothing is done out of the kindness of the business, their heart of this business. It's because they want to look good into the eyes, and $200,000 is a lot of money. I believe that you're going to have the votes for this, but I think that the citizens of Hollister should be able, or citizens of San Benito County should be able to have a say so in how our money is spent, and that's a lot of money, especially in hard times right now with COVID. The houses are selling, but San Benito County is losing money. Every single day we're losing money because of COVID. And for whatever reason, the real estate agents, the real estate companies and these developers are making money. So I think that they should be able to afford it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, as well, it should go to.
Any other questions?
You have been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. This is Jackie Morse Lopez, constituent in District 2. I also want to comment on this proposed $250,000 expenditure for the county taxpayers for a local subdivision park. So my question is, taxpayers here in the county, countywide, does that mean that we have access to this park? Or is it purely for the residents of Santana Ranch?
Everybody
I
has
feel that
access to the
$250,000 would be better used to go into any numerous programs that we have in the county that you all as Board of Supervisors and us as citizens have outlined in time of COVID that could be better spent. I also agree that the developer has probably more finances and money at their disposal, ready disposal. I feel that giving back money to other park projects in general is a placeholder, is a bargaining chip for this very item that you're asked to vote to spend almost $250,000 of our taxpayer money. Thank you.
More comments?
Yeah, just to answer one question, it's not $250,000, it's $200,004. The other question was, anyone can use this park. It's a public park, and these monies cannot be used for anything. They can only be used for park development. You cannot use these dollars for anything else, the money that we're taking from the park fund. So,
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question of Mr. Young? Given the concern over this amount of money, and I had separately talked to Benny about this prior to the meeting, because I had some concerns as well. Is it possible, and I understand the position, this is something that, you know, we've increased the standard, which makes a lot of sense. Is there a possibility that we could go back to the developer and maybe we could split the cost, or we could, you know, negotiate it so that, you know, we're taking half of it, given the fact that, you know, we have raised the standard, but on the other hand, I appreciate the concern of some of the constituents, as well as hearing some of the other concerns, particularly from Supervisor Kosmicki. Is that a possibility that we could push this back and see if we can get some assistance from the developer? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
well, it's a contractual agreement, number one. Number two, this park's been going on for 2 years now. We've been trying to get this park up and going. So all it's going to do is cause more roadblocks. I'm looking at something where they put $1.5 million into other parks. So, you know, we increased the, where we changed the scope. They didn't change the scope. If the scope changed, once again, it's us. You know, the $200,000 is a lot of money, don't get me wrong. But once again, they're providing something that we asked for. And now we're going to go back at the last minute. This is the same thing that we did with the school itself. We set a contractual agreement with the school that it was for sale, I believe, and we went through that, and that held up the process for at least a year. So I would ask to vote yes on this, but it's up to the board.
Yeah, admittedly, I don't have the history, obviously, that you
Mr.
do
Chair,
on this.
may I add one comment, please, with your permission? There was an issue of fundamental fairness on this particular point, in my view, and that's one of the reasons I have recommended it to you. And you need to know that there are other open issues with Santana Ranch, like drainage and transportation, and I'm demanding, or the staff in the RMA is demanding, their full performance on those. And so it's a kind of a two-way street. I think it's fair to give on this particular point, but I am demanding performance on some other higher dollar cost items that they're pushing back on, and you won't see those items because I don't plan to recommend them. So I just think there's a fundamental fairness issue here because we changed the standard. I think the standard moving forward is much superior, but in view of the fundamental fairness issue, I've recommended this.
Thank you.
Any other questions
Mr.
from the
Chair.
board? Yes, sir, Peter.
Thank you. So if I'm hearing this correctly, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair. It sounds like there was already something in place for this park with the material. It was us, the county, who requested the change, not them. It would have happened ultimately if it didn't come for that change, and that change was obviously according to these park impact fees that they agreed to not, ultimately funded. So, and the process was already established for these funds to be used for that purpose. I personally, just for full disclosure, I'm not a big fan of the development in the process, but that's separate. I do think that it would, I don't think it would help the county's interest to set an expectation and then ultimately kind of defy its own expectation as far as the process, right? We want people to honor the process, and this process was established. And moving forward with the park that was ultimately a request of the counties, I don't think it's an unfair ask. Those are my comments, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
you're correct on that, Supervisor Hernandez. Any other questions?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I just had a comment again. I would just feel more comfortable. I understand that they are the developer and they're handling the project, but I think I would feel more comfortable if they at least provided some sense that they went out for bids, just because, again, it's $200,000. Normally, if we go spend $200,000 on a capital cost, we're going to get bids, and our public gets to see, and they get to know that that was the lowest possible cost that we could get for the product. Thank you.
Okay, back to the board. Any other questions? What's the wish of the board? I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution appropriating $204,445 for the Parks and Recreation Impact Fee Fund and authorizing payment to Anderson Homes to reimburse the additional costs for the installation of the upgraded ADA accessible fall.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Protection service in the playground areas in the new community park in the Santana Ranch development. This requires a 4/5 vote. And approve the budget transfer. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll have a roll call vote, please.
No.
Gonzalez? Yes.
Tiffany? Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Medina?
Aye. Motion passes, 4/5. Supervisor Kaminsky, no. We'll go on to number 11.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I asked that 11 and 12 be pulled, and I don't know if this is be done this way, but basically my questions have to do with both 11 and 12.
Yeah, can we approve them both at the same time?
Yeah.
Is that all right? Legal counsel? Okay.
Yeah, because they're really two sides of the same coin. I really, I'm very much in support of this. Again, this is to address some immediate needs of our county roads, which are in great disrepair, unfortunately. I had asked that it be pulled so Mr. Young could give a little bit more background on each of the two contracts. One is with Don Chapin, one is with Granite Rock, particularly what roads currently we're planning to address. I know there's also some slide areas and just kind of an overview so the public has a better idea of that. I also spoke to Benny yesterday about some of the issues about transportation because some of these roads are so far afield. In some cases, it takes you 3 hours to get there and back, if not 4. So anyway, Benny, if you could comment on those, I'd appreciate it.
Before we go to Mr. Young, I just want to thank yourself for actually bringing this to our attention because you're the one that actually asked for this. Right. And perfect example is, new set of eyes looking at this type of on-call response. I think it was Supervisor Botello several years ago, I think it was, that had the same idea, and I think it was pretty successful. So thank you.
Right, and when you get out there, you understand what you're dealing with. I may have made this comment before. I had one constituent that invited me to come out and enjoy the sunset from Panoche Valley, and then book an appointment the next day to get my car realigned. So, but at any rate, anyway, thank you, Benny. If you could enlighten us a little bit further.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Espinosa, I do appreciate the question. I think this is something that we need to do, and I appreciate the board's consideration. With regard to how it will be mobilized, your questions yesterday primarily related to making sure we're not unnecessarily spending money on 3-hour trips. And so what we've decided in consultation with Jason DeRosa, who will supervise this work on our behalf, is that Chapin will work primarily in South County, and they will mobilize out of Greenfield, which is not too far, just over the hill through King City to Lone Oak and Coalinga, where they will focus their efforts. And we have more slip outs and slides and shoulder work to be done down there. And that's sort of their DNA. And the other contractor, Granite Rock, will focus on the Hollister vicinity and San Juan Bautista, that area. And they also have yards that they can mobilize from close by to this area. And if we need to, we also have an area in South County along Coalinga that we can make available for them for mobilization of their equipment, for Chapin, that is. And that should minimize the transportation expenses. Jason will personally supervise this work with those two contractors. It allows us some capacity that we just simply do not have in-house at the present time. And the roads are pretty beat up, and the storms have aggravated the situation substantially. So I thank the board for your consideration, and if I can answer any more specific questions, I'll be glad to try to.
And Benny, it's my understanding in talking to Jason that Panoche Valley, the other side of South County, will be primarily dealt with by our in-house road crews. And in that regard, Jason informed me that in the last couple of weeks we've hired 3 new people to work on the road crews, 2 of which are local. One is the third from Gilroy, so they're local people. And I know Benny was very enthusiastic about them joining the county, and I think there's maybe additional 5 positions he's looking for. So we're bolstering the road crew, which is going to be critical. But I just wanted to make sure people understand we're not going to leave out Panoche Valley area. That's going to be addressed through the Public Works Department.
That's correct, and we may mobilize one of the 2 outside contractors to help with Panoche as well.
And I know he's going to hate this, but, I do want to thank Jason DeRosa. He's a phenomenal asset to your group there, and I think you know that, Mr. Young.
He probably does hate the attention, but thank you.
Yeah, he hates the attention. I know you spent the day with him.
Yeah.
I speak to him weekly usually, and he's a phenomenal person, and I appreciate you taking care of him.
Thank you.
I'm glad you said that. There's not many people I would want to spend 2 full days with in a pickup truck, but Jason is one. He is a phenomenal asset to the county. He certainly, I've been getting calls. We all get calls or emails about county roads, but it's a daily ritual for Jason to deal with those, and he deals with them effectively. He's in a really difficult position because of the lack of funds and lack of manpower, and we're obviously trying to address that. But I've told Benny this many times, he is a tremendous asset to the county. I really appreciate what he does for us. Thank you.
I just had a question as to how soon would the work begin?
Yesterday. Very well. Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gonzalez, it'll start in April. The outside contracting component of this, we're already working countywide, and we're going to start in the next week or 2 with the focus that Supervisor Tiffany mentioned on Panoche. But it'll be in April when we actually start this work in earnest.
One other thing I'll just mention is and I've mentioned this before, and I think Benny's mentioned this. We are actively looking to try to get federal grant money as well, and I see Greg in the audience here, and I know he's very much in the middle of that, and so we're hoping to get federal grant money both for those roads that access federal lands like the BLM or Pinnacle, or those that are emergency access roads like Panoche Road that access over to the valley. So I think those are some significant funds that we hope will be coming to us in several months that will really help us further. So I just wanted to mention that.
Mr. Chair,
Sir.
if I may,
Yes, sir.
I should have mentioned that the CAO's office has been really extremely cooperative with us on this, and I'm thankful for kind of the special appropriation out of our contingency funds to do this. I think it's really important, but we have limited contingency funds, as you know. I am hopeful. We're still waiting for the governor's office to decide whether or not we'll be included in the statewide declaration. But if we're fortunate in that regard and we keep track of our work, some of these costs may be reimbursable through the eventual, I hope, state declaration.
Thank you. Supervisor Kosmicki, anything?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, anything? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Will any public comment out there?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press the raise your hand icon or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Valerie Eglin from San Juan Bautista. I really thank Jason DeRose for all the extremely good patience that he has in dealing with the roads. But I would also like to thank the North County businesses for the tax dollars that allow for our road services. And let it all come on in April. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
No more comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we, first of all, with item number 11, we approve a contract for on-call emergency response roadway repair work with the Don Chapin Company in the amount of $500,000. Authorize the RMA director to execute the contract upon receipt of all contract documents required. Authorize the RMA director to issue contract changeovers in the amount of $37,500, and approve a budget transfer from the general fund contingencies to road maintenance for emergency response. On-call emergency roadway repairs work with the Don Chapin Company in the amount of $500,000.
And this does require a 4/5 vote. So is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Peter? Did you say aye? Okay, perfect.
Aye.
That's a 5-0. Motion passes.
Yes, okay. And then going to item number 12, I'd like to make a motion that we approve a contract for on-call emergency response roadway repairs work with Granite Rock Company in the amount of $500,000. Authorize the RMA director to execute the contract upon receipt of all contract documents required. Authorize the RMA director to issue contract changeovers in the amount of $37,500, and approve a budget transfer out from general fund contingencies to road maintenance for emergency response on-call emergency roadway repairs work with Granite Rock Company in the amount of $500,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Chair.
We'll give Peter the second on this one. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
We will head over to our regular agenda. We'll start off with the Health and Human Services Agency. And just before we go any further, I just wanted to see if it was all right with the board to move number 17. No, I'm sorry, number 18 after 15. Is that all right with the board?
Yes.
Peter, is that all right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Take it away, ma'am.
Good morning. So Dr. Gillarducci is going to start the presentation and I will fill in. If you could share our PowerPoint, that would be great. Is the clerk of the board going to share the PowerPoint? There we go. Dr. G, do you want to start the presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. Well, this is our standard format for our vaccination, or I'm sorry, our COVID report. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at the, I apologize, for some reason it's showing up as a very small slide on my side, but I can follow on my own PowerPoint. We're looking here at daily cases and deaths statewide, and as you can see there, we had the very sharp rise back in November and December, as I've discussed before, and this very sharp decline, which is heartening, and we hope that continues. We think the decline is starting to slow down statewide, and hopefully we don't see a third wave coming or a fourth wave coming like we are currently seeing in Europe. Fortunately, our vaccination, which I'll get to later, our vaccination rates statewide and nationwide are better than they've been in Europe, and I think that's going to help us quite a bit going forward. The total number of deaths at 54,000 continues. That rate of new deaths continues to decline, and we hopefully continue to see that happen. Next slide, please. This is a summary of hospitalizations, again showing a similar curve, and then ICU bed availability is also modestly increasing. So the threat that our healthcare system has been under is now past at this point, and we feel much more comfortable. Next slide. This slide shows San Benito County case counts, and we are currently in the red tier. Current projections right now, we just received a new report yesterday, indicates that we should remain solidly within the red tier, so we don't expect any regression back to purple, at least not in the near term. I'll talk a little bit about statewide vaccination efforts for the lowest quartile, but if our case counts continue to improve, we should expect to see orange tier perhaps maybe 3 weeks from now. So let's hope for that to continue. Next slide. This slide shows the kind of modeling for California looking forward, and we see that the worst case, which is the red line, going forward, that's with considering variants and so forth. Worst case is still significantly less than what we saw over the winter surge, but probably more similar to what we saw last summer. Next slide. Okay, so talking about vaccine, let's go to the next slide. This is the statewide dashboard that shows about 10.5 million doses have been administered. San Benito County is around, right now, around almost 11,000. Those numbers do change every day, so we'll keep you updated on that. Next slide, please. This shows the proportion of residents within particular age groups. We are showing about 16% of our 16 and over, that's the eligible population. It's actually not a whole lot different than what we're seeing statewide, but we do believe that we could go significantly faster with higher vaccine supply. Next slide. And this shows the proportion of first doses and second doses for San Benito County residents. Next slide. And equity mix as well with, as I mentioned last time, an improvement in our Latino to white ratio. One of the problems, I will say this first off, is that the racial and ethnicity data in the immunization registry is not very good. There's a lot of unknowns. We don't have a lot of reliability on that. So it is, certainly something we have to watch carefully. So I think that was the last slide. No. Are there more there for you, Tracy?
There are, but I cannot no longer see the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I lost it too.
Oh,
there
there
we
it
go.
goes. Okay. What was the last slide, the one that you covered, Dr. G? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, you can advance the next slide.
Yeah, just the equity.
So just wanted to, let's see. This isn't the right slide. This is not the right slide, but I can speak to the correct slide. Actually, can I just share my screen? Is that okay? So we can get the correct PowerPoint up here. You want to end this and I'll share my screen if that would, I'm sorry for this. Give me just 1 second and I'll get my screen up here. Okay, let's see. Let me get to the correct slide here. There we go. Are you able to see this slide? Yes.
Yes, looks good.
Okay, thank you. So this is our allocation for this week. We wanted to put up our current allocation. So we received 1170 of Pfizer again for this week. As people are aware, Pfizer is difficult to store, and some of our providers have not been interested in receiving Pfizer. So this week we allocated 30 doses to Dr. Bress. Hazel Hawkins has received 72. We will be vaccinating our inmates at the jail as they have been advanced into the tier. We've been working closely with WellPath, who are the nurses who provide the medical care out at the jail, as well as our local sheriff's office. And we have surveyed the population, and 36 of the inmates have requested the vaccine. So we will be providing vaccine to them this week. Pinnacle Healthcare, in collaboration with Grower Shipper, is continuing to vaccinate our food and ag industry. We've allocated 252 vaccines to them. We've allocated 252 to the Health Foundation and 528 to our OptumServe clinic. This just shows, I think these are yours, Dr. G. Do you want to finish these ones up here? I can drive them for you if you'd like.
Yes, yeah, right. Okay, so I apologize. I think the slides that you saw earlier were from our previous presentation. Updated slides for vaccines right now is almost 15 million statewide, and we're at 17,000 for San Benito County residents. So next slide, please. And this is a summary of where we are through March 20th, showing San Benito County residents about 15,500. Obviously, most of those are first doses, some second doses. That shows our age range, which I think the next graph, before you go to the next slide, one thing I wanted to show you are the first dose projections at the bottom. And I think I had previously reported that our projection of 100% of our 16 and over getting a first dose was somewhere in, I think it was April of 2022. That date is actually improved to January of 2022, still not acceptable, but it does reflect a slight increase in the rate of vaccinations, I think largely related to our mass vax clinic that we had out at Villado Park, but also a slightly increased supply and more availability to our residents. We expect that January 2022 date to move up significantly. In fact, I am hoping that we're done by June, but again, that's all completely dependent on vaccine supply. This is, again, showing, I think what I'd showed before, but our age range distribution. Next slide is showing the number of vaccines by provider. Right now, our largest provider is our San Benito Health Clinic. That's the county-run clinic through our health department. San Benito Health Foundation's been a significant supplier as well, and then many others. We should see the Kaiser numbers continue to improve as they've gotten a significant state allocation, and they are making those vaccines available to not just Kaiser members, but to anybody. So again, through my turn, those should show up. This shows a kind of relative proportion of partially vaccinated and fully vaccinated individuals. in the county. So as you can see, we still have a ways to go there. And there we go. You want to take that over?
Here. Sure. Yeah. So as I indicated earlier in the board meeting, we are standing up an OptumServe vaccine site, and we are in the finalization of the timing, but I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention that the mass vaccine clinic will start. Tentatively have it scheduled for March 30th, 2021, which is next Tuesday. The hours of operation will be from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. The clinic is temporarily going to be located at Rancho San Justo Middle School gym. The clinics for the first 2 weeks of the clinic will be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we were strategic about our planning for this. We wanted to have it, number one, after our second dose of our mass vaccine clinic, which is this Sunday at Bellato Park for the individuals who received the vaccine there. This is our second dose clinic, so we needed to strategize a date to work with the OptumServe startup. So we will do that for the first 2 weeks because Easter falls on a Sunday and we wanted to offer a weekend day for individuals. So effective April 11th, our plan is to shift to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday clinics from 9 a.m. again to 6 p.m. The clinic can vaccinate up to 210 appointments a day. Our first day of operation, we will do half of that as a soft opening to ensure that things flow smoothly. It's really important, again, reminding individuals to register on My Turn now. Once these appointments do become available and you do fall in, if you do fall in within the tier and the prioritization, you will get a notification that appointments are available in My Turn. My Turn has advised us that 48 hours prior to the clinic, the appointments will be available on My Turn to schedule your appointment. And this will only be for this clinic I'm speaking to specifically. Our appointments will become available 48 hours in advance. We're continuing to onboard with My Turn, and our tentative go live date for appointments will be March 28th for this clinic. We have been testing out My Turn with some of our second dose clinics, and the appointments aren't available to the public because we already have scheduled appointments, but it's been a process that we're working through with the staff at My Turn. We're hopeful that it's going to roll out soon for the other providers as well. And just wanted everybody to be mindful that information is subject to change as we continue to plan. There are a lot of things that we need to do to advance this clinic. We have to have refrigeration, and we're working with the school site in the Hollister School District, and we really appreciate their partnership with us to advance this clinic and allow us to use the middle school as a temporary site until we have a more permanent site that's up and running for everyone. Just to touch a little bit more on the Blue Shield third-party administrator, we did touch a little bit on this earlier, but just wanted to remind individuals that we are continuing to onboard with Blue Shield. The MOU was presented and approved today with the Board of Supervisors. We're in the process of developing a detailed transition plan and dialogue with them as the local health jurisdiction. The TPA will maintain account managers for each one of our local health jurisdictions who will function as day-to-day contacts for any issues with us. So we'll have a point of contact with the TPA for our local health jurisdiction. They will collaborate with us as much as possible, given the urgency of the collective situation. They're dedicated to ensure that there is a reliable, fully staffed process for onboarding to My Turn. And then in partnership with the state, they want to develop and schedule additional capabilities in My Turn. There's a lot of things that we're trying to work on with them, to ability to block off appointments, target certain populations, as well as have some type of standby lists in the event that there are some appointments that weren't attended during the day, that we can have people readily available to finish out the doses for the day. And they are also striving to hit aggressive deadlines with the state. And this was something that Blue Shield provided to us as their transition summary. So they will start allocating vaccine on Tuesday, March 30th. That is the date that we are expected to push the model for the providers that have signed the contracts with the TPA. So again, we believe that Hazel Hawkins and the Health Foundation, we are aware that they have both signed the contracts with the TPA. So they for sure will be getting allocations in coordination with us. The providers who have not yet signed a contract with the TPA can still receive allocations from our local health jurisdiction. By the first week of April, though, they are hoping, or they are stating that the only providers who have signed the contract with the TPAs will be getting allocations. And so it's really important for our providers to assess the contract and decide if they are going to come on board. One of our providers, Dr. Percival, has decided to no longer provide vaccine. It was affecting his practice, and he felt it was in his best interest to focus on providing medical care to his patients and rely on our agency as well as our OptumServe clinic to provide vaccine to his patients. The second doses for those individuals who have chose not to participate in the contract will still be fulfilled until they've satisfied all of those. Just reiterating that the normal process is going to be followed until we transition. These are just some minor details. I don't know if they're really urgent to understand, but we are working through spreadsheets with them to ensure that we're getting vaccines allocated to our providers. The push model for the week of March 30th will be a combination of direct allocation and allocation from the TPA. So as indicated above, the ones that haven't signed on the contract, we will be pushing those allocations to those individuals. All the vaccines moving forward will be scheduled through My Turn, whether it's for the OptumServe site or the local providers. They will need to onboard as well with My Turn. And I believe the Health Foundation, as well as Hazel Hawkins, has begun onboarding with My Turn as well. Outside of that, that was what we had to report out on Optum. Just wanted to remind individuals that we still have the OptumServe testing site at the Vets building. This updated flyer has been posted on our website, and just one that we are taking walk-ins all day now. So everyone is welcome. You don't have to secure an appointment. The clinic runs from Sunday to Thursday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So you just have to register on the site, have your number, and you can walk in for an appointment. Outside of that, that was all that we had to report on at this point, unless there's any questions regarding the presentation.
Yes, Tracy, just one quick question on OptumServe.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything the board can provide you that you need to make sure this transition is smoothly? Is there something we can do?
Sign the MOU, which you just did, so that was great for the TPA to help us move forward with that. I don't believe so. Our team's working really closely with the OptumServe staff. They've been really great, and we had a long call with them yesterday. The refrigerator has been ordered and is in process. We feel we're ready, so we appreciate that. But I think we're good. I don't think any of my staff have any input on that. If you think there's anything the board could do, staff. I don't think so. Yeah.
Nope, I think we're good.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, Tracy, a few questions. First of all, as we've transitioned to My Turn from our own county portal, where do we stand as far as communicating, to the public about that? I know that there were some press releases, but we talked earlier about, an email, sending out emails, robocalls, a mail piece. Where do we stand on all of that?
Sure. So we did send out an email to all individuals registered on the interest portal to shift to the My Turn. And it appears that we weren't able to do a robocall. We don't have that set up quite yet, but we did send out, I believe, 2 sets of emails to the entire list. We are working on something to send out either in the mail or some type of mechanism to get to individuals, but we wanted to wait until we had this finalized, the OptumServe site and the details for the site, before we pushed it out, because we felt like it would be really not to our advantage to push something out prior to this being secured. And so hopefully by next week, we will get something out in the mail to individuals or some mechanism. We haven't confirmed exactly how we're going to get the information out, but we're open to suggestions. Supervisor Kosmicki has been really helpful in providing suggestions and outreach type efforts. And we hope that once we shift to this OptumServe site, we will be able to do more outreach efforts on our end, because we won't have to worry and spend a lot of time providing the vaccine. We will be able to do more outreach and get information out to the public. So that's our goal.
Okay, thank you. A couple other questions I have. I know that we've completely taken care of the first responders, and my understanding is also that, are we completely done with the education area, the teachers?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. This question came up, and you and I went back and forth with a couple of emails. What is the status as far as vaccinations for the mentally ill within our community? Do you know that answer? And I wasn't sure how I should proceed on that.
Sure. I know that we did receive some guidance last week from DHCS regarding the mentally ill population. We haven't advanced that quite yet in our county. We're going to have to research that a little bit more and see how to advance that and read the directives from the state. I don't know if either of the doctors are aware of that. But I do know we did get some guidance and need to explore that a little bit more. Dr. G, do you have any information on that? If not, we can definitely look into it and get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have anything specific right now.
Yeah, it came up at the Behavioral Health Board, and I think it's a good question, certainly. So I appreciate you doing the research and letting me know on that. And then lastly, just a question. There was a constituent or two that raised, and I don't think it ever got confirmed. In fact, I think we found out otherwise, but you're not aware of anyone out there being charged for getting vaccines. I know the insurance companies get charged, but I think someone had raised that a couple of providers were charging administrative fees. Is that a concern right now, or I'm just curious about that?
Sure. So we were made aware that one of the providers was possibly charging an administrative fee. We were not able to confirm that that was true. The providers do have the right to bill insurance. If the individuals have insurance and provide an insurance card, they do have that right to bill their insurance. It seems like it varies across the providers in our county. Some of the providers are billing insurance and some aren't. We don't really have control over that. But as far as charging a cash admin fee, we have not found that to be true.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I'm just so grateful that we are starting with the third-party administrator and Blue Shield, because that's going to increase the dosages and shots in the arm. So thank you very much. It's been pretty disheartening watching the news lately and seeing the numbers of the surrounding counties and seeing that Monterey County and Santa Cruz County each are in the 125,000 vaccines that have been allocated, where San Benito County is hovering about 15,000. So that's been pretty disappointing. So I'm hoping that with the Blue Shield coming on, that our numbers will increase and we can start vaccinating our population. And anything that you can do that we can go ahead and share that information about the OptumServe mass vaccination site at the Rancho, that would be awesome, because again, the community just needs that information desperately. So thank you very much for doing such a great job.
Supervisor Kazmicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we, in prior presentations, we had seen the percentage of San Benito County's population that had received the doses with the comparison to the percentage of California statewide.
Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're at 18%.
I think we actually might be a little bit higher. I think we're, Dr. G, I think we talked about this yesterday. Were we at 20%? Is that what we had saw?
Let me look that up real quickly. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got
Okay, yeah, and while you're looking
it on a spreadsheet here.
Kind of know where I'm going.
Actually, we're now at 24% of partial vaccination for our 16 and over.
Do we know the state number?
Yeah, bear with me.
20.
You have to pop between different websites here. I'm going to the covid19.ca.gov. There's vaccination data there. And Yeah, statewide partial vaccinations at 15%. So our numbers are actually compare favorably to statewide.
How about Monterey County?
Monterey County. It's not coming up for me. I'm sorry. I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Yeah, no, and I'm not sure about that 15% number because I think in the last meeting we had 25% from the state number. So we might want to clear that up.
Okay.
Yeah, no, my thing is just making sure that we're obviously getting the vaccine doses that we deserve. And I'm a little concerned about 1,170 doses. I mean, the numbers have gone up since we were at 500 or so, but we're still, as far as I can tell, we're still way behind the state. And I hopefully we can clear that number up at some point here, because I think it was 15% to 25%. We had 16% locally and 25% statewide in the last meeting 2 weeks ago. So I don't see how it could go from 25 to 15. But again, I am asking you for data that you didn't have handy, so it's not a negative on you. So I just want to make sure that we're continuing to communicate that we want more doses. This is going to go on for a while here, hopefully not until January of 2022. But I think we all do expect the dose numbers to go up significantly. I just want to make sure that our numbers are going up at a higher rate than the surrounding communities that have gotten the advantage to this point. I keep saying that at some point we should be equal as far as percentage of our population that's vaccinated as the Santa Cruzes of the world and the Monterreys and other areas that are far ahead of us. And until we're to that point where we're equal with them, I'm going to continue harping on the fact that this has been an inequitable distribution of vaccine doses. And I still would like to see if there's potential consideration for a resolution I brought up at the last meeting for vaccine equity. And I think that could potentially, send a strong message to the state, our third-party administrator, that, we're still concerned about that. That's just me. I just, as time goes on here, we have months and months of vaccine distribution to go here. We're just sort of rounding the first corner as far as I'm concerned. And so I just want to make sure that we're continuing to express that and not being complacent and being accepting of getting a lower number of doses here in San Miguel County. And then I also, the surcharge issue that Supervisor Tiffany brought up, I had the same concern brought to me. I think that's something we certainly want to stay on top of and question the provider that has been accused of that and make sure that we get a firm answer on that. And we're very confident that they're not charging a surcharge, which is inappropriate. And as far as vaccine, I think that's it. We're going to talk about the relief and some other things later. But that's all I have. I don't know if you have any comments off of what I said. Thank you.
I have a quick comment on that. When I'm looking at the website, the vaccine dashboard, which is updated as of today, 11:59, Monterey County, total doses administered is 138,769 against a population of 424,000, which is roughly 31%. San Benito County, we are at 17,569 against a total population of 62,000, which is 28%. So, we are seeing a little bit of a diminishing decrease when it comes to us versus Monterey. I didn't look at Santa Cruz, but I know Santa Cruz is way out there. They're probably by now they're probably at 40 or 50%.
Yeah, actually, excuse me, Mr. Chair, Monterey County was, along with us, were one of the lowest ones.
Yes.
So the fact that
Yes.
we're close to Monterey County may not be the best bar. I think Santa Cruz, Santa Clara County are probably quite a bit higher right now.
Yeah, I'm just comparing to the local,
Right,
local
sure.
agencies. And just remember also is some of our residents, they go out of county also to get these vaccines. I know a lot of people that have done that. But yeah, you're correct on I'm not using Monterey as the bar. I'm just using it as a comparison because it's right close to us. The big outlier is definitely Santa Cruz, which I talked to the doctor about already. But yeah, the 49. So yeah, that's exactly. It's. I mean, I think last meeting we had, it had to do with is it the EMCs or what did you guys call that? MCEs. Yeah, multi-county entities. So that's something where, we're not even close to where we should be, but we are much better than we were in the early days of this. So I do thank everybody for looking at us and giving us more of these doses, but we do need more, definitely. So thank you.
And if I may make one comment, thanks to the MOU that the board approved today, that should open up more doses for San Benito County residents because there will be no wrong door. It might mean driving to Santa Clara or to Monterey or to Santa Cruz, but I think we're going to see more availability going forward.
Supervisor Hernandez, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair. My comments would be brief. I appreciate you guys are focusing on vaccine equity. It's tough in general because the whole board knows my sentiment. The state hasn't been equitable in really this whole process. But those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So with some more on this particular item, if we're okay with that, Mr. Chair.
Just one quick question Mr. Chair, I meant to ask earlier. Where do we stand? I know we're through the educators, the first responders. Do we know roughly where we are with the ag farm worker population? I know I saw where Pinnacle Healthcare working with the grower shipper this week on that. Do we have a handle on how far we've gone with that sector?
Sure. I didn't get an update from Chris from Grower Shipper, but they are advancing as quickly as possible. And I know that I believe the Health Foundation has also been vaccinating that industry. We'll have a better understanding once our My Turn is up and running and appointments are being secured. It's really hard to tell what's existing. Grower Shipper is continuing to work off of our interest portal until we've fully shifted to My Turn, and is also working with a lot of the local farmers and food industries. And so I know this week, I believe that Marich, the candy confectionery, is getting a large part. Some of the Tenasha Farms and those individuals are getting vaccine. And, individuals are reaching out to us to represent their business, which is great. And then we just connect them with Grower Shipper, and then Chris works with their team to ensure that we're providing vaccine to them. It is a difficult situation because some people are not showing up for the vaccine. And so it's really a lot of juggling on all of our parts, doing it the way we're doing it now until My Turn comes up. And so I can say that we were all successful last week in getting all of our vaccine distributed. And that was somewhat of a push for all of us, but we were able to advance that. And so this week should be our last week of having to coordinate our own vaccines. And next week, we're hoping to shift to My Turn. So I can ask Chris what percentage he thinks that we're at in the food and ag industry. He should have a handle on that, and I can report that back to the board or to you, Supervisor Tiffany.
Okay. Grower Shipper will also be doing their second vaccination, the second dose on Friday for some of the, I think it was 110 people, I believe. They'll be doing that at Earthbound. Ray Espinosa.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a few more items under this topic here, COVID. I'd like to invite up our Deputy CIO, Edgar Nolasco. He is going to go ahead and present to you a letter that your board had requested concerning what was just discussed now. And we'll be planning to bring back a resolution at our next board meeting. And the clerk of the board is passing out the letters. Edgar.
Thank you, Ray. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. In front of you is a letter that the team prepared, the admin team prepared collaboratively with getting direction from your board. This is a letter that will be going out to Governor Newsom regarding some of the concerns that you have raised about vaccine equity among counties in the state. So if you want to take a second, go ahead and read that. I have a clean copy for all of you to sign. With Supervisor Hernandez being online, I'll meet with him on the side regarding this letter that we are hoping to send out to the state regarding vaccine equity.
Thank you very much.
Any things that we would want to add, Board Chairman?
Use the words.
No, I think it gets the point across. Thank you. Good job.
Well, I appreciate the board's leadership in helping us with this. It was a collaborative effort of Dulce, Gracie, and our CEO, Ray, on getting this out. So we're going to send this out, and we're going to send it out to our Assembly member, Rivas, Senator Caballero, our Congressman Panetta, and CDPH as well.
Can you read that out loud?
Mr. Chair.
We will be sending that out to Assembly member Rivas.
No, can you read this out?
Oh.
Please.
Why don't I share it and it'll be easier?
I think you don't mind reading it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dear Governor Newsom, as San Benito County Supervisors, we thank you for your leadership during this critical time and as your efforts to address the significant health and safety and economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the nation plans for the upcoming allocation, distribution, and administration of the COVID-19 pandemic vaccine, we respectfully request your immediate assistance on several critical issues related to the equitable supply and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines to San Benito County. One of the most disturbing aspects of the COVID-19 virus is the disproportionate harm that it has caused to historically marginalized groups. Out of the 65,490 San Benito County residents, only a small percentage of the population has been inoculated. According to the CDC, our great state is among the worst in the nation regarding vaccine equity. The breakdown of those that have received the vaccine is 0.02 of American Indian or Alaskan Native, 2.1 of Asian American, 0.6% of African American, 30.3% of Latinos, 5.2 of multi-race individuals, 0.03 of Native, Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander, 23.6 are white, 10.5 other, and 27.2 of unknown. While continued efforts on testing and contact tracing are essential, protecting our county residents' health and well-being is critical to us. Equitably expanding the vaccination supply will promote working families to return to a strong economy and normal day-to-day activities. We encourage transparency at every point of the planning, approval, allocation, and distribution process, ensuring vaccination confidence is prioritized among our high-risk groups. San Benito County ranks 12th lowest per population vaccination rate among the 58 counties. Our county is not receiving an adequate number of vaccines to vaccinate our community quickly and effectively. As a rural agricultural county, we expect an influx of migrant agriculture workers coming to our community in the upcoming months. In anticipation of receiving more vaccine doses, the county has collaborated with State Senator Ana Caballero, Assembly Member Robert Rivas, farm worker advocates, growers to develop a regional-based program to vaccinate our vulnerable and essential agricultural workforce. The regional-based approach includes Monterey County, ensures that farm workers who are often seasonal and transient remain healthy. We request the state's immediate assistance to allocate additional vaccine doses. San Benito County continues to rank the 16th highest among the 58 counties for COVID-19 infections per 1,000 residents. Unfortunately, our jurisdiction has cases 8 and 9 nationwide when the pandemic broke out. Currently, 61 cases have resulted in death due to COVID-19. On behalf of the County of San Benito, we appreciate your consideration and look forward to working collaboratively to keep our community safe. Our county is prepared and dedicated to ramping up distribution, getting more shots in arms, saving lives. We thank you again for your leadership during this unprecedented times and welcome the opportunity to discuss solutions with your team. When we work together, we can end this pandemic and return to a life of pre-pandemic normalcy. Respectfully, your board.
Thank you. You can take Sunday off now, okay?
Thanks. So I have a clean copy for you guys to sign. I'll pass it around if that's okay with the chairman.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Edgar.
Any other updates?
Yes, we do have some more items to discuss. I'd like to invite Abdulce Alonso. She's our management analyst, and she'll be reviewing with your board the round 2 of the business grant. And we have our ad hoc here as well. We'll be able to chime in as well. Dulce?
Yeah, so good afternoon, board, or morning still. I'll talk about timelines, number of applicants, how many were approved, and kind of the process. But our timeline, we were targeting notifications to businesses on March 8th through 12th, which we have reached. All businesses have been notified if they are receiving an award or if they have been denied. We're still on target to for the businesses to receive funding March 22nd through April 2nd. And we received total 144 applications. Of those, 59 were awarded a grant, and that totals $550,000. 27 of those received $5,000, 13 received $10,000, 19 received $15,000. And the breakdown of allocation was based on their revenue from 2019. So a little bit, kind of backtrack the criteria. The businesses that were prioritized were the businesses that were forced to close or significantly had to modify operations due to California regional stay-at-home order as of December 6th. So a lot of these business sectors that were awarded include hair salon, barber shops, nail salons, ear piercing sectors, bars, wineries, family entertainment, movie theaters, restaurants, gyms, and outdoor recreations were the ones that were awarded. So I wanted to share that. So of the 550, the board did allocate 750 to go to the program. So there's 200,000 left over from what the board allocated. That later we'll discuss possibly doing a nonprofit grant. I want to thank the committee for being involved and just the committee that when we were going through the application, we did realize there was a significant revenue loss for all the businesses that applied, and sticking straight to the criteria was what staff and the committee did. So really I want to thank Community Foundation for their time, the City of Hollister staff, also San Juan Batista staff, Enrique Aurelia from Workforce Development, and then both supervisors, Colin Kosmicki and Bob Tiffany, that were involved in the very tough decisions that were made. But that's the update on that. If any of the supervisors want to add anything else.
I just wanted to thank Dulce, you and everyone on county staff for the great job. I know you spent a lot of time on this, and anyway, I think it's great. I did want to mention that I know we're going to be talking here in a moment about taking a look at granting for nonprofits. That's next up on the agenda. But as we went through this, and Supervisor Kuzmicki and I have, been talking about this as well, and we mentioned this as we go through the process. As you mentioned, this was a fairly narrow in terms of how we granted the money out, in terms of primarily those that were affected by the stay-at-home orders, closed or substantially modified their businesses. But it was clear that there were some applicants that certainly have been impacted by the COVID, but under our guidelines for round 2, we're not eligible for this grant cycle. So I do think we should take a look at a third round, and particularly now that we know that we do have federal money coming in, which is going to help backfill, as well as fact we didn't fully use the $750,000. I'd like to see us relatively, really as soon as possible, because I think the need is great. Try to open up a third round and make it a little bit more expansive, and maybe particularly focus on those businesses in our community that did not receive grants either in round 1 or round 2. And I suggested if we take a look at the state grant program that's going on right now that we spoke about earlier, we might use similar criteria in terms of how we take a look at the businesses. So anyway, that would be, I'd like to direct staff for us to take a look at that, maybe at our upcoming meeting for round 3 for business as well. So
if the will of the board is there, we definitely can do that.
So I'm sure Supervisor Kuzmicki can add to all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany and Mr. Chair. So just it was great program, great job by the staff, and I'm just very enthused about how it went, and I think we had good reception from the businesses. I just would concur with Supervisor Tiffany. We've spoken about not only the nonprofits, but there is, I think, some need for another round for small businesses, particularly those that didn't receive grant funding in round 1 or 2, and that might be one of the main considerations, I would think, if we do a third round, which would probably be a more modest allocation, I would think, compared to the other 2. And we are going to talk about nonprofits, obviously, so I don't.
Yeah. I mean, I can.
And then we also going to talk about the federal relief and potentially, or I don't know if now is the right time to bring that up, as far as just how the board might be involved with brainstorming.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I mean, I might as well just go ahead and chime in there. So with that, there's $550,000 that's going to be allocated for the business grants. The board did approve $1 million, so we have $450,000 left. We did suggest that we might come back sometime back when we created this program for nonprofits. And so really the will of the ad hoc is to move forward with that, with the board's approval, to expedite that, to get some funding to nonprofits, and probably mirror very closely to what we did before with nonprofits, with the Community Foundation. And that's one of the its that we're going to request of your board, to recommend us moving forward with that. Again, the actual allocation of funding's already been approved by your board. It's just moving that and addressing it with the nonprofits. With that, we really didn't plan on a full presentation yet of the federal stimulus funding that's coming in, but we are going to be receiving a little bit over $12 million. $6 million of that approximately will be delivered to the county within the next couple of months, 60 days from the announcement. And it will be allowed for us to do to spend it in such programs that we've already worked on. And it's something that we kind of talked about beforehand, that it may come about, and it sure did. So I think we anticipated that as a board and as staff, and actually, documented everything so we can get reimbursed for that. So with that, there are some programs that we're already looking at. Broadband.
Yes.
We've been meeting with IT, and one of the things that we're going to have on our first intergovernmental meeting, which will be coming up soon, the City of San Juan Bautista will be administrating those meetings. I talked with the city manager yesterday, and one of the things is going to be broadband and working with the cities as well as the schools on trying to collaboratively use our funding, because each agency is going to be receiving funding, and potentially use that and leverage that funding for broadband. So that's just an example of one of them, as well as around 3 potentially of business grants. And then the other thing is the nonprofits that are actually assisting us, that are actually have been working with us. One in particular has been the Community Foundation, the Chamber. Both of them have been working well with us, and we may, depending on what the ad hoc decides to do, moving forward with the Community Foundation and actually having them run the program, which I think would be advantageous. They already started the process. They're already working on it. And as you see, the ad hoc, there's a lot of work that's involved, and it is very taxing on the limited staff that we have. So I think that would be a great recommendation, and then be a part of the process as well. That's what I would recommend for the ad hoc.
Ray, I might add, we also might involve United Way as well. I know that United Way partnered with Community Foundation, and I think that worked really well. So in addition to Community Foundation, United Way, I would probably add in there. And as you know, I think March 31st, the grant cycle is opening up for Community Foundation, and so if we can tie it together, that makes a lot of sense.
Leverage the funding.
Thank you.
Yes, and I agree. And again, the United Way did help us at the last go around as well. And my recommendation is to come back to your board to assist those nonprofits that have been helping us. They're not going to be applying for the grant most likely because they're doing a lot of the work. But I think it's something that we need to look at and make sure that they're made whole. So, and we'll have plenty of funding for that. So that's really kind of that point. I just wanted to share that with your board, and hopefully we can meet as soon as possible, as soon as the board gives us direction. So,
Can I real quick add though? I see other communities are having discussions about a plan. I think we should have a plan as a board. I think the board should be directly involved in how we, I trust staff obviously, but I think $12 million is a lot of money. $6 million. I feel like there should be a discussion at the board level as far as, how we might spend that money.
Yeah, I apologize, and I should have been a little bit more clear. The $6 million that we actually had before, we had a plan. We had multiple meetings with the board. We allocated different amounts of money that would be allocated. Would be technology, it'll be nonprofits, it'll be businesses. So we'll do the same thing with this $12 million. Probably within the next month or two, we'll come back to your board.
Because I did have the same broadband, for instance. I think is a great area, fits right into what the criteria, I think, and so that's sort of a discussion. I think what else could we do? The nonprofits we talked about, but anyhow, I just feel like there should be another.
And two, as time goes on, just like with the CRF, in the very beginning, there was not a lot of clarity, and as time went on, there was a lot more clarity. They had question and answers for counties and local jurisdictions to glean from and to be able to apply within their programming. So that's the one thing we're also looking for, is looking for a little bit more clarity on some of these things. But there's definitely a 30,000-foot level of what we can do with that money, when I think we should bring that back to your board and talk about that. And then obviously with more clarity, we'll be able to probably come back and revamp that a little bit as well.
And that's what I'm looking at. I did receive a letter and an email from Panetta. And I am pleased to announce that the legislation will provide an estimated $12,180,000. Mm-hmm. Now, just remember, this isn't free money. We're going to pay for this in taxes. We can't just print money and pretend like it's, we have all this money now. I mean, we need to do something with it that will pay dividends. And, you know, that's why me personally, I want most of this money going towards the infrastructure if we can. When I say infrastructure, it is broadband, but it is our roads. Because once again, this money is intended for 60,000 residents, 62,000 residents approximately, because we're going to be paying for these dollars for the rest of our lives. So I don't want people to think that, okay, well, 12 million appears out of nowhere, because it's not. It will increase our taxes. And when we look at it, the most problematic thing we have right now in this county is our roads. So just with that being said, we need to really look at the plan like Supervisor Kosmicki said. We need a plan, but we need to look at this to make sure it pays dividends. And, you know, the biggest dividend we have is our roads, because as the years go on, it'll be more and more expensive to pave those roads. I mean, gasoline right now is at almost $4, I think. So you're looking at the asphalt costs is increasing pretty dramatically. So if the gas keeps going up, guess what? In order to pave roads, to do pothole repairs, it's going to increase that price also. So I do want to come back and look at what we will do with the money, what the rules are.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's rules of engagement for sure, but as I understand what I read, the infrastructure is one of them. So that's just something we can bring back at a later time and talk about.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a pamphlet here of about 15 to 20 pages of allowable expenses, and infrastructure is one, broadband, and some other things. Again, that's the clarifying points that we need to have is what type of infrastructure? Is it just sewage? Can it be roads? And those are the things we need to get a little bit more clarity on. But we definitely bring that back to your board and discuss that.
Supervisor Hernandez, any questions there?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I really appreciate your comment, because that's where my head was at. Definitely with the roads, but a lot more to consider. I mean, I've been kind of reflecting. I mean, today to me is a big reminder. You know, this last week, we're about a year, I think, into 2 weeks. You know, 1 year anniversary from when this first happened, the 2 weeks to slow the spread. And granted, I've made my arguments of why I disagree with this process and how it violated the due process of the community and the equal protections, you know, with picking businesses as an example as essential versus some non-essential. Long and short, I'm not a big fan of stimuluses. I think ultimately the long-term cost, if it's not weighed according to the short-term benefit, which to me means we have to basically implement those dollars to generate a revenue, right? Or to have some kind of a return on investment, right? The roads are obviously a need to our community. I 100% support that. You know, it's funny because even just talking to businesses lately, that's been one of the frustrations is an economy is not like a light switch. You just can't turn it on. You know, talking to many businesses that are suffering, you know, and I'm not just going to mention businesses, but they're opening up, things are starting to pick up for them, but that stability, you know, that unity or that sense of consistency, they're worried. They're worried that they're going to get shut down again for whatever the reason. And it sounds good. The numbers are getting better, which is awesome. You know, I've always been supportive of doing what we can to slow down this virus. Granted, I don't agree that the state should have done it. That's why I brought forward that Healthy Communities resolution. I feel like we should have done that at a local level, and we would have been a lot more mobile and agile to be able to address this issue. But aside from all of that, I would recommend ultimately like a long-term resiliency plan. And I think it should be a very thorough conversation. Resiliency to me means a lot of things. It means stability, and it definitely means consistency. It means that we don't just say we support you businesses through a grant and with all appreciative, you know, my attitude being very appreciative towards the supervisors that were in part of that grant process. I think we need to have more of an advocacy also focus and a support system. But I'm not just obviously, I'm not just to a certain extent advocating for businesses, also to address the mental health element. We just had a PD conversation the public defender, it's been a very thorough process, and I'm not going to get into the details of it, but one thing that really stood out to me was one of the attorneys that we talked to actually mentioned that now they're seeing a huge spike in mental health and substance abuse, drug abuse. These court cases are lasting longer, or they have a longer process because of the complexity of it. And ultimately, that's also a cost. So there's a lot of layers, is my point. There's a lot of layers to what creates cost, and what is it going to take for us to have the focus to rein in that cost and ultimately manage it, and still have an ability to take care of the resources that are needed, that our community needs. And I know that it's funny because when you think about the roads actually take a back seat a lot of the times. And I think it's a big, in my mind, a metric of how our community is either succeeding or failing. When you have good roads, it's usually because you have the resources and the money to manage everything else in the county needs, and the roads are a byproduct of that. To me, it's a good example, and this is what I've learned through these last, a little bit over 2 years that I've been a supervisor. So I support it. All I'm saying is I think we need to have a long-term attitude to address these things. I want to make sure that we have, to a certain extent, a focus to not just have, like I said, grants as an example, for businesses, grants for nonprofits, but we come up with a game plan that says we're going to make sure that we have a long-term game plan to rein in all the costs associated with these tax dollars, like Supervisor Medina mentioned, that we're going to end up paying for. So anyway, I think with that focus of even, like I mentioned, with having a resiliency plan, it'll go a long way to support the needs of our community. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Peter.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
With regards to this grant, the money that's coming in, is there an immediate deadline as associated with the previous grant that came in? Because before, you guys had to spend the money by a certain time frame, use it or lose it in essence. And with this one, not necessarily the case, correct?
Absolutely correct. It's in 2024, the end of 2024. So it gives us a lot more time. However, I think that the need is now as well for some of these businesses and some of the locals. So I think my recommendation to your board is that we take this back to the ad hoc that's been working on this. The economic development ad hoc, I believe, is Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Tiffany, as well as the COVID ad hoc as well. So I think it's probably be advantageous for us to talk a little bit more about this, break out some numbers and put a plan together, a timeline as well. I think that's important. So.
Okay, all right. And then Dulce, one question. The businesses that received the grants, is that a public document? Will that information be released? Because I do not know who's received what or who's applied. Is that something that's going to become public information and shared with the supervisors?
We've actually received a request for this. So we were discussing doing the business name.
It's really difficult as a supervisor to know what's going on when I'm getting things way after the fact. And so please, I just ask respect for the communication to let us know what's going on.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. That's a great question. We are composing a list of businesses that are receiving an award with the prospective amounts. We also got a PRA regarding that, so we're working on that as well. Once we finalize the data, we will be sharing it with the board, so the entire board is aware of who got awarded and how much they got awarded in this round too.
Thank you.
All right, so that's all we have for that particular item.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Ray, do we have to do anything further in regards to the money that we're going to allocate for the nonprofits? I know we talked about possibly allocating $500,000. I know we just allocated $550,000. I mean, is there an issue there that we have to go back to the board for additional monies or not?
No. So the board's already approved $1 million. If you look at item number 5 on the recommendation, staff recommendation, that's the one that's going to trigger more or less the event to move this forward. And basically, the board's going to be delegating authority to myself and the ad hoc with county council's approval to basically run the programs or to disseminate the $450 or the difference of the business grant and the $1 million.
Okay, so basically we have $450,000
$450,000
left here at this
That's right.
point.
That's right.
And then to do something further,
We have to come back to the
we
board.
would have to come back to the board
and discuss
if-
that.
if
And
we-
I think,
if
and
we
I highly
do that.
recommend that.
Yeah.
Because we do need to address some of the items that were just discussed. I think the Community Foundation, the work that they're going to be doing. I know the Chamber's been doing some work, and there's additional work that they're need to address for COVID as well. And so there's just more things that will be coming back to the board. And obviously, a lot of that's going to be coming out of this new grant here, or this new funding that's going to be that's made available. But I think we do need to bring back a robust plan for the board to hear, to discuss, to present ideas and suggestions as well.
And again, just to be clear, the Great Plates program, that's going to be backfilled separately. That does not come out of the $12 million. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, we have to look at the accounting on that. I do know we've had some of our old CRF funding that we were using for that, and then we are getting backfilled from FEMA. So FEMA and the state are backfilling it. There's only going to be about 80,000, 90,000, maybe approximately, but that's all CRF reimbursable. So that's from our prior grant that we had. So majority of it's covered. It's just going to take months, if not a year, to get reimbursed. That's kind of the issue. And so right now we've actually used our general fund to subsidize that. That's kind of the issue.
Okay.
But we could, So anyways.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so like to go ahead and go just to give a quick update on the Great Plates. There have been 12 restaurants that have been serving food, 1.1 million invoices, $1.1 million. Meals served, 525 seniors. And I just wanted to share with you, this is our last week for that program. And I think it's been a great program. And there's been a lot of restaurants that have done a great job. And I think there's been a lot of people that have enjoyed the food as well. So with that, I just wanted to highlight that we'll be ending that program.
What's the end date, sir?
This Friday, 26th. And I'd like to invite up Mike Chambliss. He has just a few minutes or just a few things to discuss concerning enforcement.
Good evening, Chairman, Supervisors. Our program's been running for 67 calendar days at this point. Our officer has visited 48 unique sites, 249 times. I'm happy to report we're still at about 99.8% cooperation and compliance. Unfortunately, we had our first repeat customer last week. It's a special event. We'll be getting that second citation out, and we'll be coordinating with the County Counsel's office next week to begin collections on the first citation. So all in all, things are going well. We've transitioned into the red zone. Our compliance officer has also transitioned to the red guidance, and he's getting the word out on what people can and cannot do and helping them along. We also received 3 emails from some of our customers telling us what a great job he's doing. So in this politically charged climate, we see that as a very good sign.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you, Mike.
questions
Any
for
questions?
Peter? Anything?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir.
That's all.
Anything?
I think that's it. I'm bringing it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press the raise your hand icon on your screen or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Elia Salinas. Okay, really quick, because I only have 3 minutes. First, thank you to Edgar Nolasco for reading the letter so the public could know what was going on. Great Plates program with the new stimulus, will that be extended? I know it's ending this week, but is there going to be reinstated using some of the stimulus money? And it's a really great program. I've spoken to many of the restaurants. I've spoken to many of the recipients of the food, and it was very, very popular. What are the reasons? Were any grants denied to any of the businesses? And if so, what are the reasons for it? With regards to service, the grants coming up for nonprofits, what services should those nonprofits be providing? Are there going to be any guidelines as to that they offer some kind of a service to the community? Definitely, I would like, if it's possible that the funds can be used for roads, it should be used. Although we do have a couple of measures locally here, tax money that's supposed to be used. So if that can be also combined, that would be great. My turn. So can the public health department walk door to door? There are many, many people that still don't have access to Wi-Fi and know how to use the internet to make themselves appointment. Is it possible for these door-to-doors that I'm suggesting is to go into the low-income houses that are multi-units? We're talking about the housing that's over by the senior citizens, 2 complexes over by Rancho School. There's also an apartment complex across the street from Rancho School. There's also a complex on West Side, and I believe it's West Side, and also on San Juan Road, the low-income housing or the farm housing. Any possibility that we can do something like that to try to reach out as to as many people as possible? I know you're thinking about doing mailers or door to door, but we can have somebody walking with an iPad and having them making appointments for them. That would be really, really great. Regarding the third party of Blue Shield, does that place the barrier between the Board of Supervisors and the state on requesting for equity? So now with the state turn around and say, it's not us, it's Blue Shield, how can we still have a voice on getting equity or knowing what's going on getting the dosage, the doses here to our county? So I'm concerned about that. So if somebody can explain that to me, I'd really like to know. Also, I've talked to numerous pharmacies and they're just waiting actually for the go to even go on to outside the tier. They've gotten some really great responses, but I know now it's going to go third party. Tri-Cal hires a lot of people, and they have offered to pay for their own doctors and nurses.
You have been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes. You have been unmuted. Moving on.
Hello?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I did not want to say anything.
Okay.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is England again from San Juan Bautista. And it's amazing the amount of work that San Benito County and the Board of Supervisors and the Health Department have done for the COVID response. I am just amazed listening to this number 15 and how well coordinated, how well everybody is working together. It's just really beautiful. And I really appreciate Supervisor Medina's notice that this is going to raise our taxes. And my own tax man yesterday said, give it a couple of years and your taxes are going to go way up, so conserve. The other thing I would like to again reiterate is to thank all of our county businesses for the tax dollars and jobs they produce that substantially support our health and human services and all that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Jackie Morris Lopez again, constituent in District 2. I'm going to start with comments regarding the health services agenda item number 15. I had a couple of comments and questions. I was wondering, this is for the medical doctor, Dr. G. Gallarducci. How does this new rollout of increased shots to arm affect the news last night about the UK variant found on the Central Coast, specifically the more contagious, potentially deadly, more contagious variant of the COVID vaccine, which was found in Santa Cruz County. Also, my comment about the third party provider, or the TPP, was the acronym that Ms. Belton used, which is Blue Cross or Blue Shield, excuse me. For me, as a healthcare provider, that connotates for-profit, a for-profit medical health insurance for more specification for the public and the board. For me, that translates into cost. Cost to who? Cost to us, the county. Are they going to be taking money off of our allocated funding for COVID? Are they doing this at no cost to manage and acquire the stock for the vaccines and the arms? Was one of my questions. And also, how are we going to ensure that there's going to be equity when it comes to dispensing the vaccines? As the San Juan Bautista resident, I really feel that we really need to maybe do a 1 or 2 time event here in the city. There are a lot of elderly people that don't drive. As you know, we don't have public transit that's very all-encompassing in our county. So I think an effort should be addressed and should happen for our residents in San Juan Bautista. Also, as a healthcare provider, I've reached out several times since May at the local and at the state level to be involved as a volunteer. How does that happen? Who's in charge? I'm ready, willing, and able to do this. Going down to the grant again for the small businesses. Once again, I want to advocate and put this out there for San Juan Bautista businesses. We are smaller than countywide businesses, i.e. meaning that there's sometimes 3 people shops. I think that they're more of a micro business. And how can you tweak or amend the grantee applications to better serve our smaller micro businesses in San Juan Bautista? Thank you.
Thank you.
You have been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes to speak. You have been unmuted. No more comments.
Bring it back to the board. Any questions? Departing questions? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
No questions. I just want to clarify as far as we didn't talk about this, but I think it's a good question. The grant application process. So if businesses were denied, we had very black and white criteria as far as who's eligible. We listed off the industries that were eligible, and as long as they fit the criteria and could show that they lost funds year over year, then they were awarded a grant. There was no discretion whatsoever involved with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one other question that came up. We'll be talking about it, the ad hoc committee, Supervisor Kuzmicki, myself, and county staff. But in regards to nonprofits and the allocation of monies, I think what makes the most sense and what we did with the first round last year was the Community Foundation and the United Way. They are well versed in giving out grants to nonprofits within our community. They do. I was on the Community Foundation board for nearly 20 years. I'm very familiar with the process they go through. It's a very involved process, full vetting, and they certainly, along with the United Way, I think they'll prioritize where the greatest need is. So I think for the most part, it makes sense for us to let them handle it and we kind of get out of the way. But anyway, I just wanted to respond to that question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I
sir.
may just add one more point too as well with regards to the actual Great Plates program. You know, we vetted that, looked at that, worked with the auditing team. The unfortunate thing is we just are going through our general fund, and that was really, I think, the instigator of us looking at shutting it down, as well as seeing the businesses actually open up and us moving to, our county actually opening up. So I think that was one of the deciding factors, as well as it's month to month when we see these approvals from the Fed. So we don't really know when that's going to be. And it's hard. Last time we didn't actually get approval, and the last time we ended the program, we didn't get approval till 2 or 3 days later, and then we ended the program. So with that, I just wanted to share that it's been difficult for us because a lot of the monies have been coming out of the general fund at this point, and we're getting close to the end of the fiscal year, which we have to finalize our budget. So with that, unless there's some big changes or things change for the downturn, then we'll revisit that if we need to.
Okay. Any other questions? See none, this was an informational only? Oh.
Yeah, staff recommendation, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, people were, it's definitely a priority to go through these. Item number, 5 and 6 are important. Yeah, so it'll be up to the $450,000. Yeah, on that one. So, go ahead.
The committee, what do you see?
Well, I'd like to, in regards to 5, I would like to go ahead and delegate authority to County Administrative Officer to approve and execute contracts or purchase orders for goods and services over $50,000 with the ad hoc committee's approval, subject to County Council's review for a second round of nonprofits. And as was mentioned by Ray, that would mean spending up to $450,000 of the original $1 million that was approved by the board previously, with $550,000 spent on the round 2 of business. That would leave the $450,000 for the nonprofits.
Okay.
I'll second.
So that's a motion?
Yeah, I guess that's a motion. Sorry.
And I second that.
That was a mouthful, huh?
There's a first, there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0, motion passes. Now we'll go to number 17? Or 18, they're both the
I
same.
think it was 17.
Well, due to a posting.
Well, yeah,
issue
yeah,
with
it
the
was-
agenda, it's 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, 17 and 18?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll let county council,
Yes. I'm going to start with the introduction, then I'll turn it over to the ad hoc. We have Dan Martin and Irene Luna, the attorneys that are proposed to provide the services from the Fitzgerald firm, present, and then they can perhaps introduce themselves to the board. And then Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Alvarez, and Mr. Chumo are present, and they would ask to reserve public comment until after all public comments received so they can answer any questions that the board may have. Okay, so the staff report was comprehensive, so I'm going to summarize. The county's been in contract with the existing public defenders for a lengthy period of time. The current contracts with Mr. Damcar and the previous contract with Mr. LaForge began in 2010, but they were public defenders before that. Mr. LaForge's contract dated back to July 2001, and Mr. Damcar contract dates back at least to July 2005. And Mr. Cantu's contract was back to September 2013. So even if there had been no other circumstances present, it would have been time to issue an RFP for this service because it's been a period of time since an RFP has been issued due to the service that's just been provided by the existing public defenders. And county issued an RFP in November 2020. It was extended twice to allow it to be extensively advertised. There were 7 applicants who submitted a proposal After a review of the written proposals, 5 were selected for an interview, 4 of which responded and were scheduled for oral interviews. The oral interviews were held by a citizens advisory panel, which will be described by the ad hoc committee. And also the ad hoc members participated in the panel. I was present at the interviews, but was not a participating member of the interview panel. Standardized questions were administered to all the interviewees. The only close decision was for the level 1 firm, which was a close race between Mr. Damkar and the Fitzgerald firm. It should be noted that the Fitzgerald firm applied for level 1, but not level 2 or 3. On the other hand, Harry Damkar applied for both level 1 and level 2, thus due to technical reasons stated in the report regarding the key issues that were shown in the interviews. The tie also would not have been able to be broken by assigning Harry Damkar to first and the Fitzgerald firm to second, because they did not apply for that position. The ad hoc committee, in consultation with the Citizens Advisory Committee, recommended the Fitzgerald, Alvarez, and Chumo firm for level 1, Mr. Damkar for level 2, and Ms. Brown for level 3. After consideration, the ad hoc and staff are recommending that we have direct contracts with Mr. Damkar and Ms. Brown rather than subcontracting those contracts through the Fitzgerald firm. The contract lays out the expectations for the new attorneys. If the board awards the contract, they're expected to hold office hours here in Hollister every day that the court's in session and become active members in this community. I would turn it over to the ad hoc committee if they would like to elaborate on the process.
Supervisor Hernandez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. So I just wanted to thank the board and the committee, the board for supporting us in this endeavor to be an ad hoc and really do a lot of due diligence on what the expectation from the public's the sentiment, because right from the get-go, the ad hoc basically wanted to have public input, so we established a 5-member committee, and we made sure that it was a diverse group. So we truly desired input from the public. And because of that, we found ourselves actually, I think, with a pretty well-versed group of folks that represented different, different interests, different portions of the community. We had a superintendent, from one of our schools. We had a retired officer. We had Diane Ortiz from the youth, from the Hollister Youth Alliance. We had Rick Perez from LULAC. And I think I'm forgetting somebody.
Bianca.
There was 5 of them. So anyway, sorry if I forgot the 5th one. It was off the top of my head. But it was a very thorough conversation. What was that? Sorry.
Bianca Esparza.
Bianca.
Yeah, Mrs. Esparza. She was actually, I think she was probably one of the most introspective folks, because she actually gave us a lot of good basically information on what it means from the public perspective, since she has a connection to the whole process. But so although the process might not have been perfect, it was clear that once the dialogue commenced, that the committee, along with the ad hoc, desired ongoing conversations. That's exactly why you see the second item on the agenda, and that's the ultimate sentiment. So we wanted to set clear expectations and what it meant to rightly represent our community. So through the wisdom of the group, we came up with with basically now, hopefully, not only support for a contract, but really for us to make sure that the public in and of itself is represented rightly. In a nutshell, we just want to make sure that we have some kind of a metric going forward, so that we can make sure that if there's any issues, that it comes to light, that it comes to the ad hoc, and that we bring it back to the board if need be, and ultimately that we have just that strong sentiment that we do want justice to be served to our community. I'm going to sum it. I summed it up, and I'm just going to hand it over. One last item I forgot. I'm sorry. This was not a geographical decision, so we didn't pick committee members based off of location. We just really wanted the diverse wisdom of folks from our community to give us examples from their perspective, ultimately on what representation would look like. So anyway, so I'll hand it over to Supervisor Gonzalez from here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. This was a very interesting process. It was a fair and equitable process. When we were tasked with looking at the RFP for the public defender, one of my primary concerns was to make sure that we included stakeholders who were very familiar and work with individuals who would be subjected to the need of the public defender services. So we went ahead and we made sure that we had, as Supervisor Hernandez said, a diverse background of people, a retired law enforcement officer, superintendent from a school. I made sure that we had LULAC involved because they are a key role player here in the community. I made sure that we had Diane Ortiz, because she is also on the Juvenile Justice Commission. Again, we went to involve individuals who would have intimate knowledge of the legal process and have familiarity with the population that would have need for it. We also involved the community resident, Bianca Esparza, and she brought in such a different perspective because, again, she has no political affiliations, and she was just a member of the community that had firsthand knowledge and experience and saw the way the various attorneys performed and behaved in court. And so it was great to have her on the committee. As I said, we did use due diligence. It was a very comprehensive application process. The RFP was renewed 3 times, and when it was finally in the final stage, we did have, I want to say we saw 7, 8 applicants come in. The committee selected the 5 to come in and interview, and as Barbara mentioned, only 4 of them responded, so we interviewed the 4 of them. We had specific questions that were asked so that way all of the responses would be graded and scored appropriately. As you can see by the ranking in the packet, there were clear preferences as to the finalists and the individual or the firm that was assigned the level 1, level 2, and level 3. We had meetings with the court as well as the district attorney's office, and they went ahead and they expressed some concerns that they wanted us to address. And I believe with the process, as I said, it was fair, it was equitable, it was just, and I believe that we were able to meet all of those concerns that they raised. And with the appointments that we have with the firm for level 1, I think that we met the task that was put to us. And so I'm very proud to announce and to introduce the firm of Fitzgerald, Alvarez, and is it Cuomo?
Jumo, yeah.
Oh, Jumo. Okay, so please come on up and introduce yourself to the community. Yes. And there were 2 particular attorneys that really made the mark for the committee. We were very impressed with the services of the 2 attorneys that would be providing the service if the board approves this contract. But I was just really pleased. I was impressed. And if you look at the overall value and weight of the proposals that were submitted, the 3 finalists that we chose, by far, their RFP were superior to any others. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and Irene can come up too, yes. Go ahead.
Good morning, board, or good afternoon. I want to thank you for having us here and considering us for this responsible position. My name's Mike Fitzgerald. I'm the majority owner of the firm, have been for 3 or 4 years, but I've worked for the firm for almost 30 years in the Valley. And again, this is Dan Martin and Irene Luna. They will be the 2 attorneys assigned to this office. They have both been with our firm for several years, and they're both supervising attorneys in other offices right now, so they're highly experienced, and they volunteered. They wanted to come over here and work in this community. So I'd leave with any questions you would have for any of us, or...
Yes, I have a couple questions for any of you. So the attorneys that actually interviewed with the ad hoc committee, they're the individuals that will be present here in Hollister. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, introduce yourselves maybe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel Martin.
and I'm an assistant chief. I've been with the firm for 14 years, and yes, I was part of the interview process, and I want to personally thank the ad hoc committee for such excellent public stewardship in their thoroughness and giving us an opportunity to answer the questions and just explain a little bit about where we're from.
And one of you or both of you speak Spanish, I take it?
That is me, yes.
Okay.
And this is, who would be the assistant chief, is Irene Luna.
Irene Luna, nice to meet you.
And do you speak Spanish?
I do not fluently. I took it through college. I'm not very comfortable
No,
with my
no.
legalese.
But one of you is fluent in Spanish?
Yes.
Okay. And you will have an office here that is walking distance from the courthouse?
It looks like at this point, we're probably going to be making arrangements to lease the space that's currently being occupied by Mr. LaForge.
Okay, thank
Who
you.
will be leaving practice. And we're also going, looks like we'll be employing his administrative assistant, Lupe, who is also bilingual, so.
And how about any private investigator? Is there anything of that nature?
We're going to be, we talked to one briefly yesterday. We're just kind of waiting to see what happens today, and if the board does give us this responsibility, we will be talking to at least 2 local.
They will be local, correct?
Yes, we'll be talking to them, and hopefully we will putting them on. Obviously, they have to decide they want to work for us also. So.
Oh, no, definitely, but I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that
they will be local.
Okay.
They're the local ones now. I think one of them works for Mr. LaForge, and I'm not sure who the other one is working for at this point.
Those are really the only questions that I have. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Can I interrupt really quickly? One of the concerns that the court had too was that they maintain a local office, and we were informed yesterday that they are looking at the forges, so that was one of the concerns. And then the local investigators. So again, they're already doing what they need to do to prove to the community and to the board that they're deserving of this opportunity.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily have any questions. I appreciate, I met with the members of the firm yesterday briefly on Zoom and had an opportunity to talk with them. I feel comfortable that you're qualified to be the public defender here. But I will be frank that I'm somewhat concerned about the process. I think the ad hoc committee, I appreciate the review selection. I think we have to be transparent that when you, as far as I can tell in the review packet, when you went through the process, the number one, there were 2 firms that were tied for number 1. And then the review committee, it sounds like, broke the tie, essentially. So I would have, as much as I like all of you, I would have preferred at that point to have seen both of those firms brought forward for consideration from the board. That's just me, unless the ad hoc committee can elaborate as far as specifically why, the Fitzgerald firm stood out as they did over Harry Damkar.
Peter, do you want me to take this?
Go ahead, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay. Both Supervisor Hernandez and I suggested that we go ahead and go with this firm. They had so much more to offer in terms of their background, their experience. Harry Damkar is coming in and he is staying as part of the contract. He will be at a level 2. And so I believe that we were meeting all of the purposes and all of the concerns that might have been raised. That I just feel that as a firm, they had so much more to offer than Mr. Damkar.
On my side, I believe in delegation. I believe I can't be every place at the same time. That is why I really look at you and Supervisor Hernandez for the leadership on this. So I would definitely concur with your decisions. You met with them. You spent a lot of time. I did speak to some of the local judges, and their main concerns have been answered, I believe. One of them was a local office. One of them was Spanish speaking. So as long as you and Supervisor Hernandez take this decision with this group in front of us, I concur with your decision.
Thank you.
Anything else, Supervisor Kazmicki?
No, again, I think this is a great choice for this job. Like I said, I think it would have been a little, maybe for future decisions like this, maybe a little more clarity. Maybe that could have been in the staff report as far as, what separated them outside of just the ad hoc. And again, I would concur with Chairman Medina that this isn't a slight on the ad hoc members. There's no perfect way of doing these things, especially when you come through the process, and it's pretty amazing that they wwere tied to begin with. So then you're in you put together a process. You're not expecting there to be a tie per se that was 1.43 or 47 or something like that. So I do appreciate the ad hoc committee, and I do have confidence that you, going through the process, meeting with this firm and these attorneys, that you used your best judgment. So thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany.
Yeah, just a couple of things I thought that both the attorneys as well as maybe Barbara could, educate the public on, I'm aware of, but maybe give us a little bit, first of all, a little bit of the background of your firm and the fact that you essentially do the same job in other counties. I think that would be helpful for the public to know that. Maybe you can give a little background on that. And then also, Barbara, maybe you can explain how this level 1, level 2, what level 3 works with our, with Harry Damkar and Pamela Brown involved as well.
Okay.
So those are 2 questions or comments. Thank you.
And I'll turn it over to you to go first, and then also maybe add what benefits that a larger firm with additional resources has to add too. And then I'll go about the different levels.
Yeah, I want to bring Mr. Alvarez up, and
Or I can
actually going to have him handle that part.
I'll start with the levels, and then I'll turn it over to you. So,
Barbara, if I may, also to this decision to bring in new counsel, that weighed heavily on me. There had been considerable concern from the court for a very long time, and it was brought to our attention in the midst of our finalists looking at the candidates that the courts had been reaching out to the county for quite some time. I saw an email dating back to 2017. A letter came to light that was dated March 10th, 2020, that we saw as supervisors. So the courts have been concerned with the existing public defenders and the service that they had been providing. And I do not want to single out one particular public defender or shame them, but there was some serious concern from the courts. So that was my reasoning for going with an outside firm as opposed to the local firm that was here as the tiebreaker. Because again, the courts had some concerns. Coming from my personal background, born and raised here, I went to law school because of my personal experience with the courts and seeing how justice wasn't always doled out fairly. And so I came from a background, but I also looked at the letters from the courts, the conversation with the district attorney as well as the judge, and those were my reasons. So just, I didn't take it lightly. It was a very serious process that I took.
on the levels, so when a criminal defendant is appointed counsel, it goes to the first level, which is normally would be an in-house public defender's office, but we contract out everything to the different levels. So it'd be level 1, and if there was a legal conflict of interest so that firm could not represent that client, then it would go down to level 2. And then if there was another conflict, it would go down to level 3. So there's 3 levels, and that we have the 3 different levels, so there's as very limited as possible for clients to go outside that, which were then appointed to attorneys on an hourly basis. In addition, if there's 2 defendants in a case, or 3 or 4, et cetera, the first defendant would be appointed to level 1, the second defendant would be appointed to level 2. And the goal, I think at one point in the distant past, we probably had 2 levels of conflict, contracted attorneys, and then we added a 3rd level to prevent conflicts from going outside. The goal, one of the goals that we have is that there's going to be less conflicts. So hopefully the first level will be taking more of the cases right now going forward if they don't have any existing conflicts with this area. So there should be less cases going to level 2 and level 3 than they do currently. In addition, because the ad hoc was so impressed with Pamela Brown's representation of juvenile delinquents, there was a change. Normally the juvenile delinquents are handled by level 1, and it was decided that she would keep her juvenile delinquency clients in service level 1 for the juvenile delinquents. And then, if there's a conflict, then it would go back up to level 1. So there's, that was one of her particular strengths, and she's able to present those cases very clearly to those individuals, and they want continuity in that matter. So, they're going to be level 1. If the board approves that, then Harry Damcar would be level 2, and Pamela Brown would be level 3, except she would keep her juvenile delinquent clients.
And just to be clear, currently, Harry is level 2.
Yes.
And Pamela is level 3, with the exception of the juvenile you
Well,
mentioned. Yeah.
she is right now, but prior to January 31st, she was working under Greg LaForge. I'm sorry. So right now it is Harry, then Art, and then Pamela Brown since January 31st. And they've been taking on an hourly basis, 50-50. The cases from Greg LaForge have been split between Mr. Damcar and Mr. Cantu.
Okay, thank you.
And just to address the other concerns, my name is Antonio Alvarez. I'm the Alvarez and Fitzgerald Alvarez and Chumo. And just as a background for the firm, we provide public defender / indigent defense services in 5 separate counties. We are the primary, or I think you term it here, first level, which is the public defenders in Madera, Calaveras, and Amador counties. And we provide conflict defense services in Merced and Fresno County. We have been in Madera and Fresno for 30 years and approximately 20 years in Calaveras and Amador, and about 4 years in Merced. And so we're a firm of 93 attorneys that do criminal defense work almost exclusively. And so the benefit of having or going with a firm like ours is that we do have that specialty. We will have 2 full-time attorneys that are going to be members of this community that both volunteered to move to this area, and will be doing so. But besides these 2, and both are very experienced, Mr. Martin has been an attorney since 2006, Ms. Luna since 2007. And both have handled all types of cases, everything from juvenile matters, dependency matters, to homicides. And so there's a vast array of experience between these 2. But in addition, there's 91 other attorneys that they are in contact with, they're a part of. And so this county can benefit from that as well. We are close enough that if there's an unforeseen situation, we can have an attorney here in under 2 hours if necessary. But more than that, it's the experience that they provide that we can, that we handle, because that is what we do full time. And so, we have 14 attorneys, I believe, that are death penalty qualified. We have 21 attorneys that exclusively handle juvenile matters, dependency, and delinquency. And so again, there's not any type of cases that we have not been able to handle. And with Mr. Martin and Ms. Luna, again, both are very active members of the bar associations and the communities they're in. Mr. Martin is coming from Madera, Ms. Luna from Fresno. I believe Ms. Luna is a chairperson, a vice chairperson for the Hispanic Lawyers Association. Mr. Martin is also involved in those types of activities, and both fully intend to ingratiate themselves into this community and be strong, productive community members.
Thank you. Any other questions for firm? Mr. Hernandez, any questions?
No questions, just some final comments, Mr. Chair. Just to let the community know that this was I've mentioned before, it was a thorough process, but there was a strong filtering process of basically assigning what is going to be most successful for our community as far as representation from the different levels, the caseload obviously being higher with a level 1. So there was a lot of vetting and detail, and ultimately at the end of the day, there was a lot of boxes checked to make sure that we didn't ignore anything. And ultimately going forward, I would say the stronger sentiment is that we have an ongoing process to always reflect back on today, on the issues, what caused us to go through this whole process. And ultimately from the committee conversations, I think it's going to help direct us, which I believe Supervisor Gonzalez would agree that we're focused now that every, to a certain extent, there's going to be a reminder every year that we bring this back with some kind of, sentiment with the ongoing ad hoc, the Brown Act ad hoc committee, Brown Act committee. But with that we find ourselves basically saying, what could we do better? How could we make sure to tighten it up? How do we involve the public in this conversation? And ultimately, how do we make sure that the right attorneys are in the respectful positions, right? So, and right now we have a strong confidence in the structure that was established. And it could be that Mr. Damcar or Brown, end up being at level one day, or at the end of the day, I feel like we're gonna learn a lot from today's decision on how to better it. Those are my final comments, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you for your time and coming to this decision. Anyone else? We'll bring it back. We'll ask for some public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You can unmute your mic. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Mary Shaw Coran. I was a little surprised when an outside firm was chosen for the public to in the role of public defender, because I personally always support local folks first. But I do appreciate Supervisor Gonzalez and Fernandez's explanation of why they have gone out of county to hire the current firm. So I hope it works out, because I think it is a very important role. The fact that we have quite a few people who really need public support for their defense. And I think oftentimes they don't get what they need. So I hope that this new firm will work out. I appreciate everyone's effort in the committee that reviewed this matter. I did have one other side comment about this topic, which is I'm in a group that's waiting to speak on item number 16, and we were a little bit shocked that you moved this item ahead of us. We have quite a few people waiting, and so I do want to just mention the supervisors, if you could be cognizant of the fact that some folks actually have dropped off because they were waiting to talk about item 16. So thank you very much for your time.
I did announce that at the beginning of this regular agenda. We took a poll of our members and we agreed to move number 17, 18 after 15. So my apologies, but that was my decision.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Elia Salinas. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is a really important topic for me. So I know that you said that these law firms were vetted. There was only 7 applications at the most. I would like to know and confirm that the RFP was sent to the California Public Defenders Association and minimal to the Santa Clara County Bar Association. I spoke to attorneys up there and they don't recall seeing any notice with regards to this opening. My concern is that because there were so limited of applications, and I realize that you did it 3 times, but we still have 2 names that are going to be used in this county. And those are the concerns that I stressed why we got into this situation and going out for an RFP. Again, I would like to see somehow a study to see if we can hire our own. I think there are plenty of young attorneys out there that are willing to come and work in San Benito County if we were to do some kind of a study to hire. The fact that the courts our local courts have concerns about our local contractors, public defenders, should be a big concern to the ad hoc committee and to the board members themselves, because we still have two names that are still on there. This law firm, obviously the conflicts will be minimized because they're from out of county. And I find it odd that they're willing to move here for a year, because this contract is only going to be until April of 2022. There's a lot more. I only have 3 minutes, and there's a lot of concerns. And I know that you got input from the public. I wanted input, but obviously I was not chosen, and you all know why. There's a big concern. This is a contract for 1 year. I'm willing to go for 1 year, but I think as a whole of supervisors, be wary. You need to talk. You need to read those letters. You need to find out what's going on. The concerns for me was people were not showing up. The attorneys were not showing up until the day of court. They weren't even meeting with them. They weren't even going to the jails to talk to them. I would like to have both new attorneys. I'd like to know how much years experience they have in criminal law. And I would actually like both of them to be bilingual, but unfortunately there's only one. But thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
No more public comments.
Bring it back to the board. We're going to wait for a second till Mr. Tiffany is back. But
Do you want me to?
do you want to give us how many years of experience you have, if you don't mind? Some filler time, sorry. I just want to,
So, I, Daniel Martin, have 14 years of experience. I'm qualified to handle the most serious cases in the state of California, which are capital murder cases. In fact, I've done almost 20 murder trials. I've done almost, or maybe a few more than 100 jury trials. And so I have about as much experience as can be required of a
Say the
defense.
jury trials again. How many jury trials do you think? It doesn't have to be exact.
It's about 100, 105. And I'll defer to Ms. Luna for her qualifications.
Thank you.
Yes, I have been practicing since 2007. I have been with the firm 7 years. April 8th will be my 7-year anniversary, so that's been solely in criminal defense. The first part of my career was in civil litigation, but I also, in addition to the 7 years here, have 9 months at the Fresno County Public Defender's Office, which is an extremely heavy caseload.
Thank you. And most of the Fresno, just out of curiosity, was that there was probably no court?
I'm sorry.
Did you actually go to trial in any of the Fresno cases?
I have about 10 jury trials.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll bring it.
The county did reach out to the California Public Defenders Association, the California Attorneys for Criminal Justice, the National Association of Public Defenders, the Merced County Bar Association, the Santa Clara County Bar Association, Monterey, I believe, County Bar Association, Santa Cruz County Bar Association, and I believe Merced County Bar Association. This was all done by the office manager in our office. And also it was advertised in the Daily Journal, Western Cities Magazine, and also posted on Indeed, which is
Thank you, Barbara.
And the duration of the contract, just for clarification?
3 years for the main contract, level 1, with a 120-day termination clause, and it's 1 year for the levels 2 and 3.
Okay, well, personally, back to the board here, I feel we have done our due diligence. And once again, I commend the hours that were spent between Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Gonzalez, which really came up with this suggestion here. So I'd be the first to say that I support the decision you made, but just want to hear it from the board. Is there a motion or?
I don't know if I could move to approve my own item.
Yes, you can.
Can I?
Yes. You're the most qualified.
Okay, let me get the agenda item up then so I can read it properly. So then I move that we approve, wow, there's so much on here.
Per staff recommendation.
Well, I gotta find it.
It's page 274.
Okay, he's giving him, okay. So I move that we approve the contract with Fitzgerald Alvarez, and I'm gonna slaughter this one again, Timono, for Indigent Defense Services, Level 1, effective May 1st, 2021. Approve the extension of current existing contract with Harry Damcar, Art Cantu, and Pamela Brown, our existing public defenders, to April 30th, 2021, and authorize the CAO to sign, authorize amendment of the contract of Harry Damcar for Level 2 services and Pamela Brown for Level 3 services, effective May 1st, 2021 through April 30th, 2022. And authorize, if desired, and I don't think we really spoke to this, the board, is to establish a standing Brown Act committee to be formed to provide oversight for provisions of the Public Defender Services and authorize posting of vacancies.
Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Let's do a roll call vote on that one. I'm sorry.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Welcome aboard. Yes.
Now, we will now,
No, real quick. I just want to thank you all for the confidence you're showing us.
sorry about that, sir.
Yes, I just want to thank the confidence you are showing us, and we will not let this community or this county.
Oh, we won't
like
let it.
everything.
Saying is, we won't let you let us down.
No, we won't. We'll bring it back to the board, and we're going to adjourn for a closed session. And we'll return at 1:35. Barbara, can you?
Yes, do we want, okay. We might not need a full hour.
Not yet. No, we might need a full hour. Are you going to call out?
Pardon?
Are you going to call out both of them?
Yes, but Mark, Supervisor Medina, do you really want a full hour for those two closed sessions?
Half an hour?
Half an hour?
Half an hour, is that okay? So we'll need Vice Chair. Supervisor,
give us an announcement of when we come back?
1:15?
You need to announce out that we'll be back. We're revising the time. Pull up.
Yeah, let me read it into the record and and then you can announce that we'll be back at 1:15 perhaps. Our Resource Management Agency, Conference with Real Property Negotiators, Property 2100 Cienega Road, Hollister, APN 020-170-046, Agency Negotiator Benny Young, negotiating parties Lannis and Ward Enterprises, David Lantis, Stephen Ward, WT Capital Lender Services, Deborah Franciconi, under negotiation price and terms of payment, or both. 23 conference with pursuant to section 54956.95 workers' comp liability, claim number TIBT 600149 and TIBU 0600258, San Benito County, Trindale, member of Trindale Insurance Fund is the agency claimed against, and that is it. And then for Supervisor Gonzalez or Supervisor Medina to announce that what time we'll be returning.
Read it into the record.
Okay, so we'll take a half an hour for lunch, so at
1:15. Let's just do 1:15.
1:15, okay.
Make it simple. And then we need public comment as well.
Is there any public comment? In regards to the closed session?
Comment, please raise your hand by pressing raise your hand on the screen or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
We can't hear anything. I don't know if you can hear me or not. We can't.
Yes, we can hear you.
Speak.
I just got a text saying that it wasn't audible. Do you want me to reread the closed session?
Yes, go ahead for the record, read the closed session one more time. Can you please hold, Roseanne?
Okay. We have 22 is conference with real property negotiators, 2100 Cienega Road, APN 020170046 in Hollister. Agency
There's no
negotiator.
sound coming into Zoom.
No sound?
Try it again, please.
Okay, conference with real property negotiator, property 2100 Cienega Road, Hollister, APN 020170046, agency negotiator Benny Young, negotiating parties Lantis and Ward Enterprises, David Lantis, Stephen Ward, Capital, WT Capital Lender Services, Deborah Franciconi, and under negotiation price and terms of payment. 23, conference with pursuant to 54956.95 workers' compensation, TIBT 600149 and TIBU 600258, agency claimed against San Benito County member of Trindell Insurance Fund.
Okay, is there any public comment?
If you'd like to comment, please press raise hand or press star 9. No comments.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll resume at 1:15. Council?
There was no
Report out, please.
reportable action.
No reportable action. This takes us to number 16. I'll let Joel and Mr. Young take care of this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Espinosa, County Council. This item is back at your request. We came to you in February, on February 23rd, and you asked that we bring this item back to you for a possible decision with regard to how we might move forward on this date, and so we're here at your request. At the time, we reported on February 23rd, we reported that the project was on hold and had been since November of 2020. Subsequently, the applicant clarified on March the 10th that they wish to proceed, complete their application, and process their case. And
At this point in time, is it completed or still in process?
no, it's been on hold since November 4th, so nothing has happened other than they sent a clarifying letter indicating that they would prefer to reopen the case.
So it's still in process?
Complete the application.
Okay. So,
Their
but the application is not completed?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So with the help of County Council, we've outlined 3 options for you to consider. And one would be to take no action. The second would be to refer it to the Planning Commission for a recommendation with regard to a possible early denial. The third would be to refer it back to the Planning Commission and staff to perhaps prepare an early screening process for San Benito County, which doesn't exist right now. And then if you decide to do that, we would request that you give us further direction with regard to whether you want to do that prospectively or after a certain date. And then whether or not you would like to have an urgency ordinance if you choose to exercise option 3.
And an urgency ordinance requires 4/5 of a vote. Is that correct? Thank you.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The staff recommends that you select option 1, take no action, or option 3, to refer it back for further work on an amendment for early screening. And that completes the RMA's portion of the report, Mr. Chair, but I think Mr. Ellenwood or County Council would like to also add to what I've presented to you.
And just for transparency purposes, we do have, I believe it's Scott Fuller that will be speaking also on behalf of the applicants. Am I correct?
That's correct. He's asked to be listed as a panelist, and I believe that the county clerk has enabled that with your concurrence.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. Joel Ellenwood, the Assistant County Counsel, and I prepared a confidential memorandum that I distributed to all of you, which provides further background, the legal basis for the recommendations. There is obviously a letter from the applicant's attorney that you've all received on, it was dated March 10th. And last night there was a letter from another attorney, Jonathan Weissglass, also addressing the board's options. And I would say that they are polar opposites. On the one hand, insisting that you do nothing on the part of the applicant to allow their application to proceed through the normal process that's outlined in the San Benito County Code. And then Mr. Weissglass's letter, which is really not revelatory because the case he cites primarily deals with the fact that you do not need to comply with CEQA if you are going to deny a project. You don't even need to process a EIR for a project that you are going to deny. And that is black letter law. It's written into CEQA, the fact that the case states that also, and that for legislative actions, and that's what we're talking about here, a general plan amendment, for legislative actions, many of the assertions made by Mr. Priest in his letter simply don't apply. So I can't, it's not prudent for me to discuss those things in greater detail because it might put the county at disadvantage should there be a future legal challenge. But I'd be happy to discuss that with you if you wanted to continue the item and set up a closed session for a future meeting. But apart from that, the board has full authority to exercise any one of the three options that have been outlined for you in the staff report. The basis for the county council's evaluation of those options has to do with potential risks. Our job as county council is to keep the county out of court. And if the board wishes to take an action that's likely to put the county in litigation, to do that in a way that is most advantageous for us to prevail in litigation. And of course, no responsible attorney can tell you with any certainty that if you bring a case under certain facts and circumstances that you're going to win or not win. Or many times clients ask for what the odds of prevailing are. And frankly, there are too many factors at play to be able to responsibly give an option, an estimate of those things. And so I do not want to get into detail discussion of the merits or demerits of the argument, but it is fundamentally a policy decision on the part of the board as to which of the three options you wish to pursue. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that are appropriate for me to address in a public forum.
How many general plan amendments can we do per year?
There is a statutory limit to doing 4 general plan amendments a year. However, that's 4 separate processing occasions. And you can combine as many general plan amendments in each of those 4 occasions as you wish. Other cities and counties have a winnowing process, if you will, in which they accept applications from private parties for general plan amendments, say twice a year, and they make decisions as to which ones they want to go forward on. And that's an early review process to select either which ones are going to go forward or which ones are going to be denied outright. Those jurisdictions have criteria to apply in making those choices. And then, so that's what the process is that we're suggesting in option 3. There are at least half a dozen different jurisdictions, cities and counties that have that process. They're each a little bit different in how they operate. And if you chose option 3, our suggestion is that you allow the Planning Commission to review all of those alternative approaches and to make a recommendation as to the board for which one they would recommend your adopting.
One more question, and I'll leave you alone. When you're looking at the general plan amendments, what I'm seeing is there is a reimbursement agreement that you do when you bring on a client or a developer. But that also, even though we're paid in full, that takes time away from other things our staff could be doing. Am I safe to assume that, Mr. Young?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we serve at the pleasure of the Board of Supervisors and our customers, and we would do our best to process whatever cases are filed with us.
But it does take a lot of time, even though we're being paid.
Yes, sir.
It does take time away from other things the county
Potentially.
staff can do, because we don't hire additional staff just to work on the general plan amendment.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor.
Just a question, Mr. Chair.
I'll go with Supervisor Tiffany
sorry.
first. I'll go
Yeah,
Supervisor
go ahead,
Tiffany.
Supervisor.
Well, I was just going to ask a question of Joel, but just you mentioned this the last time this came up a month ago, to option number 2. This county, although some counties do, this county has never directed an early review of an item, to your knowledge at least. And that's the reason for you presenting an alternative 3 as a possibility. But again, I just wanted to have you reiterate the fact that what you said at the last meeting when we came up was that in the past, at least, the policy has been to not go to an early review. And I guess to Mark's question, I mean, certainly whether it be this project or the myriad of projects before this, staff has had to, get in the middle of different things that ultimately didn't go forward in other situations too, as well. So anyway, I just wanted clarification on that point number 2.
I really
on 2.
can't, I've only been with the county a year and a half or so, and I am not intimately familiar with the history of general plan amendments or privately initiated general plan amendments. So I can't speak to that. I can only speak to what the state law allows the county to establish procedures for initiating general plan amendments. And in accordance with that state law, the county adopted Chapter 19.29, which sets forth the process that the county of San Benito applies to it. And that process does not explicitly include a early review process, as a number of other counties and cities do. This is, again, it's a legislative act, and as Mr. Weisglass points out, and it's black letter law, the standard of review that a court would look at for legislative decisions is very broad and deferential to local legislative, as long as there is a reason stated and that's articulated and consistent with the evidence before this body, then a court is not going to second guess that decision. That standard is referred to as arbitrary, capricious, and what Mr. Weisglass left off in his citation is, and in accordance with law. And the phrase "in accordance with law" focuses both on the state statutes for general plan amendments, but also locally adopted ordinances for general plan amendments. And because our local ordinance does not explicitly include a provision for early review, the argument can be made that we're not operating in accordance with law. But a court is also going to be deferential to the jurisdiction's interpretation of its own ordinance, and so it's possible to make an argument that the fact that it doesn't explicitly include that the county's still entitled to do that, and The court may uphold that, but the court may then, court may also say, well, look, that's not in your procedures. We're going to make you go back and follow your normal procedures until or unless you amend them. So the safest course of action is to actually, if that's what the board wants to do, is to establish an early review rather than do it on a ad hoc project by project basis, is to write in the procedure for doing that and then apply that procedure to any pending applications.
So just as a follow-up, and this may be more for Barbara or you, Ray, putting aside the legal part of it, are you aware of, you've both been with the county for quite some time, have we done an early review previously?
I don't recall any early reviews. The closest thing that I can recall is when they brought a definition change to the Planning Commission and asked whether they consider specific use to be under that definition, I think, before they processed a conditional use permit. But I don't recall anything similar that I can think of.
But generally speaking,
It was contemplated
Right,
back
you
in
mentioned-
2018, I think, 2019.
2018 in April.
Yeah.
but the board chose not to.
No, the board did not choose not to.
It was delegated to come back at a future board meeting.
Okay, okay. But anyway, I guess my point is that if we were to go outside, that would be something new to the county. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kazmicki.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on that, though, just to be clear, in your judgment, you've made it clear that we have the legal right to send it to the Planning Commission for an early review.
The board certainly has that discretion. But as I said earlier, our job in providing advice and counsel to this board is to avoid litigation if possible and to create the strongest possible defense if litigation is inevitable. And we have an explicit threat of litigation in Mr. Price's letter saying that if you go forward with this process of an early review, we're going to sue you and allege all of these claims. So it's not a hypothetical. We have an actual threat here that we're dealing with, regardless of how meritorious it is. It's something that has to be taken into account in taking risks.
Yeah, but if a board of supervisors or a city council set policy and based on threats of litigation, we wouldn't get anywhere.
No, that's correct, and we're not suggesting that a threat of litigation is the basis for making a decision. It's one factor to be weighed.
Yeah.
And so if you had to rank those, if I had to rank those three options that are in front of you in terms of risk of litigation, number one would be the least risk. Number two would be the most risk. And number three would be somewhere in between, and one that would allow you to achieve the objective of creating an early review and applying it to this and have the best chance of prevailing in any litigation.
Got it. But just again, to reiterate, our own county counsel's office is the entity that gave me specifically the initial advice that this route was a legal route to go. If we had an interest in pursuing an early denial of the general plan amendment, our own county counsel's office gave us this direction, and I have more comments, maybe after the public speaks, but I will say that, is it a surprise to anyone that they threaten litigation? I mean, that I would have bet, if I had $1 million, which I don't, I would have bet $1 million that they would have threatened litigation. So I don't think that should play really any role in our decision up here as a board. I don't think it's responsible of us to even consider it, to be really frank. I just don't think the threat of litigation should even be part of the conversation. That's That's
Well,
my,
as an attorney, it's always a part of the conversation when I evaluate the options.
yeah.
So,
That we've communicated the choices to the board, and then it's up to the board to weigh those decisions. And if we can provide any further information, then we're happy to do so, but it's really a decision for the board after you receive.
Yeah, I don't understand what your comment was that legal counsel told us. I mean, I heard something different, I guess, because when I spoke to legal counsel, we don't have a policy in place. We don't state, the state policy state, correct me if I'm wrong, because we had a long talk about this, Joel, is the state policy states you can go for an early review.
Yeah.
If
it's broader than that. The state allows the local jurisdiction to set the rules.
Set the rules, but we-
for initiating
yes,
general
but we
plan
don't have those rules. We
We do have rules.
but not saying for an early review.
That's correct.
Whereas if we sat up here and we went with number 3, we directed staff to prepare an amendment with early review, then we have the standing chance to say, hey, it's in our policy, this is our procedure, and that's why we're doing an early review, not just on this one. I'm talking about 5, 10, 20, 30 years down the road. That's why I feel it's extremely important that we have a policy, and then we use that policy to do early reviews on this project and projects in the future.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and I totally agree with you. I think we have to have an early review policy. That's just also my view. But I'm referring to a month ago, basically, when I initially brought it up and asked for a recommendation. I had talked to them offline.
Yes, so did I.
You know, and the recommendation was if you want to go down the route of potentially denying Strata Verde now, this is how you legally could do it as a legislative act versus a quasi adjudicatory act. You can send it to the planning commission, and we had very specific discussions about you actually have to send it to the planning commission as opposed to just as a board approving it. And that's all I'm referring to.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And this is all different now. They came forward with new recommendations with different options. I just wanted to make it clear that we did have that conversation a month ago or so, and they presented us multiple options now, which I think is a responsible route for our county counsel's office. I just want to make it clear that they have stated to us that we can legally send it to the planning commission if we so choose for an early denial. I think that's separate for me from the whole notion of, I think we could do both personally, and that's just my view. I mean, I think we could send it to the planning commission while we're setting up a process for an early denial, or we just go with the early denial. My only concern with that, with the process, is that, and I was going to get, my question was, how long does an application process like this take? Is there an expectation on timing as far as, are they going to complete their application this year, early 2000? Do we have any?
We have no idea.
Okay.
When they're going to come up with a new proposal. They said they're going to do a new proposal. We have no idea what it is. And so there's nothing to process at this point. There are provisions of the state law called the Permit Streamlining Act that that sets timelines for processing applications that are not purely legislative in character. They are like a subdivision map or a conditional use permit. But zoning and general plans are legislative in character. So there's no timeline that applies to that they can say you must do so, within, this a specified timeline.
Okay.
It's entirely up to the discretion of the legislative body how long it takes and what the process is.
But in the motion, you can put whatever's in the pipeline.
If you want the early review process to apply to any application, regardless of when it was initially filed.
So you can put that
You
in-
can do that.
Yeah.
That's one option.
Mr. Tiffany,
available.
I know you. had a
Well,
question.
I just wanted to follow up, and I want to be clear that, I mean, I agree with Supervisor Kozmicki on one point, and that is that I think the dueling letters between, one side and the other side don't in any way impact my decision, and I'm not really worried about litigation. I know we're going to talk about this probably after public comment. We'll each speak on this, but, I want to make sure that there's been a lot of talk about this early review. The other option, which I think is the right option, is to let this play itself out, which is option number one. If we choose to look at early review for future projects, that's a whole nother issue. And I would suggest we look at something like that somewhere down the road, separate that out. But anyway, I just want to, because of the conversations where it's going right now, I just want to be clear that, there's another direction that I think is the proper one. So anyway, that's the only thing I would say.
And really, the decision for the board today is, what do at least three of you agree on? Is how we should move forward. That's a policy decision for this board to make, and we've laid out the options.
Or 4 if you want 3B.
What's that?
If you want 3B, it'd be 4 people.
Well, yes. I mean, that's an additional step, correct.
Supervisor Gonzalez, anything?
I actually am going to hold my comments until after I hear public comment, but I do want you to explain again, and I know we beat this like a dead horse, but I do want you to explain to the community how, though Measure N was defeated at the ballot, why we are here today still. Because that's a question I keep hearing. I saw an email earlier today. I can't believe Stradivari is still being talked about. Why are we still talking about it, even though it was defeated in November? Can you please explain that? Not to me, but to the typical person who is listening in on Zoom right now.
Okay. So there are two ways to go about making land use decisions in California. One is through the ballot box, through an initiative, and that can be brought by citizens or by developers or anything else. And one of the issues from a professional planner's perspective about ballot box planning is that you take it or leave it. This is the proposal. It's fixed for good or bad, warts and all, good points and bad points. They're all fixed, and it's an up or down, black or white decision, yes or no. That's what the Stradivari Innovation Park specific plan, general plan initiative called for the citizens to do. It was defeated. At the same time, they had a already pending application that really wasn't complete because they didn't add the specific plan component that was included in the initiative. The fact that it was that specific proposal was defeated does not prevent them from filing through the normal process. And from a planner's perspective, the normal process has many advantages. One of the advantages is that it's subject to multiple opportunities for public participation and input. And I have seen in my career of 40 years that projects going through that process change and evolve. And a project that is initially very controversial can be modified as a result of public participation and result in a project that is almost unanimously supported. It's almost a miracle that happens, and it happens infrequently, but it does indeed happen. So going through the normal process allows a project to evolve and change over time. We don't know what the Stradivari developer is going to propose. There have been rumors or intimations that they might buy out Tri-Cal and move that facility out of San Benito County, which would remove a basic threat to the public health and safety that exists regardless of what happens with Strata Verde. So is that a public benefit that might be worth considering in weighing the options? We don't know.
Where did you get the idea about
State it's a
Tri-Cal?
rumor.
Yeah, where did you get the Tri-Cal idea, just out of curiosity?
Well, it's been floated in a number of different forums.
Where?
Well, you know, again, it's.
Well, if you're going to
let's
say
just-
something, but if you're going to say something, I mean, where did that come from?
It's a hypothetical.
So it's hypothetical, meaning no one's ever said that.
Well,
Well, I mean, is there any documents that are saying that?
there are no documents.
Okay, so did you
It's-
hear anything?
I understand from discussions with both the attorneys for Tri-Cal and the attorneys for.
So you heard in conversation.
Strata Verde, that those discussions were.
So there was a
ongoing.
conversation, but there are no documents.
I've heard that in conversation.
There are no agreements.
Okay, well, conversations, I want to know the people who you had a conversation
Well,
with.
I apologize for having raised the issue.
Well,
but
no,
I'm just talking
I-
about
Well, hey,
hypotheticals.
If you're going to be saying stuff, I want to know where the conversation came from. Who was it? Paul? Was it? I mean, who did you have a conversation with saying that they were going to possibly buy Tri-Cal and move them out? I think we have a right to know that.
Well, as
making a
as
decision,
said in
'cause I didn't know anything about
with
this.
the attorneys for both sides, that
The
that
county-
topic came up. But
Yeah, I don't think the county has received any official word of anything that's actually happening. You know, from the developer, I don't know that there's been any agreement reached or anything that's happening officially that the county's been notified of.
that's correct.
Because this is new to me.
All right. Well, again, it was merely a hypothetical example of how projects can change over time from, you know, what happens on a ballot box measure to what happens through the normal process.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So the thing that really strikes me is that Measure N, although it got struck down, it has no bearing as far as the way that applies to our policies as they stand right now. I struggle with basically making a decision to discriminate against an entity that the process is open to anybody else except for them. To me, it kind of reeks of discrimination against basically the process that should be afforded anybody. I mean, and to me, the more I think about it, even item 3 becomes a little bit questionable, because why would we be bringing forward an amendment process if it wasn't for Strata Verde? And basically saying indirectly what we're telling you is you can't apply because we have 2 different levers to pull to stop you from coming into our county. Either we believe in the process or we don't. I'm not saying that, I mean, obviously that we have an opportunity to change policy, but I mean, that was actually established through the general plan process. I mean, that was initially what really set off the study area, right? I mean, those study areas were already established a long time ago. Now, do we want to go back to talking to the public about the study areas? Maybe have a little bit more of a kind of a fundamental sentiment of where we think development should happen? I mean, shouldn't that be maybe a consideration for a general plan process, even apart from Strata Verde? I mean, and I'm not worried about them suing us or not suing us. That's not the reason for my point. My point is ultimately is do we believe in the process, and do we want to support the process, or do we want to have workarounds when there's a project that we don't like and we want to attack it? You know, at the end of the day, I mean, I feel like we got to make sure that we afford everybody equal protections under the law. As you guys know, I'm big on defending the constitutional rights of everyone, even of those that I don't agree with. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like even with that area, I would love, and I've talked to the developer myself, I would love to make sure that no matter what, there is no houses anywhere near that area. I know you support that, Supervisor Medina. So all I'm saying is I want to make sure that what we're doing is just and trying to come up with a process that really tells them you cannot apply, to me, you might as well tell them is, yes, as far as we're concerned, we don't want you, and we're going to discriminate against you versus everybody else that wants to apply through the normal process. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Well, just to answer that real quick, just for the record, the whole idea was brought up in April of 2018, so this is nothing new for me. So I can stand here and say that I wanted an early review, not of this project, but of other projects too. Predominantly, it was, with all due respect, a lot of these big developers. Because what's happened in the past, and I know what's happened, is these developers start spending money, and then they shame us. They shame us by saying, I just spent $1 million on my EIR, and you're going to say no to a project? So the whole idea here, in my opinion, was to stop this from happening, because I don't know how many times it's happened, but I've heard, and I've seen it happen. And I think Barbara and Ray are looking at me like, okay, yeah, you're going somewhere with this. So I did bring this up in 2018 when we had, at that time it was John Gurton. He didn't follow through. My fault. I should have been on him more and saying I want to go further with the process. We wouldn't be here right now, because this policy we have right now would state we have an early review, and that would have eliminated everything. So shame on me. I failed on that. But I'm looking at this now saying we have to have something similar to this. And when it comes to everything else, discrimination, whatever, there's nothing we're trying to do. I'm not even looking at Strata Verde right now. I'm looking at this policy as a whole. And that's where I am, trying to create something that is going to prevent people from having these same issues in the future. So I'll go to Mr. Kosmicki, and then I'll go to
Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And just to, off of what Supervisor Hernandez said, and I appreciate his mention of the general plan and that area, how it's outlined in the general plan. But I do want to just clarify, what is the name of the area that we're talking about as Supervisor Hernandez is referring in the general plan? It's called a new what?
Well, there are a number of
No.
so new community
Thank
study
you.
areas.
Thank you. That's all.
Right.
Yep, that's all I wanted. Some
But
clarification.
in all, I mean, you want to get on words, it can be a new business community. There was never, ever, ever any intention to build houses up there. And I know you used it, I know the mayor used it, and I know Roland used it.
I did not, actually.
Well, I'm just saying, people used it, and that was the wrong way to run a political campaign. And I'm not here trying to say, every political campaign is correct, but when they were using that, that's disgusting. Because I sat on here many times saying, never, ever, ever, ever will we want homes out there. So, using that stuff is just disgusting. Go ahead, Mr. Tiffany, sorry.
Well, I'm going to make a different point, but to what you just said about residential, that is actually an argument for a project to let it play itself out, because then you find out for a fact that indeed, what is the project? And it will be shown for a fact that there are no houses, which is the case, but people, as you've been saying, you just said, been arguing that there were houses in spite of that. So that, to me, that just shows that you should let something play itself out. But what I was going to say is, to your point, Supervisor Medina, about the early review, I would agree that, and I'm new to all this, but it might make some sense to look at early review, although I might argue that it would not be for an early denial, but maybe at least an early review, so input could be given to a developer, and you can give them a clear idea of where you're headed, and then they can make their decision whether they want to move forward or not. But again, I would separate out whatever the early review is, even though I agree that might be something we want to consider, separate that out from this decision today. Because to Supervisor Hernandez's point, it's very clear if we call for an early review, today, it's specifically to try to deal with Strata Verde, and I don't think that's right. So that would be my further point.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir, Peter.
So, kind of piggybacking off of Supervisor Tiffany's point, you know, and to a certain extent leaning into what you're sharing, I value what you're sharing as far as the purpose behind it. You know, apart from even Strata Verde, as a community, I feel like we need to understand what we want in our community. And I think to a certain extent that requires a stronger sense of engagement and dialogue. I think the more we draw into the sentiment of the public, I would say in general, for most folks that I talk to, yes, they struggle with houses, as do I, but they don't struggle with supporting businesses or something that's going to obviously help the community and generate revenue. So long and short, if this was a focus, a general plan focus and engagement, right, I would say it'd have to be a very thorough and open process. I'm all for it. I think that would be amazing. But because I'm very much opposed to the pork sentiment that basically tries to landlock San Benito County into not really opening up the door for us to have the revenues needed to be able to support the needs of our community. So with that said, apart from the focus on Strata Verde, I don't mind an early review process if it encompasses the sentiment of, you know, true engagement, and ultimately where it addresses how we, you know, encouraging us to grow in a way that's going to support the needs of our community and our residents, including job development, which is a huge thing right now with all the losses that's been mentioned. I think plenty of times by many speakers that we're at a place in time right now where the county is really struggling, and now our biggest solution is to basically infuse taxpayer-funded, you know, taxpayer-funded basically grant processes through the state and the feds. That all it is inflation down the road. So we need to address that on the upfront, which means I think we need to have a holistic approach. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll take some public comment if we wish.
If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand or *9.
This is Scott Fuller. Can I?
I'm sorry, Scott. My bad.
Yeah.
We'll let Scott go first and give his presentation, and then we'll go to public comment. My apologies, Scott.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Medina and board members, for hearing me today on behalf of the applicant for the proposed Strata Verde Innovation Park project. First of all, let me say that the March 10th letter that we submitted was submitted at the specific request of County Council, which asked us specifically to submit a letter outline our views on this early review concept. And I must say, my reading of that letter, we did not explicitly threaten the county with a lawsuit as was characterized. And let me just also point out, it is the opponents of this project that have actually sued the county on more than one occasion. So I just want to make it clear, I'm not here to talk about lawsuits, and I think our letter and my comment were more about fairness and what are the county's existing procedures that every other applicant has afforded themselves of, and that we would like to afford ourselves of. So again, we're not here today to discuss the specifics of our proposed project or its merits. And you are not voting on our project today. We're here merely to affirm that the project's application with which we have decided to proceed should be allowed to proceed in accordance with option 1 in your staff report, which is the county's existing county code and general plan procedures, which reflect applicable state law and as consistent with any and every other project that has historically been afforded the opportunity to proceed with an application in the county. As more fully set forth in our letter to you dated March 10th, which I just referred to, the county's long-established procedures in this particular instance, as in the case of any other proposed project in the county, expressly mandate that 1, the planning department to first review and determine the completeness of the application for county approval of a GPA and specific plan. 2, once the application is deemed complete by the planning department, the planning director then schedules the necessary public hearing by the planning commission to consider the application and then make a written recommendation to the board about the application. And 3, after its receipt of the Planning Commission recommendation, the board must consider and take final action on the application at a public hearing. Nowhere do these well-established procedures provide for such a pending application to be referred down from the board to the Planning Commission, whether to fast track a denial or approval of any project. This referral option, labeled option 2 in your staff report, together with option 1, were the only options to be brought back for your consideration today, based upon board consensus and direction to staff at the conclusion of your February 23 meeting on the status of Strata Verde. Not surprisingly, your staff recommends against board selection of option 2. What is totally surprising to us and possibly confusing to some board members is that the staff report now bootstraps in a new option 3, which appears to be a strategy for certain members and interests stymied on option 2 to attempt once more to prematurely cut off any further public engagement and consideration of Strata Verde. Option 3, which has nothing to do with the pending Strata Verde application or the related options before you from your prior meeting, calls instead for staff to prepare and the board to consider future adoption of a new zoning code procedure for early screening of all interested party general plan amendment or specific plan applications. The staff report even suggests the possibility of adopting an interim urgency ordinance, imposing a countywide moratorium or lockdown on any such applications unless and until such procedures are adopted. While the county may wish to consider such new procedures in the future, as some board members have already commented today, that should be in addition to and not instead of its consideration of Strata Verde under existing procedures. Option 3 does not really belong before you today in the context of Strata Verde. Let me say a few more things. At no time has the Strata Verde applicant asserted any absolute right to develop any particular project on our site, nor do we assert that such a right today. We fully recognize and accept that following a thorough public, planning, and environmental review process, in accordance with the county's long codified procedures, the county has the ability to deny our project. Rather, we seek fair and equal treatment to have our application, which has not even been deemed complete, continue to be properly processed. Additionally, we do not believe that pursuing our project's approval is a sign of disrespect toward the voters of this community. Quite the contrary. We heard the voters and have been working since the election to address the public's concerns. The proper and undoubtedly lengthy project review process will allow us to provide public education, to take and respond to public input, to engage in the full environmental review process, and appropriately adjust the project design in ways that were not possible during the initiative process. All based on real and not conjectural or mistaken facts about the project. In the end, we believe that you and the great majority of the public will, 1, have a better understanding of what is truly being proposed and what is not being proposed by the project. 2, trust in its very significant economic benefits. And 3, have faith that the proposed project will fully address its environmental impacts. The public's understanding of the final project design, including what we expect could be literally hundreds of conditions imposed by the county, will be very different from what voters may have understood this past November. In conclusion, we request that the board adopt option 1 and reject the notion that our application be referred to the Planning Commission or be tabled by new county zoning procedures. We request that you instead allow us to proceed with our project application in accordance with established county procedures available to all projects. Thank you again. I remain available for questions, as will David Priest, our counsel for the project, and I believe he's also on the line. Thank you.
I'll just mention one thing, Mr. Fuller, is you talk about the majority of the public. Well, the majority of the public did not like this project. The way it was set, whether it was with the miseducation from certain members of the public, it was a 59% of the people did not like this project. You had over 2 years to educate people on what you were doing. You decided to go to the people rather than to the board in the beginning. And in your education process, you spent over $1 million on a campaign that was not successful. So, I look at it a little bit different. I like the project. I think it would be a good project. But then again, we have a majority of the people, as you said before, that you would try to sway those majority, that do not like this project. So that's really what I have to say. Mr. Tiffany, anything?
Well,
Mr. Chair, may I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those comments. Well, I mean, big picture wise, of course, we're saying that given the, as Mr. Ellenwood pointed out, that the planning process, the long, lengthy, highly intensive public planning process allows projects to adjust to public sentiment that the initiative process does not allow. And without going into great detail about us going down the initiative process, let me say that we were planning to go through the normal planning process until an initiative was submitted to the county, which would have required any project in the new community study areas to go to a vote of the people.
Mr. Fuller.
I can't hear you,
Wasn't
Mr.
going to
Costa.
go to the initiative, and you decided not to withdraw your initiative.
Yes, we decided to go forward having already submitted it to go on the ballot. And so my main point would be, Mr. Chair, with due respect, that what we're saying is we have through the planning process, the normal process that projects go through, which as your council pointed out, is independent of the election process. And that you can go through an initiative process and you have the ability to go through the planning process as well. That will allow us to educate the public and take their input and have that input adjust our project. We believe in this as an excellent project that fills a huge role economically for the county. And so we would like to prove ourselves by going through the normal process.
Thank you. Mr. Tiffany?
I'm just wondering if we should hear the public, and then, because I certainly have some comments, but.
Supervisor Kazmicki, anything?
Yeah, same as Supervisor
Okay.
Tiffany.
Supervisor Hernandez, you just want to go to public comment?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go to public comment at the wish of the board.
If you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I think what I wanted to do was to respond in terms of what Peter was saying about, Supervisor Hernandez. Supervisor Hernandez was saying about at this meeting and in the previous meeting that there was misinformation about housing, that in reality, speaking to a lot of the voters, because I've spoken to a lot of the voters who did not vote or who voted against Measure N, not because of housing, but because of traffic. The amount of traffic that any kind of development was going to bring into the into the existing situation where there's a lot of traffic. People just felt very uncomfortable with that. The other thing was that the campaign of jobs didn't convince voters that they were going to really have access to those jobs. And I think part of that was people who work in the area, that are from the area, have applied to positions when those kinds of promises have been made and people haven't been hired. And the other thing was that where were all the people, the kinds of backgrounds and skills that were going to be needed for the jobs that were going to be created, that the people didn't have in the area, didn't have those skills. That was very limited. And so consequently, the jobs were really going to be offered to people from the San Francisco area. And I think that the whole campaign that the company did was not a convincing campaign. And I think that's really where it is. It is the company's campaign was a deficient campaign, was a campaign that did not speak to the realities of what people were seeing. So I think that that's part of the problem. The other problem is that when you're looking at the projects that have been submitted previously, none of those other projects or none of those other developments have been voted against by the voters. That's the difference between any other development and any other application and this application. That this application, the voters have strongly rejected this whole concept of this project. So there's a difference between this one and any other development. So I think that still the board needs to look at and take into consideration the high percentage of people that voted no against this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Andy Shaw Coron from Aromas. I've listened to the proposal and listened to the attorney from the developer, and I want to reiterate what the previous speaker has said. Basically, this developer decided to go to the public instead of having the decision being made by the supervisors. They felt they were going to fare better by bringing their issue directly to the public through not some robust process, but a very quick process of people voting for it, and then they would have the green light with the zoning that they wanted. And the California law makes it very difficult then to deny much at all when it's been passed by an initiative. So it's almost, to use a metaphor, it's like trying to evaluate who you want to ask permission when you're a kid, your mom, your dad, and deciding that your best bet is to ask your mom because she's more likely to say yes to you. Well, they did that, and the public resoundingly said no. And you can say that the public, that somehow we distorted the issue. They had 25 times as much resources to make their case for their project. We had a small amount of money. The public has a general disagreement about developing in that area. And I think the idea of them now saying, hey, we shouldn't be discriminated against, we should be able to go through the same process as everybody else. They paid their money, they took their chances, they took the route they wanted to go. I can guarantee you that if the public had said yes to this project, they would be telling you, I'm sorry, the public has already voted on this, you've got nothing to say. Even if you have something to say on the final project. And you can bet, and this developer has sued other entities, you can bet that they would keep on pushing until they get what they want. So I think either turn them down entirely right now or set up a process whereby, after looking at it, you can say yes or no before we invest even more resources in this county and people's time in pushing this, because the public does know that they don't want development there. And I talked to many, many people, and I didn't talk about housing. I talked about an industrial park. I talked about, a lot going on in the area, which is now farmland. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Mary Shaw Coron. I just wanted to address some of the statements that were made, about us misleading folks. And I've been hearing this quite a bit. And I have to say that we had a land use attorney review the initiative, and they carefully reviewed it. If you look at, I don't know how many of you supervisors have actually read the initiative, the Strata Verde initiative, but they listed the various uses that they plan to allow if it was adopted last November as Measure N. Things like community gardens, dry cleaners, car washes, farmers market, medical offices. And on their website, the Strata Verde developer talks about a town center. These are all signs that maybe, yes, they are currently telling you they are only going to do industrial and commercial, but in the future, they could add housing. You can say, okay, you're never going to allow it, but you're not going to be a supervisor forever. The voters are not as stupid as you think. A lot of you think that the voters were, quote, fooled or lied to, which I think really is an insult to the voters, because the voters, I think, are much smarter. They realize that you can decide something, or if the Strata Verde developer were to have won last year, they could always change it later on. Things can be always amended. A board of supervisor changes. You may not allow something, but future supervisors may. So they realize that once you let them into our county, they can do other things in the future. Their goal really is to create a new city there. This has been tried 15 years ago as Rancho San Benito. Some of you, I've lived here 35 years. I remember it. And that was fought off. This particular developer, when you say they have no intention of doing housing, well, some of you were on the board. I think Mark Medina, for example, in 2018, this developer came and presented thousands of homes as a proposal at the location of Strata Verde, and you guys were not that enthused about it. And so they've tried different approach. This developer is in the habit of doing this over and over again. They will try things many, many times, because to make a new city south of Gilroy is going to make them so much money. It's huge. It's a huge development. If you look at the record of this developer, if you go on their website, you will see that every single master plan development is housing. This is the only one on their website that has anything to do with industrial. And I think it's because their intention is to do housing later on, to build a new city. If you look at the experience of Reno, we have been in touch with grassroots people in Reno, and they have told us that this developer will sue and sue and sue. That's how they got into Reno.
Thank you.
They are building.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you very much, supervisors. I'm honored to be here today to speak in front of you. I had something kind of written out, but I was offended along, I'm pretty sure, a lot of other people, the way this developer is saying that he knows better, that they know better than the actual voters from the city of Hollister in San Benito County. It was quite upsetting, but I'll try to stick on point. I know there are many people who don't vote. Some excuses and say things like, I'm not going to waste my time. My vote doesn't count. It won't affect anything. Votar para qué? Some people say. I've never thought that. I've always believed it is important to vote. My vote counts. But now I'm even more concerned about my vote. And it's because of what the county and this board are doing on Strata Verde. If you just go ahead and consider approving a project right after the voters clearly rejected it, what does our vote matter? It will make our vote meaningless. Why did we even vote in the first place? That is both the wrong message to send to local citizens and simply the wrong thing to do. Voters like me need to know our votes count and not just keep going back and back and back until, this developer found the right formula, and not just have us pushed aside for some larger other interest. It doesn't matter which way any one person voted, we voted. We all must accept the will of the voters overall, whether we get our way or not. That applies to big developers too. I ask you, if this board and the county just step on the will of the voters and move forward on Strada Verde, just think about what to say to your voters, your constituents, the people who elected you. The people of San Benito County and Hollister, we all voted loud and clear. We want our votes to matter. We want them to count. I'm confident that you will do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. You can dial *6 to unmute yourself. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Frank Berrigan. Thank you for the time today. As you know, I've been raising questions for a long time about the Strada Verde development. Voters absolutely made the right decision in rejecting it by almost 60%. More traffic congestion, fear of people being so close to a plant with toxic chemicals, the destruction of farmland, too many problems for voters to approve it. This board must respect the constituents' vote, but you also need to look deeper at what went behind the scenes with Strada Verde in county offices. Last week, I shared with each of you material internal staff email exchanges and more uncovered in Public Records Act requests to the county. It is disturbing to say the least. Based on verbatim communication, staff clearly was supporting, even promoting the Strada Verde project. During the review process, county staff is supposed to be unbiased. When the county's own hazard expert recommended a buffer zone as critical for public safety, staff not only worked to discredit the report, it tried to keep the essential information from the public. In one email, a staff member described this as, quote, try to bury, end quote. The troubling hazard report that staffers continue to quote, I don't say this lightly, but when I am seen is morally wrong. This is serious and we all have an obligation to protect the health and safety of our residents, end quote. You've seen in material I shared that there is much, much more of concern to your constituents. Again, as I ask in my submittal, what are you going to do to correct it? The unacceptable behavior is now out there for all to see. It is up to this board to do what is must to make sure this kind of behavior, this deception does not continue. The county must work for the voters, not any single project or developer. As staffer wrote in email, county staff has, quote, an obligation to protect the health and safety of our residents, end quote. Despite all that was done in the shadows to improperly boost Strada Verde, the voters still got this right. The project is wrong for our community, and yet, based on today's agenda item, it seems staff is still trying to find ways to keep the project moving forward towards approval. The board must listen to the voters, send this project to the Planning Commission so a prompt decision can be made. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. This is Mia Casey. I'm from Hollister. You know, when a new business comes to our county, it can bring new revenue dollars. But we are not talking about just a business. Strada Verde would bring an industry to San Benito County, a fast-growing global industry. Globe Newswire projects autonomous car industry to surpass $65 billion by 2027. You know, estimates from Strada Verde showed it would bring millions for our schools at a time when we sit here with an overburdened high school trying to figure out how in the world we're going to pay to build another one. As supervisors, you have to ask yourself, when our county is facing such dire financial straits, how can we not bring this future industry with all of its jobs and revenue to our county? I've heard Supervisor Tiffany describe this project as a game changer, and the more I've read, I'm convinced he's absolutely right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Every major car company, as well as big tech companies like Google and Facebook, are investing in building autonomous cars, and they need a place to test these vehicles. Are we so small-minded and skeptical of big projects that we cannot see the huge opportunity here? They want to build a premier testing facility that would bring car manufacturers from all over the world. This project would provide the kind of jobs and revenue that could transform us from a struggling bedroom community to a thriving county with high-paying career jobs that will get people off the road, working, living, and playing in San Benito. It would also bring a major employment center. Supervisor Kosmicki has said he does not believe the numbers for employment, but you only need to look at a similar but much smaller facility that exists in Spain today and employs 2,500 people and has revenues of over $1 billion. I think the Strata Verde team have already demonstrated a desire to work with the county to address resident concerns. They did announce an agreement with TriCal to fully mitigate the chemical hazard. This is a win-win, removing a hazard that's existed in our county for over 50 years. They designed traffic access to be off Highway 101 to minimize impacts to Highway 25. They've engaged Cheer Environmental Restoration to clean up and protect the river area. They've even met with Gavilan College to discuss programs and internships for our kids. Whether they can meet and address any other concerns that arise during the development process remains to be seen. But they are legally entitled to pursue that development process, and trying to create some new rules specifically in order to deny them this right, as Supervisor Kosmicki has pushed forward, opens this county up for litigation. It would be a huge mistake and a missed opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
This is Natasha West of Hollister, California. I just want to say that for 4 years now, I have observed and participated in this whole process of the Strata Verde project. And it's hard for me to get my mind around the fact that in the last 4 years, 4 times, the Board of Supervisors has agreed to Strata Verde submitting new revised applications. The time is up now. They need to say, look, the people don't want this, and we're going to just deny it right now. The time and money that has been spent. The Strata Verde person spoke for 2 hours, really talking about propaganda of the future, not what's happening right now. And what happened is the people of this county voted unanimously in every supervisor's district that they did not want the Strata Verde development for many, many, many good reasons. So I'm saying, isn't it about time our supervisors stood up on their own 2 feet and said, hey, this is what our voters want. And we are here to represent our voters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2, San Juan Bautista. There are so many statements that I heard from the previous speakers that I fully agree with. The voters spoke loud and clear, and I take great offense by the attorney for the developer and also one of the speakers, Ms. Casey, that proposed that the voters don't have common sense, that we are ignorant. That is not the case. I've done my research, such as all the previous speakers, and there are very many reasons that this project was denied by the voters, and almost 60%. The developer took the easy way out. Now he's simply coming back, or they're simply coming back to try to find another way to wear you down. You should all take to heart what your constituents all voted, and that goes along for the 2 newest elected officials, Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Ramirez Gonzalez. One thing that I do know for sure is that this project proposes a 21st century autonomous car track, but within that project, there is mention of community centers, churches, restaurants, entertainment venue. So it was the beginning of a town center. So if you all think, supervisors and those that are proposing that this was not part of the plan, that housing would follow, I rest assured that housing would follow. The developer also is well known for master communities. That translates into master housing development. And as far as the previous speaker talking about all of these wonderful ideas that's going to come, why is there only one other similar project in Spain? Why can't she mention, or the attorney mention, or give us some proof of a project similar in the United States? That really makes me very suspicious that this is just sort of a cover for something more that they're not telling us. And I feel that you all need to listen to how your voters voted, and that was 60% no. And they took that gamble and they lost. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You have been unmuted.
You've come back to me and unmuted me, I believe.
Sorry about that.
You have been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Annette Perez. I live in Hollister. I just feel that we the people voted and that my vote matters. Hollister and San Benito County voters matter. That the strata development, it should not. I'm sorry. Sorry, I guess I did not unmute myself. Did you hear? Yeah, I guess you didn't hear anything. So my name's Annette Perez. I am a Hollister citizen. I just moved here about 1.5 years ago. And thank you for listening to me today. I just want to say that we the people voted, that my vote matters, that Hollister and San Benito County voters matter, that strata development projects should not be considered in any form or revised fashion. I believe a prompt decision should be made and to not approve it in any version that they could come up with. Thank you for your time.
No more comments.
Thank you. Did you say no more comments?
Yeah, no more comments.
Wow.
Can I go first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ladies first.
Thank you. I held my comments until I listened to the public make theirs. And notwithstanding the November election, and I agree with you that the measure was clearly defeated, but we must remind the public that that project still is entitled to the normal process. Whether the voters like it or not, that project is allowed its due diligence through due process to go through the normal process. So today, as supervisors, we are placed in a very difficult place regarding this project. At our last meeting, we had one supervisor push his personal political agenda and force the board to take a vote on the project where the vote had no legal ability to do so. Today, we are here to go ahead and actually make a vote on that decision. It's going to be a very difficult decision that's going to pit the board against each other, but I must err on the side of doing what is right. We have been given 3 options. 2 of the options are asking us to circumvent, bend, twist, and contort the existing law. One option wants us to break the law by ignoring our own San Benito County code. It also exposes us to the potential of legal action because the process is not neutral, nor is it unbiased with one supervisor pushing his agenda. Another option is asking us to rewrite the law with the specific task to reject the project. Our responsibility is that of a quasi-legislative body and our responsibility is to be neutral and unbiased. We are not allowed to prejudge the facts of a specific project. And both options 2 and 3 are indeed asking us to be arbitrary and capricious. And as was defined earlier, arbitrary and capricious is the standard of measure that will force the county into court and possibly lose this situation. Arbitrary, defined, is based on the random choice or a personal whim rather than reason or system. And if somebody's personal bias is forcing this, I can't see how that isn't defined as arbitrary. Capricious, to give sudden and uncontrollable change of mood or behavior. Again, it's one supervisor's impassioned plea for us to outright reject this project. Subjecting this project to the whims based on one supervisor, again, is going to be the very definition of arbitrary and capricious. And I cannot and will not break the law.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, I will repeat a number of the things I said a month ago, and really my feeling has not changed on this, and I think I've been pretty clear from the beginning. I don't really care, as I said earlier, about the legal arguments on both sides. Obviously, it's something to take into consideration. But the bottom line is, I just feel like we should allow this project, like every other project that has come into San Benito County, we should allow this project to go through the process. We've heard that there are two separate processes. One is the initiative process, the vote process, and one is the planning process, and we should let this play out. I've said this before. I said this a month ago. This point was made earlier. A lot can change in the 18 months or so from the time that where we are today and when this may or may not come before us. There might be mitigation of the Tri-Cal issues. I believe that's certainly a possibility. There might be further mitigations for dealing with concerns about traffic. We'll finally get to the bottom of this continued, and I'm so tired of hearing people talk about housing on this project. It's not part of this project, but if those people don't believe it, then let's let it play itself out, and we will know for sure when it does come before us. This is, as was said earlier, and I've used this before, I truly feel like this project has the potential to be a game changer, to be transformative for our community. It's not just any project. And I don't think people realize, I think that particularly because of that, we have an obligation as a board to let this play out and see what we're going to be actually looking at when it does come back to us. My background is from the car business. I can tell you I know personally what a huge industry this is developing into. And we have an opportunity to have this in San Benito County. It's funny, everyone here in our community is celebrating the fact that Amazon is coming to Hollister. And yet this project has every bit of a chance to be as important, if not more important, to our community, because it would, if it came here, it would draw other tech companies into our community because of what it's involved. So it is a really important project, potentially. I don't know how I will vote for it if it does come back to us. I totally agree that we can't ignore the vote on Measure N. There's no doubt that there's many people that were very concerned about aspects of this project. I understand that. If they're not addressed properly, then I would have to vote no on the project, in spite of the fact that I feel very strongly about it. But I don't know where it's going to be when it comes back to us, and I'd like an opportunity to see that. And I think that it's critical we do that. So once again, my argument, which was my argument before, let this play out. We're not making a decision on Strata Verde today. That's not the decision here. The decision is just whether we're going to let the process go forward like every other project. And that's what I believe we should be doing. And so I would say definitely option one would be my choice. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In brief, item 2 and 3 to me are off the table in consideration of all the dialogue, simply because it leans into discriminatory practices in my mind of ultimately of an applicant who has every right, and like I mentioned before, of the due process to apply. I think for a whole separate item, if the board would want, if we ever talked about what it means to have an engagement process, as the general plan comes up, I think that's an important point to figure out what it means to support study areas. It should be studied. It should be very public. But as far as this applicant right now, I don't feel like it would be fair to do anything else besides item 1. And allow them their rights as any other applicant would. But I would say, I 100% agree with Supervisor Tiffany that Measure N, we should listen to the voters. We should hear what they have to say. I would say ultimately that to that end, we should seek to clarify the dialogue, right? Because I know, and it was said, some of the speakers mentioned that, that there wasn't any misrepresentations. I experienced it, so I would like to know what happened in the instance where I had 2 of my own friends who came to me and basically said, I voted no on Strata Verde because I don't want houses. And I feel like through the process that it happened already, it wasn't clear. And I feel like we would need to clarify, and that's a separate issue. But as far as this situation, item 1 is the only thing that I would consider. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to address the November election. We had months and months of very passionate debate, a lot of information on both sides. It was a resounding and clear outcome in the election. And I heard Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Hernandez now say we should consider Measure N. We should listen to the voters and what they have to say. Well, I can tell you what the voters said. They said no. It's that simple. And it's our duty as elected representatives to follow the wishes of the voting public, whether we personally agree or not. I think way back to government class in high school when, you're a cocky kid and the history teacher had to give me a lesson on what it means to be a representative and to be elected. And they asked, and I said, well, it's to do your research and to share your viewpoints and to have a say on things. And she corrected me and said, no, you're wrong. Your job is to represent the public. That's it. That's your job. That's your duty. And so we've heard from the public on this issue. We've debated this issue for months and months and months. And I've heard, obviously we've heard the response from the pro Strata Verde Measure N side, saying invariably, this is really offensive to me when you get into, the only reason Measure N was defeated was because the opposition lied. The opposition lied, and they were using, misinformation and sketchy tactics, and my response to that is that, as somebody who was against Measure N, because I felt like I was on the right side I felt like that's what the public wanted. I felt like that's what my district wanted in particular. From that side of things, I can tell you my perspective was that the yes side was spreading a host of misinformation. And I know we've been through these debates, but I'll just reiterate it again.
the job numbers that they threw around, what is that based on? What were those numbers based on? The traffic impacts. Their claim was that Highway 25 was going to have a minimal impact. Wow, that's, to me, that's offensive to me to even have that be an argument that Highway 25, well, on one hand, we're going to have thousands of jobs. We're going to bring in millions and millions of dollars of revenue. San Mateo County is saved, everybody. On the other hand, your biggest concern, Highway 25, don't worry about it. We're going to divert traffic all the way to the other side. So if you want to get into misinformation and lies, all I'll say is that this was a campaign and that you have your perspective on what was misinformation. And on the other side of things, the 60% of the people that voted no, a lot of them felt like the yes side was intentionally spreading misinformation. So I don't think it's fair to just fall back on this idea that, well, we're going to fix the dialogue and we're going to have, when we go through this process, we're going to have an honest conversation this time around. That to me, you know, again, I take offense at that. I take personal offense at that. And so I'm tired of that, to be honest, that whole rhetoric. And then I'll say collectively, you know, as elected officials, this has been an institutional problem in San Benito County that when we're elected, we feel like we're smarter or we know what's better for the voters. The voters aren't stupid, and they understood what was at stake with Measure N. And whether we personally agree with them or not is irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. I want to share the numbers from each district just to reiterate again how the people voted on Measure N. In District 1, 58.1%, no. District 2, 62.5%, no. District 3, 60.8%, no. District 4, 54.2%, no. And District 5, 63.8%, no. So imagine if voters said yes, 60 to 40. But 4/5 of supervisors were against it, or 3/5 of supervisors were against it and attempted to derail the project after the vote. Can you imagine the uproar? And imagine if somebody won a county supervisor race and then the board chooses to challenge the legitimacy of some of those votes in order to appoint their own favorite candidate. Can you imagine the uproar? And so if this was a 60-40 victory for Measure N, I would be the first person to support it. I would be the first person to drive this thing forward and to say, how can we take what the voters gave us and make something good out of it? I would be the first person to do that. And so Supervisor Gonzalez, you know, you're obviously referring to me with personal political agenda. My personal political agenda, I can tell you right now again, is to represent the will of the public. That is it. I don't have land. I don't have family, multiple generations of family that I'm trying to help out or give favors to friends. I don't have too many friends in the community after my time at the Freelance. Okay, so I don't have a personal political agenda at all. And so your personal political agenda, to me, apparently, is to defy your constituents. That's how I feel. And so we do have a right to go ahead with the process. We have every right to consider an early denial of the general plan. And as Supervisor Medina mentioned, why put staff and the developer and the public through all this time and money? You know, and we look at other counties already have this process in place, so we know we're not just pulling a hat out of our trick here. This is an established process that local governments have used and have gone through. And we have the right to go back and to set up this process now, as Supervisor Medina mentioned, to maybe prevent these issues down the road. So I've heard my fellow colleagues here today, and so I understand where things are going. I just want to make it clear on the record that I would prefer this to go directly to the Planning Commission for early consideration of a general plan amendment. If there wasn't support for that, I would support directing staff to prepare an amendment to Chapter 19.29 to establish a procedure for early screening of interested party-initiated general plan amendments or specific plan applications prior to the full processing for the review and recommendation by the Planning Commission. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted a little bit of clarification in response to Supervisor Kozmicki's comments. Joel, if you could chime in, what was the plan that Strata Verde proposed? There's a name for it, and can you do a quick explanation of what that was?
I'm sorry, I think Mr. Fuller has to address what Strata Verde was proposing.
No. Sorry, Joel. Under Measure N, the plan, what was it called? That asked for that's ultimately the support from the public.
It was called the Strata Verde Innovation Park General Plan, Specific Plan, and Zoning Ordinance Amendment.
Okay, and thank you. So on that note, Joel, was there an element in that specific plan that asked for access off of 101 onto the Strata Verde project?
Well, the access described in the plan, the primary access was from the Beta Bell exit, and the developer owns or controls the right-of-way for that access to the public right-of-way.
So my question is, Supervisor Kozmicki, have you not read or heard about the Beta Bell access from 101? To a certain extent, my question is, and I just, to be honest, because you said that you feel you were offended by the statements of it as if it was oversimplified, it was never in the plan, that 25 was just not a big deal. That's what the statement was to the public. There was nothing else behind it. Is the truth offensive to you? I'm trying to understand and connect the dots between your statements and then the reality that was literally implemented through this whole process.
Mr. Chair? Yeah, yes, I did, of course, read the plan. And I would just come back to you, Supervisor Hernandez. Did you read the plan? And did you see the access that was proposed off of Highway 25?
So where does most of I did read it, and I would say that question is, where do people get onto, specifically when it comes to the impacts from that actual project, where are people going to feed off of? Are they going to feed off of the 101, or are they going to go onto the 25 and then onto the project and then onto the 101? I'm just trying to understand the logic of what, in business, it's like the simple, how does water run? And in my mind, if you want a quick access to Strata Verde, you're not going to take 25 and then go backwards. You're going to go straight through the 101. And I'm not trying to get contentious, but honestly, it's just trying to connect the dots of your sentiment, because it still assumes that somehow people are going to actually work against themselves and take the longer route to a project that could be easily accessed off the 101. Those are the kind of things that I think need to be clarified to the public. Those are the kind of things that honestly, to me, they really lean into a non-clarifying, like, ambiguity and ultimately confusing statements to the public. And I would say most folks, and I would disagree, that I really believe in the public. I believe most folks are smart enough to understand. Granted, they're given the clarity and the context, right? I've been told that when you read something, you read the pretext, you read the text, and you read the post-text. You put it in context, then it makes more sense. But when you take one piece, you frame it in a different way, then yeah, it could easily be very, very scary. And that's why I struggle with statements like the ones that you had mentioned. With all due respect, Supervisor Kozmicki. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, now, I'll just finish this off. Sitting up here and, being a political person, It's not fun at all. It's, and I'm just saying, wow, you know, you look at the infight you have at the federal, at the state, different communities, it just tears us apart. Yeah, I looked at this project and I liked it. Then you had lies on both sides. You did have people talk about homes. You did have people that I know for a fact, as Peter stated before, that were provided misinformation. But it could have been misinformation on both sides. Both people had the same opportunity. You know, it's San Benito County, specifically Hollister. You know, growing up when I was younger, it was much different. You know, then you had one of our supervisors talking about, you know, he doesn't own land. Well, either do I, and I know B doesn't, and I know Peter doesn't. So, you know, take out the tactics of, you know, we're on the take, because this board is better than that. Any decision we make, it's majority. And we walk out of here and we say, okay, we're going to support the majority. Maybe we don't agree with it, but it's our job as 5 members up here to try to get along and make sure we move the county forward. And that's not based upon 1 or 2 people's decision. That's based upon the majority. So I want to make sure that whatever happens today, we're unified. And that's the definition of a team. We may disagree. We may not like what people have to say. But in the end, let's support the majority and not sit out there and just say, well, I'm going to be a sore person and I don't believe in this, because a perfect example right now is our federal and our state. Let's not repeat that. Let's look at each other and say, okay, whatever the decision is, we will follow with the majority. Thank you very much. So just want to see if anybody wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we choose option 1, take no action, and wait for the applicant to complete the application and proceed with the existing process in the San Benito County Code Chapter 19.29.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We've got a first, we've got a second. What we'll do is we'll do a roll call.
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Gonzalez?
Yes.
Tiffany?
Yay.
Medina?
No. Motion passes 3-2.
I would like to address the option 3 at a later date to bring that up, because I would hate to see this issue come up
Thank you.
again and divide the board further.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay.
And so this time you're going to follow through, Mark.
Yeah, I'm going to follow through this time, Mr. Tiffany. Thank you. Okay, now we will go to our public hearings, right? Okay, we're going to start off with County Council, hold public hearing and adopt a resolution imposing a fair share obligation fee in the amount of $1,529.
Yes, I'll just summarize this. The board's already familiar, the board's already familiar with this when, for the members that were previously on the board, when the reimbursement agreement with the 2 original developers in the Enterprise Basin had their reimbursement agreements extended. When they originally installed the developments, and these dates back to the late 90s and early 2000. They installed oversized improvements to serve the entire basin area, including future development. There was a fair share obligation that was established at that time in the amount of $780. Despite the lapse in time that the developers have not been fully reimbursed, the reimbursement agreement was extended, and in light of the fact that the initial fee did not calculate the entire expenses of the improvements as they were actually installed. It only was on a portion of the improvements because it was estimated cost at that time. It also did not have any sort of inflation factor. the fee has been recalculated and submitted to the board. The county had the option, to be clear, that they could have applied the fee to all parcels within the basin for any new ADUs. However, the decision was made to focus this fee on undeveloped properties and just apply it for one development per parcel. So that way it would only apply to undeveloped parcels, and when those parcels are later developed, then there would be one fee that's due for each parcel or subdivision thereof in the future. So if a parcel has already paid the fee, then it would not be subject to the fee unless it was subdivided and later had a new house built on the subdivided parcel. All the backup materials there from when the fee was originally installed or imposed. And in addition to the fee calculation, there was no good existing maps except from what was attached to the resolution. So they went into the GIS system and created a map in the GIS system to as closely mirror the existing map that as could be possible, so that it's now in the GIS system as an overlay for future reference. I'm open for any questions.
Questions,
Oh,
anyone?
and also the developers on the line, and they would like to make a presentation if they could be unmuted as well.
Okay. And this has been going on for how long, Barbara?
I think it was 1999.
Yeah, so it's, and I think Supervisor Gilio brought this to our attention also, so. Okay, you want to have them do a quick presentation? Or do they want to do a
Do you have
presentation?
Ed Marshall on the line? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Marshall, and I'm one of the original partners in Hollister Development Associates. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to have this matter before you today. We're confident that all of you supervisors fully understand this matter after reviewing the materials in your meeting packet and perhaps speaking with staff. Therefore, given the length and difficulty of the agenda you've had today, I'll be very brief with our presentation. We would just like to take a few minutes to briefly clarify and emphasize a few things in advance of any questions or comments that may come from homeowners, landowners, or developers who may be preparing to speak today in response to the notices they received. We would like everyone to understand that today's agenda item only has to do with updating the amount of the Enterprise Basin Storm Drain Reimbursement Fee. Today's hearing does not involve approving any new reimbursement agreements, and it will not increase the maximum total amount of reimbursements that may ultimately be paid under the existing reimbursement agreements. In addition, the update of the reimbursement fee will not apply to existing homeowners or to developers who already have tentative maps. We would also like everyone to understand that there are many very strong reasons why the approval of this update today by you, the supervisors, is not only fair and just, but the right thing to do. I would like to emphasize just two of the reasons that's stated in my March 9th letter. First, we've been waiting more than 20 years for reimbursement, did not receive anything until about 3.5 months ago. And so it's only fair and equitable to update the rate of reimbursement now. And secondly, the proposed amount of the reimbursement update is a very reasonable increase after 21 years. It represents only 0.1% of the $740,700 average cost of the 29 new homes that were listed in Hollister on March 9th. Also, the update is a tiny percentage of the total impact fees that new developers must pay for schools, utilities, police, fire, roads, libraries, etc. I'd like to conclude by saying that we're profoundly grateful to Barbara Thompson, the County Council, not only for the great amount of work she has put into this matter, but also for the understanding, empathy, and sense of fairness she demonstrated in evaluating the situation. So thank you, supervisors, for your consideration today, and hopefully for showing a similar understanding and empathy by voting yes on this matter. We hope this brief presentation has helped the public to understand why yes votes by you today are both fair and proper. And I'm open for any questions that any of you may have.
Questions, any supervisors? Any public comment?
If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Elia Salinas. So help me understand here. Let me go back really quick because I know I'm going to run out of time here. Are you you're stating that the reimbursement is for the last 20 years for undeveloped parcels, but the people that have developed it have to pay the new rate that's already been developed? How does, please make me understand how these property owners have to pay a new rate to develop for development for something that's happened 20 years ago, and you come up with a new, wouldn't it be if you spent $5, I'm reimbursing you for the $5, I'm not reimbursing you for $20? I'm lost at this. I need more explanation because if I'm lost, I know the public is lost.
Right.
Thank you.
I can clarify that.
If you don't mind, please,
Yes.
County Council.
Okay, so the developers installed improvements that were larger than what they needed for their subdivision. Under the reimbursement agreement, we owe interest since the agreement was made. So that is, we can't just calculate the fee based upon the cost of what was installed at the time, but we also have to include interest on that money. I'm sure that when the original agreement was drafted, it was never contemplated that it would take this long. Even though the rate of interest is minimal, it does add up over time.
Thank you, ma'am.
And normally with, I'll add that normally with these fees, the developer often never gets paid back 100% because that's based upon pretty every parcel developing. It would take substantial development in that area for them to actually receive full compensation for their improvements. And so it's normally not the case that the developer receives 100% of the investments. But that was the decision that was made at the time that their improvements went in to make sure that the improvements were of a size that would serve future development.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving a fee in the amount of $1,529, increasing the fee from the current $780 per parcel for the Enterprise Basin Drainage Improvements Reimbursement Fee.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. We'll go to number 20. This is out of Supervisor Tiffany's district. Hold a public hearing and adopt an ordinance establishing water allotments within the county service area number 31. Just for an FYI, this is not the first time we've done these water allotments. I know you probably did your research, Bob, but I just want to make sure this has happened before where Supervisor Giglio and we spent some time and really went out there and found out. So I just wanted to let you know.
And I was given some history of that by the staff as well. Thank you.
Go ahead. Sorry about that, Mr. Young.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, County Council, Mr. Espinosa. This is an annual water allocation. It's based on a supply of what's called blue water from the water project here operated by the San Benito Water District. This particular area doesn't have adequate supply, and so when it was originally developed, there was a blue water allocation. And annually, the allotments have to be established. And this is a hearing then on your part to hear if there are any concerns with the annual water allotments for the next year. The water year is from like end of February to March every year. So it's something you will see every year. It's relatively routine. It's a little different for the people this year because their water allotment has been reduced a little bit because of the drought. And I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. Barbara was kind enough to do most of the work on this for the RMA, and I appreciate that very much, County Council, and can help answer questions as well if you have them. But you should open it to the public, and then after the public has an opportunity to provide whatever comments they have, there's a specific staff recommendation. The title of the ordinance needs to be read into the record. And then you're also incorporating CEQA findings and adopting that ordinance.
Supervisor Tiffany, you have any questions, being that comes out of your district?
I don't.
Okay, any other supervisors?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in the 90s, I worked for Coldwell Banker Pavetti Real Estate, and I worked with the realtor that was selling these lots out there at Stonegate. And way back in the 90s, it was a water issue, lack thereof. Do you anticipate that ever being resolved for them? Because I can't imagine being a resident in that subdivision and year after year after year having to struggle with the issue of water. And I understand the blue valve is primarily for the agricultural, and it's not for residential use, but unfortunately, it's what they've had to do. They've had to also drill their own well that hasn't been sufficient for their needs. But do you see any resolve anytime soon for them?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I don't see any resolution anytime soon. I wouldn't say never, but there is, just to be accurate, a small domestic water allocation that's part of this as well. So most of it's for the ag uses on the lands. And then they also have a well that was drilled about 10 years ago down on Trespinos, or near Trespinos Creek, that augments their supply. And for the blue water part, the domestic supply, they also have a little water treatment system, but I honestly don't see a near-term solution. I think we're going to be facing this for years to come.
Thank you.
Any other supervisors have any questions?
Mr. Chair, a question did occur to me. Well, let me make a statement. It's my understanding, both from in speaking with Barbara as well as Benny, that Stonegate this is something that, as you pointed out, Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Gonzalez, they've been dealing with this for many years. It comes up very frequently. The homeowner association out there works closely with the county in terms of coming up with these numbers, because we're obviously well aware of the issue. But a general question, Benny, do you know if there are other, again, being new to all of this, other development CSAs that have a similar kind of an issue that we regularly have to deal with water-wise?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Tiffany, I'm also new to this.
You're right.
I don't think so, but maybe Barbara can help.
Yeah, there's no other CSA that actually has had a water shortage ordinance. This is the only one. We do provide water for another CSA, but their well seems to have, I would say, plenty of water. It just needs upkeep to the well. So we do manage another water system, but it doesn't have the same shortage issues.
Are you speaking to Denville?
Yes.
And has it ever been explored, the idea of trying to get Sunny Slope water into this situation, or is that something that would even be feasible?
I would say that probably somebody at RMA might historically have looked into that. I don't know for sure what the cost or the distance, but I think I've heard of some thoughts about that, but I don't remember whether it went very far.
Maybe something to be explored, down the road, so we don't have to revisit this every year. Thank you.
Yeah, for some reason I thought that the distance was pretty far historically.
Maybe so.
Ridgemark is Sunny Slope, right?
Yes.
So
right.
I mean, it cost a lot to just bring the pipeline from the well to the Tres Pinos. I meant to Stonegate.
But they do service, areas of the, Sunny Slope area, parts of the Sunny Slope area, of course, Sunny
Yes,
Slope
I'm
water.
wondering.
Anyway, just thinking out loud.
Mr. Chair, if I may, it does occur to me, Supervisor Tiffany, that there is an interconnect being planned with the water system that serves Tres Pinos. And I regret to tell you, I don't know enough about the situation there to know which area is benefited by the interconnect. I have a feeling it may be Tres Pinos. But
Emergency.
but we can, we're in fairly regular contact with Sunny Slope on a variety of issues, and we can look into that.
Right. Barbara, you mentioned that there was
There's a proposed intertie between Stonegate and Tres
Right.
Pinos for emergencies
For
only.
emergency.
But it hasn't been constructed yet.
It has not, you're right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment?
If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Selena. So my question, since this comes up, yearly, is the decisions on the allotment, is that based on rainfall? So drought or non-drought years? Because I know the water is very expensive out there. So how is that allotment calculated? Is that based on the rainfall every year or on the usage of the previous year? Thank you.
County Council, do you have
It's
that?
based upon the allocation of blue valve water. About how much allocation is given out from the blue valve water.
And that's from the state.
Yeah, through San Benito County Water.
Yes,
County Water District.
Water District, sorry.
But then that's indirectly tied
Indirectly.
to the amount of water
Yes.
and the
Right,
rainfall,
indirectly.
so, yeah. So it is all connected.
Okay. What's the wish of or is there any more public comment?
No more comments.
What's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, can I read the title of the
You
ordinance?
sure can, ma'am.
Okay, an ordinance of the County of San Benito establishing a water conservation program for the area served by County Service Area Number 31 for the 2021-2022 water year.
Is there a motion?
I'll go ahead and I'm not sure I'll do this right, but I'll make a motion to make the CEQA findings set forth in the agenda item transmittal, accept introduction and waive further reading of the ordinance, and adopt the ordinance amending water allocation requirements for the county service area number 31 for the 2021-2022 water year. And then lastly, retroactively approve the publication of a quarter-page display ad that was published prior to today's hearing and authorize publication of a display ad after publication in lieu of publication of the ordinance itself or a summary thereof.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. We'll go to our last one, which is hold a public hearing and adopt resolution for the closure of the south half of Nash Road. And I do want to thank Chief Badola for being out there the whole entire meeting. He's a trooper. Thank you, sir.
This is probably not on Facebook. Can I just click on it? Let me go up. Share, screen share.
No, CMAP.
I do have to share it?
No, you don't have to share this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to share shortly a map that shows the area that we're talking about today, but this particular item is a public hearing and a resolution for your consideration for the vacation closure, that is, of the south half of Nash Road between Monterey and West Streets in Hollister, California. And as we reported to you on March the 9th, this is part of a package arrangement that was agreed to in 2016 between the city of Hollister, San Benito County, and the high school district in consideration for certain properties on the parts of all parties Ultimately, there would be an exchange where San Benito High School would make available land south of the high school, which is kind of shown in the red cross-hatched area that I'm trying to highlight presently, south of the Riverside Parkway. And the area that we're talking about is along Nash between West Street and Monterey. The north half of the street is in the city of Hollister's jurisdiction. The south half is ours, San Benito County. And that 2016 agreement called for that area to be vacated and conveyed to the high school district. So this would be the last remaining piece of the county's obligations under the 2016 agreement. We would vacate the 30 feet shown in yellow on the map that's in front of you this afternoon, just south of that red stripe, which is the city's. And that would complete the county's obligations toward the what was called for in the 2016 agreement, and allow us then to pursue in earnest a major grant application for the development of phase 1 of a regional park through a state proposition that's only available to counties that I think we have a very good chance of getting. So the city is also considering the possibility of vacating their half of Nash Road in the near future, but have not made a commitment to doing that yet. I'm recommending that we go ahead and proceed to fulfill our obligations under the 2016 agreement, which allows us to then ask the high school to please convey the right-of-way, the land south of River Parkway to the county as soon as possible so that we can keep our grant application moving forward and our planning for what will be a major regional park community for Hollister and the San Benito region. What you have in front of you today is a public hearing that's a requirement of the state law around street vacations. And also I have asked that the high school district superintendent, Sean Tenenbaum, be listed as a panelist, and his construction administrator, I may not have the title right, Rob Zimmerman, and either after the hearing or before the hearing, they would appreciate an opportunity to address the board on this issue as well. So if you would be so kind as to recognize them at an appropriate point in time, I would really appreciate it. And I'll attempt to answer any questions you might have for me at this point.
Yeah, just one question. Worst case scenario, the city does not vacate their part of the road. What does that do to us?
Well, what I think would happen, this is what I would like to see happen, Mr. Chair. So bear in mind, it's somewhat of a personal opinion, but I would like to see the school district and the city engage the issue with the public safety providers, because at a presentation I made to the city council a week ago, Monday, that was the one issue that they seem to be struggling with the most, is maintaining access for public safety. And I believe that that's one reason Mr. Tenenbaum would like to speak to you today, is he wants to make sure it's clear to you what his plan for that is. And his plan is not to build buildings over that, but is to retain the current gate system. And the gate system that's already there has a built-in mechanism for automatic gate operation that a fire truck can activate, because they have a strobe light and it triggers the gate to open. So he doesn't appear to be, the school district, I should say, does not appear to be contemplating major improvements on this that would impede public safety access, and so that can be retained. And so my hope moving forward is that we hold up our end of the bargain, the city and the public safety providers, police and fire and ambulance, can make sure they're clear on how access is preserved for public safety. And then that would enable the city, hopefully, to then vacate the north half of the street, and we can all move forward with the park project.
Yes, the only problem that I have is I know the ambulance, the sheriff's office, the police, and a small percentage of our fire, they don't have the capability of the strobe light you're speaking of to open up the gates, and we'll have our chief talk about it later on. But what I'm worried about is, once again, I'd rather vacate this part or our part of the road after the city does, because if the city doesn't vacate the road, then nothing is done, and that's where we're at right now. I'm not saying it's a stalemate, but once again, the city's been talking about this for how many years, Ray? 3 years.
Well, I can tell you, we've met with the city and the county and the school district back when Margie Barrios, Supervisor Barrios, was here.
That was 5
It was
years in.
Yeah, it was a long time
So
ago.
I just want to be really frank about this, and I personally do not want to do anything until I know the city will vacate it, and also want to, of course, hear from our safety aspect also. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may, just one more comment, and then I would appreciate it if you would consider allowing the high school
yes, sir.
to speak.
Yes.
I guess my view on this, and recognize that I'm new here and new to this discussion, is that the commitments by the parties were made 5 years ago. And in 2019, this board, I don't realize it's not this board, but the
I was
previous
here.
authorized Mr. Espinosa to move forward with the work that's required to uphold the county's end of the bargain and vacate the south half of Nash, and a lot of other things. You've already spent $1.9 million on River Parkway, and we're planning to do a major intersection improvement where that comes into San Benito, and then improve San Benito Street down to Union. I just am optimistic about this. I think the public safety access can be preserved, and that if that's re-engaged to some extent, that it'll be really clear. And if the gates are not the option that should be chosen to ensure that, in my view, as an engineer, I believe there may be other options to consider as well. But it appears to me that the school wants to preserve the existing gate system, and finding a way to make sure all the fire trucks and police and sheriff and AMR can get through there as needed would be vital, and I think it's doable. I guess this is a long-winded way of imploring you not to wait on others to take action because of what's riding on us and what's riding on it for us in the region in terms of the regional park planning and development. I'm worried that if we lose that possibility to make a timely application for the $3 million grant, and having possession of the property is a strong point in our favor, that we may miss a major great opportunity.
And that's my question. If we vacate this property now, or this road now, we can apply for this, or does it have to predicate the city vacating their part also?
Well, I'll be honest. I think if we do our part, we may be able to implore the school district to go ahead and give us a lease on the land that would allow us to move forward, or something that would still keep us in play while the issue with regard to public safety gets resolved.
But we're not sure. That's what I'm
not
asking. Okay, that's where I'm at.
Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Yes.
Regarding the lease agreement, what's preventing the high school from giving us a lease agreement now so that we can go ahead and proceed and have them act in good faith right now? Because I've received about 15 phone calls and emails regarding the closure of Nash Road. And if I have to vote on it today, it's a no for me. It's an issue of safety, and I know that the Hollister, the city council, they had a meeting and they were ready to proceed forward. And when fire and safety came forward, all of a sudden the conversation stopped. I want to know, to what degree have the residents of that community been involved in the conversation? I know this has been in conversations for years because, again, I live on 4th Street here, and Nash Road is a thoroughfare for me to get home. I can't drive down San Benito coming this direction because it's a one-way. And when the gates are closed from 7 to 7, we have to figure out a way to get home. And I'm not the only one. I've received phone calls from people on Powell Street, off of West, off of Nash, South Street. Just there's major concerns, and the people feel like their voices have not been heard. And I understand that the park is a great it's a great project. It will do wonders for the community. I understand that the county has expended at least 1.9 million and then some. But why can't the high school give us that lease agreement and allow us to go forward? And at least then we have the high school acting in good faith, because both the high school and the city have held this project up. They've held it hostage for years. And I would like to see them act in good faith before we do.
Mr. Chair, if I, may I briefly respond to that? I'm not interested in debating it with you, Supervisor, because I understand what you're saying, but it's not my place to speak for the school district. Maybe we should put them on.
Well, that's why you said he's here, so I asked that question because I figured he's listening. Superintendent Tannenbaum, I would love a response if you can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much for having me. If I may, Supervisor Gonzalez, offer a few comments and then I can answer your question if that is okay with you. So it's an honor to be here today. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to participate once again on behalf of the San Benito High School District. I'd also like to commend the county team consisting of Ray, Dulce, Barbara, Mike, and now Benny for outstanding collaboration and support over the years. San Benito High School District is committed to realizing the final steps of the interagency cooperation agreement and celebrating the culmination of our collective vision. Leading up to the implementation of the temporary closure of Nash Road, the district engaged in an almost 2-year process with the city and county public safety agencies, officials to prepare for the initial part-time closure between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. After excellent collaboration and approval from key stakeholders, traffic calming measures were implemented in and around the campus. And on October 15, 2018, we celebrated the official part-time closure. On August 5th, 2019, the City Council confirmed these actions by taking a resolution to the council authorizing staff to commence actions to permanently close, vacate, and dispose of a portion of Nash Road. Included in that resolution, public safety officials concurred with the closure of Nash Road, provided a few additional safety measures be explored in the area surrounding the high school and the county regional park, one of which is the 3-way stop at San Benito Street and River Park Way. Since the part-time closure, we've had successfully over 200 instructional days of increased safety for our students, staff, and the public. We thank you for your support to achieve this historic milestone. And Mr. Zimmerman and I are here to answer any questions on behalf of the high school district. And I believe Supervisor Gonzalez, your question was in particular nature to the lease agreement. Is that correct?
Was.
So the district 3 years ago started down the path of negotiating with both the city and the county regarding the final step. A lease was put on the table and we both parties felt in the best interest of moving forward with the property exchange. And at that time, we started to negotiate the property exchange and the terms of the final agreement, if you will. And that is what we've been pursuing for the last 3 years.
Does that mean you're not going to give us a lease?
Well, Supervisor Gonzalez, if I may, all aspects are on the table. We've been working in good faith with the county as well as the city. We will continue to do so. It is our goal, as Mr. Young stated to the Board of Supervisors, to continue to move forward with the finalization of the last steps of the agreement and the land transfer and the property exchange. But all aspects are on the table.
With all due respect, that still doesn't sound like it answers the question. This has been ongoing for quite some time, and we would really love to see the park project go forward. And as I said earlier, and I'll say it again, the city and the high school are holding this project hostage. That means you're not allowing us to go forward. It's not us as a county, it's us as a community. That park will benefit so many people. And right now, you have a temporary closure that ensures safety for your students on campus. A 7 to 7 should suffice. But as you said, that option is still on the table. But why don't you show some good faith, extend the county the lease that we need to proceed through with this grant, and then, as you said, all options are on the table. We can continue negotiating. But we need to see some good faith effort from the high school first.
Very well said. I agree. Any other, Bob?
Supervisor, or Mr. Chair, just to add the context, if you read and I appreciate the sentiment of Supervisor Gonzalez to try to make sure we address the needs and ultimately of this park being built. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ray, but our interagency agreement basically already allows for us to have that option. So it's an option that already belongs to the county. The ultimate goal, and I think it suffices ultimately to support actually getting it increases our chances, which is basically owning the property in and of itself. So owning the property, which means obviously so basically owning the property, that the high school giving us that property, then at that point the chances of that grant becomes a lot. It increases our chances, but it doesn't it doesn't minimize as much. If you lease, there's a chance with the lease, but there's a greater chance, I guess is what I'm saying, with the ownership. But as far as I'm concerned, I believe within the interagency agreement, the lease option that already exists.
Yeah, he is correct.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question. So the way the agreement works is if we vacate, it's not until Hollister City Council also vacates that we would get the property. I'm not clear on that exactly here.
Can I respond to that question, Chair Medina? Yeah, the agreement.
Yes, sir.
The agreement, and Mr. Espinoza can confirm this as well. The agreement essentially has two phases. Once River Parkway was designed and bids were let, the high school was obligated to give the county a 99-year lease for the area south of River Parkway. And that, in our estimation, is still on the table. What happens when this permanent vacation of that one block section of Nash Road occurs is that then title would be transferred. So the county would initially have a lease, but then they would take full title once the closure occurred. So that there's two steps in that process contemplated in that interagency agreement.
So by closure, you're saying obviously that would require both the city council and the county vacating. I mean,
that's correct.
It would take both
parties.
And
one of the things that perhaps the district can clarify, closure, permanent closure, would mean that that the emergency access gates would remain in place. And one of the conditions that you could add to the vacation is that there would be a reservation of an easement or right-of-way for emergency access, and that there would have to be arrangements made for that to be operable for police, fire, ambulance, in addition.
Well, that was going to be my next question, is whether or not we could make a decision now that would be contingent upon the emergency access, or alternatively, and I understand, I appreciate, Benny, what you're saying about keeping momentum here. Possibly I'd like to, I wouldn't like to see us vote this down. Possibly, if we can't come to agreement, maybe we table this till, a meeting, our next meeting or something, when there can be an actual emergency access plan that would be presented to us. Sounds to me like the big, it seems like most people are in support of this park. In fact, there's a huge, it's a community-wide thing. Everyone agrees, I think, that it's a great project. The concern is the emergency access. So if that can be dealt with, sounds to me like hopefully the city will get on board, and I think we would be on board.
I think that's the case. Again, you can condition the vacation to include the permanent emergency access through that strip of land. And the technical details of how the gates are to work with all of the first responders can be worked out. And it's going to have to be worked out, I'm reasonably certain, before the city would conduct their hearing. And so by taking that step with a condition, we could assist in moving the process forward.
I'm going to throw something out here if I could, and we haven't spoken about it, but what about conditioning it just upon the city of Hollister's approval? And then we don't actually have to work out that easement agreement or anything like that. You condition upon the city of Hollister's approval, and once the city of Hollister is satisfied with everything, then we,
well, it's not really working out an easement agreement.
or however they
Again,
want
we
to do
can,
it, yeah.
the street vacation can reserve an
Okay.
easement for emergency access, and that's something that you could do today with a slight modification of the resolution to include that provision.
But I also think it's key that to both resolve it from our point of view and from the concerns that Supervisor Gonzalez has raised and others, and certainly the City Council, that we develop a plan for that emergency access. And in other words,
yeah,
I'm sure it can be worked out.
What I hear from the district is that they thought they had it worked out, and what we're hearing from the Emergency Services Agency is they don't think it's worked out, so some further work needs to be done on that.
Can we hear
Right.
from Emergency
Mr. Chair, if I
Services
may.
since he's here?
Hear from Peter, then we'll go to the emergency services, and then if Cullen has anything, we'll go with Supervisor Kosminski after. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think, I think it would be healthy if we maybe catch our breath a little bit and take a step back, only because I feel there's a lot more to the context, is kind of what I mentioned even earlier, to understand the reality, because part of it is the public sentiment. Obviously, they're obviously worried about the access. I've gotten a couple emails. I haven't gotten a whole lot, which is definitely, even for the record, I've gotten 2 emails addressing the safety element. And the worry is basically what if there's an emergency and the gates are locked and, I'm having a heart attack and no one can reach me. And I was actually in the meeting, or not physically there, but I chimed into the city council meeting. And I know that the fear element was after what Captain Bedoya mentioned, that basically there hasn't been too much conversations with fire. But then after that, we heard from the facilities manager, Mr. Zimmerman, that there was dialogue, and maybe it wasn't to the recollection of the captain, but ultimately there was a lot more information, that's why I think we will definitely, things that need to be included in this dialogue is Mike Chambliss, who basically has a background with the city, and then also from Mr. Zimmerman to give some input on the conversations that have happened. But on my end, I would tell you that the biggest sentiment was, yes, the worry of the access. And then in consideration with that, after meeting with the ad hoc and county and the high school, I know that from there, we actually started questioning what would be the access points to the west side of town for fire, like what fire station do they come from for the emergency services. I think that's an important conversation because although, you know, technically San Benito Street's the main thoroughfare, is it actually going to be used from a fire truck or an ambulance? So, you know, or it just depends on their location and obviously where they're coming from. So my point is I think it would help with the context to really dive into some clarity on the where the routes are coming from. Ultimately, you know, I know that there's a record of that where these calls are coming from, and then also addressing the Opticon system that basically triggers this, because I know that is an option that even the fire department can have. I believe it was 3 trucks that they shared that have this Opticon system, but to my understanding that it's well within their budget to make sure to include this Opticon system in all of their trucks. And I'm curious if that's the case with them, what would be the opportunity for other emergency vehicles to be able to have access? I think that would really help with the dialogue. So maybe if we can lean into Mr. Chambliss and Mr. Zimmerman's input, I think that would help us. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Rather than Chambliss and Zimmerman, I'd like to bring up Chief Bedolla, being that he's in the middle of everything and has all the answers we're speaking of. Thank you for waiting for so long, Chief.
No, thank you for having me here. Can you hear me? Everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I first learned about this from the great presentation that Benny did the other night at the council, and it was a great presentation. And I think we can get the best of both worlds from this with the way things are working right now. Public safety was always under we're under the assumption that they had to build this River Parkway if they wanted to put the gates up. So we thought that was it, and that was the end of discussion. So they did their part so we could do our part. Then I find out there's some dialogue and there's some adoption of some items and stuff. And if we would have found out about it, I just found out about this interagency cooperation agreement. And it talks about the parties involved that the county and the city subsequently consider permanently closing and vacating that roadway. Then I look farther through there, it talks about the Nash Road closure. And on that Nash Road closure, it lists some items that they did. A list of the improvements and traffic calming measures for the Nash Road closure area are approved by the county and the city. So I look in the back to see what those are. And on the back it says traffic calming and safety measures, speed bulbs, speed humps, and our speed tables. So that's where it kind of sparked some, raised some flags for me, because it's in the fire code. It's in the International Fire Code, and I have 2019 that we'll talk about the fire apparatus roads shall have unobstructed widths, and then the authority of the fire code official shall have the authority to require or permit modifications to the required access widths where they are inadequate for fire or rescue operations, or where necessary to meet the public safety objectives of the jurisdiction. In addition to that, the adopted boilerplate fire code states 503.4, obstruction of the fire apparatus access road. Fire apparatus access roads shall not be obstructed in any manner. In addition to that, 503.4.1, traffic calming devices. Traffic calming devices shall be prohibited unless approved by the fire code official. So if all this stuff would have came to me in the beginning, I would have said traffic calming devices aren't allowed, meaning speed bumps. And then we go a little farther. Required gates or barricades in the fire code that's adopted. The fire code official is authorized to require the installation and maintenance of gates or other approved barricades across fire apparatus roads, not including streets, alleys, or highways, public streets, alleys, or highways. I'm not going to say take the gateways out because I'm overall concerned for the safety of the public, the general public. And I think this is the best compromise that we could get to keep the kids safe and to keep the public safe. I'm not in favor of closing it because the school's not in service 24 hours a day. We already had the perfect storm happen where we did have a fire on Homestead. Opticom did fail. Station 1 was at another incident, and we did have to reroute around there. Unfortunately, that person did lose their house and their belongings. We only have 5 out of our 19 pieces of equipment that have Opticom. And like we train on the fire service, we train as if our equipment's gonna fail and how we're gonna work without it. And that's how we train with this. So I think we could get the best of both worlds by, we want a park, we want the park, and the high school should move forward with this plan that's already in place. The high school is going to benefit from it because the grant's going to pay for a big, huge parking lot area, and the high school is going to be able to utilize those facilities for all their school functions. The way the plan is right now, we accept that plan right now as a temporary closure, just during school hours. If they need to extend it, they can call us. If they need it on the weekends, and they can call us. But as long as it's out at the nighttime, when fire goes undetected a lot longer because people don't see it until it's a little too late. You know, we got to remember fire doubles in size every minute. And the brain starts losing oxygen after 2 minutes and you start having brain death after then. So that's where we're at. And then I looked, I was like, okay, that's the 2019 fire code. Maybe I'm blowing it. Oh, it's in the 2016 fire code. Maybe I'm blowing it. Oh, it's in the 2013 fire code. So it states the same thing that's in there throughout there. And if we would have been presented that from the beginning, that usually sparks a little flag that we talk about traffic calming devices. And I brought this before. We don't do EVAs. We don't do gates on public roads because we need full access. We don't want to interrupt connectivity and the traffic flow, and especially emergency access. I talked with my counterparts in law enforcement and with the EMS, and they had no idea about the permanent closure also. So you can address them and talk to them about it, but I know 100% that law enforcement PD is not in favor of this. But like I said, we like the way it is right now. Opticom, like I said, only 4 out of our 19 pieces of equipment have it. Does it work? It doesn't always work. None of the PD cars have them, and none of the ambulances have the Opticom. There was some talk. Hey, and I've heard this more than once, San Jose State did it, so why can't you? Before we go there, we're not San Jose Fire. We don't have the luxury of having plenty of apparatus and plenty of other strategically planned stations to be able to cover those other areas. We have 4 stations in the county that can respond to that. Also, we said, how about Station 2? Can't Station 2 run those calls? I ran some numbers. So from Station 2 at 2240 Valley View Road to 1220 Monterey, it's 2.2 miles. From Station 1 at 110 5th Street to 1220 Monterey Street. It's 0.9 miles. Okay, sure, that's not on that side, so I took it a little further. Let's go to the corner of Powell Street and Nash Road. 1149 Powell Street. From Station 1, it's 1.3 miles. From Station 2, it's 2.4 miles. Then I took it a little farther. Let's go 1000 Nash Road, a little bit down the street a little bit. From Station 1, it's 1.7 miles. From Station 2, it's 2.6 miles. So it's almost a mile difference in that. Now they say, why can't you go around? We're not going to take a 100,000-pound piece of apparatus zigzagging through side streets. You know, we're just putting lives in jeopardy, and we're just not going to do that. We have major thoroughfares, we have major routes that we take. Nash is one of them, 7th Street is one of them. We're not going to zigzag through the town because we're not going to put the community in danger of injuries or accidents happening from there. And that's all I have. Like I said, we just don't support it. I'm not a vote, but law doesn't support it either. And I'm sure you can make contact with Chief Reynoso also, and he'd let you know the same thing. But like I said, I think we get the best of both worlds by the high school giving this over because they're going to benefit from it, be able to use the facilities and get this big parking lot built. And that's all I have. Any other questions?
Any questions for Chief?
Thank you. You just exemplified my whole presentation. Thank you.
Any questions for the Chief?
I did have one question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Peter.
Yeah, Chief, so that you mentioned the mile difference, and obviously that's really, really important. What about the stop signs in between? Like which routes have, I mean, and I'm just, because in my mind, I'm wondering, right, it's just even for my education, if you have a road that's longer, but it has a lot more stops, is it still, you know, or I'm sorry, if it's shorter, but if it has more stops versus one that's longer, but has less stops, you know, did you make that distinction? Does that even matter? Does that hurt or help your response times? I don't know what that means as far as even time of day, because I would imagine certain times of day are busier than others. I think that would help our education if you could respond.
It does, and that's a very good question. So just because you have lights and sirens on doesn't give you permission to disobey the laws. So when we come through a stop sign, we're supposed to come to a stop, even though we have our code 3s on, or slow down to almost to a stop to make sure we make eye contact and make sure we go through before that. So it does make a difference from hitting shorter routes with more stop signs or longer routes without stop signs. That does make a big difference, because if we were to hit someone going code 3, going through a red light, going through a stop sign, we're definitely at fault because we're asking for permission to go through that. We don't demand permission for that. So does that make sense?
Thank you.
That was a good question. Thank you.
You're good.
If you want to, if I can speak
Yes,
after
sir.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you staying all this time. You could have watched Backdraft 3 times, I think, in there if you wanted to. So, you know, it's a really tough issue because, you know, first of all, I'll say this. I get the impression from the city of Hollister that this is dead in the water from their perspective. So I think to a certain extent we're sort of chasing our tail a little bit here, and I think we're basically trying to show the high school that we're playing ball, and we are, and we have for 5 years or whatnot. But like I said, my impression from this whole thing and talking to people at the city is that whether you put in the emergency access or not at this point, I don't think it's going to matter. The reality of it is, so, my concern is, let's say we vacate our half of the road. What happens? I think Supervisor Medina was trying to ask this earlier, and I'm not sure it's even clear to this point. What happens if we vacate our portion of the road and the city of Hollister, which I suspect would be the case, does not vacate their portion of the road? Does that give us or the high school the impetus to close our half. I've had these conversations with staff. It's interesting to go down the rabbit hole, but does that give us the option to close our half of the road, which I don't want to get into it with the city and have some sort of a beef with the city. Or does that give the high school the option to close their lane basically and turn it into a one-way, which obviously is not feasible? So we'd be forcing the hand, I think, at that point of the city. We're just getting into interesting territory here. If we approve our vacation, the city of Hollister doesn't approve their vacation, which I'm 95% sure would be the case. I don't even think they're going to take it up again. Where does that leave us? And that's kind of where I'm, and if it leaves us kind of out there, then it's all moot anyway. I think we should just pursue the 99-year lease. We've done our part to this point as a county. We've done everything we can. I think we're all here at least willing to consider, for the most part. I think some of us are more against it, but I think most of us went into this willing to consider the vacation. Can we get more clarity on what happens if under that scenario, which I think is the most likely scenario? We approve it, City of Hollister doesn't. What happens then?
If I may, real quick, I did find where they did make an adoption in the resolution of July 26, 2019. But in the whereas, it says where the city, that the city consider taking actions to pursue. So everyone's right there. And you also got to remember that I'm not just the city fire department. I'm San Benito County Fire Department, and we look for overall safety of the whole community. Like I said, the school and the community. I'm not set on defending the city. I'm not set on defending the county. I mean, I am looking out to defend the city and the county because that's my intentions. That's who I work for, and that's my community. So it's not just the city of Hollister that I'm up here representing. I'm representing the whole county as a whole, even San Juan Bautista.
Well, at this time, does it sound, I'm just trying to get a call or a thought from everyone to table this until.
If I may, this is Rob Zimmerman. If I may shed some history on everybody's conversations, may I speak, Chair?
Yes, sir.
This is Rob Zimmerman, construction manager at San Benito High School. And if I may shed a little history on how we came about the gate system, the traffic mitigations, and who was involved. So back in 2017, we started the Nash Road closure meetings. And we had talked about design impacts to the community and mainly surrounding the high school. And the involvement in the agencies that we collaborated with and community members, the sheriff and his captain were present. The police department, Chief Westrick was present along with one of his lieutenants. The fire chief, Del Campo, was present. AMR, the mayor, the city manager, Bill Rivera at the time, the city planning office, David Rubisek and team, city council members, past and present, county supervisors, county RMA director at the time, water district director, and of course the San Benito board members, administration, certificated classified staff, and HOA legal counsel, along with a few others. And in these meetings, several months of meetings, we discussed design, the impact, what the gate system would do, the routes that it would charge the fire trucks and SO cars and the PD cars having to go around the campus, and the time that it would take to do that, and any possible worries that would be for the emergency folks that were present. In that same time, in conjunction, we held neighborhood advisory committee meetings. We advertised out. We had a local gentleman here that would pass out papers, and we would advertise it on our website that we're having an advisory meeting in the library in the evening time, hopefully when people are off work, so they can come and listen to what the district was doing at the time, planning to do, and any impacts it have on their neighborhood traffic. It might be we rerouted construction vehicles, changed times per the city ordinance of when we started construction. We listened to the neighbors. We invited everybody to come, and we showed them what we're doing. We actually had PowerPoints and showing them or giving pamphlets what the projects were at the time or coming down the pike. And so with this said, with all the different agencies, we created a plan. And that plan was what everybody's talking about, the gates and traffic mitigations and the agreements, working with the city planning department, David Rubisek at the time. We gave him a draft of what we plan to do out there, and they picked it apart, and we changed things as people gave us their worries and stuff. The speed tables, for instance, we originally had a 6-inch rise with the 10-foot platform speed tables. There were 6 of them total surrounding the campus: Monterey Street, B Street, and West Street. I believe it was Chief Del Campo said the rise was too tall. We need to lower it because it would cause issues with the trucks. As Chief Padola said, the weight of them, the size of them, all that good stuff. So we did lower them considerably. They're 4-inch rise with a 10-inch tabletop on them. If you haven't gone over them, they're pretty non-intrusive, but I haven't been in a fire truck, so I couldn't speak to that. We also put 2 solar speed radar signs on Powell Street to hopefully slow the traffic that had to take alternate routes. So people would see how fast they were going and slow them down in those neighborhoods. That was one of the agreements. Along with that, of course, we did the traffic bulbs out on Nash Road, the gate systems. So doing the gate systems, ADIS Architect and myself met with Chief Padola at Station 1 and went over the design of those gates. And Chief Padola ultimately signed off on the plans for the traffic mitigations and the gates out on Nash Road on
Do you have a copy of
April
those plans?
2018, along with the city engineer, David Rubisek, on January 3rd, 2018. We made considerable changes to Chief Padola's request because the Opticom system, we had spec'd out something different. And so he had let us know that their trucks had the Opticom, so we changed it out. And before we commissioned those gates to be used, we asked the fire department to bring their trucks down so we can test them. And then while we're doing that, we found out one of their trucks, the actual Opticom light was not working. So they were able to get that fixed so they would work. Those are pretty sensitive. About a block and a half away, if they're not even coming down Nash Road, they'll fire off those gates and they'll open up. And they are designed where they stay open until somebody manually closes them in case the fire department gets another call and they come back through. They do not get closed. They've been used considerably. I've witnessed myself going through and back and forth. I know there was an instance where Bill Avera at the time said that he called me up and kind of lit me up and said, "Hey, those gates aren't working. We had a call over there." I said, "Okay, you know what truck it was?" Well, they brought the truck down and lo and behold, that Opticom light that they have in there was not operating correctly, and they were able to fix that. He apologized and blaming the system over here. I'm not saying it won't fail or it can't fail. It's mechanical, subject to failure. But those are the only times that I've heard of, and I could say, Dr. Tannenbaum, that we have heard of any failure over there. And believe me, if there is a failure, we'd be the first ones to take care of it. We do not want to put anybody at risk in this community, ever. But with that said, there were plenty of meetings with a lot of collaborating members to give us their worries on what this design would do and the impacts it would have. And we had talked to the SO, they did not have an issue. Their cars are small to go around. Same with PD. Like I said, we had a lieutenant and the chief there. Said the same thing. As far as the AMR, we spoke with them. They said they take other routes. It didn't pose an impact to have those gates closed. And I know the fire department's the only vehicle set that has the Opticom system in those, and they would not lose the capability to go through those gates 7 days a week, any time of the day, if they were closed with those systems. And like anything else, we do preventative maintenance on stuff. So we're more than happy to work with the fire department and ensure that our system is working with theirs 3 times a year, whatever it takes, to ensure that we don't put anybody's safety at risk. ever. And I'm more than happy to take any questions at this time, but I believe as the construction manager, we did our due diligence by talking to all the different stakeholders in the community itself.
Well, I don't think I really have a question. I'm one to hate. I hate to kick the can down the road, but I'm not, personally, this is me, I'm not willing to do anything simply because, once again, the city's not in play. So,
Can I ask a question? Can I just ask a question? It may be a dumb question.
No, never.
But I'm new to this. It's really for the school. It's already close, 7 to 7. What is, and I understand, Mr. Zimmerman, what you just said, but obviously things have changed, and now there's public opinion, and now there's new information. So I'm sure you guys are very frustrated, given what you just told us, but where we are now, why is it critical that Nash Road be closed permanently as opposed to just leaving it 7 to 7? Again, that may be a dumb question on my part, but I think that's just a straightforward question. Can you guys live with not going forward with a permanent closure?
I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Tannenbaum answer that question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Tiffany, and thank you, Rob, for your explanation. So when we look at the 7 to 7, Monday through Friday, Supervisor Tiffany and Board of Supervisors, we do have staff members that arrive earlier. We do have staff members that stay later. And because of the nature of having a public comprehensive high school our size with co-curricular and extracurricular activities, we have a special event probably every single night of the week and on Saturdays. And so there's usually an athletic, there's a parent night Monday through Friday. We have staff members here on Saturday. And there is, I would say, encounters with traffic, other encounters with the public that would really deteriorate or be eliminated by having the permanent closure. Sundays are not an issue for us in terms of taking a look at our staff and students, because we really don't have staff and students on campus at that time. But to create a continuous campus from north to south, to have a student walkway, that is the ultimate goal. But I think it's an excellent question, Supervisor Tiffany, and I hope I've been able to answer that.
I have a question. Joel, would you elaborate how this resolution could be modified if the board was interested to make it conditional upon the city of Hollister? The vacation, would the board be interested?
I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. I don't want anything conditioned on Hollister. I'd rather wait for Hollister to come up first and then go back, unless I'm wrong, board.
No, neither do I. I don't want a conditional one. I want a promise from the high school that they'll allow us to move forward so that we can get the grant.
Are you on board with that? I don't want to speak for everyone.
Yeah, I think that's the smartest way of doing it. I don't want to get in, yeah.
Sorry, Peter, that's a majority.
Well, I think I would agree that why don't we table it and see if we can come up with a solution that will be acceptable to the city of Hollister and the school as well.
The only, Mr. Chair, I apologize. The only question, we should get clarification on timing with the grant application that we're pursuing, and if there is, I would like some clarity on
what happens.
Thoughts on, if we get the 99-year lease, is there a real belief that would significantly lower our chances of getting the grant, or?
I'll defer.
Defer that part to Mike Chambliss or to Benny Young on that one.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Espinosa, County Council. In my view, a 99-year lease would be more than adequate for us to be able to complete the grant application and show a strong property interest, strong enough to make us very competitive.
Dr. Tannenbach, would you agree to a 99-year lease?
Supervisor Gonzalez, we'd be happy to meet with the county staff and take a look at what the next steps may be.
Okay, with that being said, I think I'm going to make a motion if there's no other comments to table this.
One quick question. I'm
Mr. Chair.
fine with that. Excuse me, Benny, what is the timing? I mean, I know timing is important, but to Supervisor Kosmicki's question, I mean, if we delay this a couple of weeks to the next meeting or a month, are we going to lose this grant? Where are we?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Tiffany, I included a schedule in a PowerPoint that's over on that unit, but basically it calls for us to commence the public involvement program in May, and I was hoping we'd have possession so we could engage that fully. And so if we got it sometime in
So we have a
April,
little bit of time, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just some final thoughts. And I mean, I appreciate the due diligence of the board. Ultimately, just so you guys know, especially since I did attend at the city council meeting, the city council was waiting for ultimately a solution. So it sounds like if the city doesn't move with the solution and the county doesn't move with the solution, then there is no solution. There is no moving forward. Doesn't necessarily stop the progress of the regional park, but just for disclosure purposes, because I can say that the dialogue from that city council was they want this to move forward. That it was just contingent upon some solution. So that means that there needs to be stronger dialogue if we really want this to happen. And to me, it's not about leverage or non-leverage. It's about literally an interagency, or to a certain extent, honoring the interagency sentiment of protecting the public on the west side of town, addressing the safety concerns, but ultimately creating a benefit, interagency benefit. That's why I feel like I'm strongly advocating, not so much to just push this through, but ultimately to not stop the dialogue, because I can sense from what you guys are sharing, you guys don't want to move this forward. Unless there's a thorough, strong advocacy for some solution on the city side, as far as my interpretation of their sentiment, it won't move forward either. So we're pretty much saying we're going to kill this now, just to be clear. And there is a limited timeline on the grant. So again, to reiterate, safety is a priority, and talking about it is the only way you're going to solve it. Outside of that, we're not leading, we're following. And those are just my honest sentiments. So I hope, with all due respect to the board, that we have a stronger focus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can I?
Oh, and I forgot, public comment, I think, is warranted at this point in time.
Yes, it is, but we're still talking, Peter.
I was just going to say, I don't want to kill this going forward. I would propose that I don't want to table it indefinitely. I would say put it off for one meeting and try to come up with a solution. I agree with Supervisor Hernandez. We need to keep pushing this along and not lose the opportunity.
But not make a decision right now. That's what I think we all agree on that. Is there any public comment?
To make a comment, please raise your hand or press *9.
Thank you, Chief.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Steve Ward. I'm the president of the Homeowners Association west of this proposed blockage. We are adamantly against the full-time closure of Nash Road. We are adamantly supporting of the fire chief, who's told you point blank it's against the law. We're very concerned that traffic studies have not been done. We're also concerned with the quote mitigation that everybody's talking about, stop signs, when we had a car that literally drove into the bedroom where a couple sleeps. This mitigation is garbage. It doesn't work. Had that couple been in bed, they would have been killed. Now, the school Tannenbaum is quoting about safety of students and staff. I live here and I've lived here for 20 years. I have yet to hear an auto-ped of a student getting run down on Nash Road. His comments about safety are ridiculous. You keep it to 7 and 7. We know it's going to happen. we're supporting the 7 to 7 closure, which prevents the bulk of the students, the bulk of the teachers. And if they have to give a heads up, it's reasonable. The other thing that concerns us is that once the school gets control of this, they don't play by the same rules as the county or the city. They get inspected and their policies are set in Sacramento. So I would be very concerned if you give control over this to the school, because again, they don't go by our same rules. Pretty much the last thing is the timeline. Everybody's concerned about this land grant. You haven't even addressed the concerns of the River Parkway. You don't have adequate mitigations. You've heard from the chief it's illegal, and now you're hearing from homeowners west of the closure, we don't want it. And as a 25-year career EMS, 911 and an ambulance, we don't have it, and it's not fun to circle around neighborhoods because it's very dangerous. So I'm urging you, please do not close the street full time. Put in mitigations that are realistic, that protect homeowners, and be careful. Do not ignore the fire chief who's telling you what you're proposing is illegal. That's my comments.
Thank you, sir.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Jay Zaday. I'm actually a Nash Road resident, or right next to it. I'd agree with the earlier speaker. You know, I never really comment. I never attend these meetings, but when I heard today's meeting was about this road, one of the items was the closure of this road, I felt I had to comment. Okay, I'm very much against closing that road permanently. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, if you close that road, okay, folks are just going to go through the neighborhoods. I used to go through the neighborhood because I'm not going to go that long route. Only a handful of people did that, you know, long River Parkway route. Okay. Second thing is, you know, talking about the land grant and the regional park. Okay. If you have the regional park, the majority of that traffic is going to be when folks are out of school or, you know, off work, outside of that 7 to 7, you know, time. So essentially you'd be closing a road when it would be used most, and the school wouldn't be using it. Right. So to the point that there's a handful of staff who are using that outside of that 7 to 7 time block, doesn't make sense that we're closing that road for the rest of the, you know, basically the whole community for just a handful of people. Just doesn't make any sense. You know, and then the final point I really come to is the current status quo works. You know, it's a very fair compromise where that gate is closed from 7 to 7, and then, you know, there's exception scenarios. So, you know, it works for everybody more or less, and it wouldn't cost anything more just to keep it that way. So anyway, those are the comments I wanted to make. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And it's very confusing to listen to the dialogue. Mr. Zimmerman had an exacting list of dates and people and agreements. And so to me, it is like, where's the reality of what's going on? Chief Bedolla, if he had been in those meetings, as Mr. Zimmerman said, then where is the institutional memory? Where is the record keeping and the coordination? I agree that it's very difficult to communicate with the city of Hollister, but the San Benito County supervisors are held to a different standard, and it's obvious. When I was also in the Hollister City Council meeting that discussed the closure of Nash Road, and rather than come to any kind of thoughtful end of the conversation, the mayor and vice mayor just got up and left. And so I don't think we're dealing with a lot of reasonableness with the city. And it's very difficult for me especially to sit and listen. I would agree, you know, in my simple logic, The gates work well. The 7 to 7 protects the kids most of the time. If some kind of other mitigation can happen that help the people on campus to control themselves before and after those times, that should be implemented. And I bleed for the community around the high school, how they are impacted. I went to that high school, graduated in 1962. So it's a very, very different city now. So it's a huge conundrum, a catch-22, and all the kinds of phrases one can use that indicate the frustration that's going on in your council today. So I am very impassioned, obviously, for the Parkway and the regional park. And if a lease agreement is something that would be possible and would not impact the grant, but for San Benito County to get a grant is gruesome because we have so many new people here who have high incomes, and that cancels out the number of poverty.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Thomas, and I'm a lifelong Hollister resident. I live west of the high school on Quail Run behind River Parkway. I am here today to speak on the permanent closing of Nash Road. I have attended a few high school neighbor meetings in the past. At the last one I went to, Mr. Tannenbaum mentioned Nash Road being closed permanently. Believe me when I tell you this did not go over well. He stated he wanted the school to be like San Jose State. San Jose State has an enrollment of 33,000 students, as opposed to 3,200 at San Benito High School. As a resident who would be directly impacted by this closure, I have some questions. Why is this necessary? Wasn't the gate good enough as it's closed when the students are present? Would it really be safe to close Nash Road permanently? What are the implications for the people west of the school? I spent some time this weekend counting cars that use Nash Road from all directions. I sat at River Parkway and Nash Road for an hour, 1 hour on Friday evening. I counted 628 cars in 1 hour. I went again Saturday afternoon. There were 443 cars. And then I went very early Monday morning. There were 273 cars. This was before 7 o'clock. I know there was supposed to be a traffic study done. What were the results? I don't even know where to go to find them. I also have some safety concerns which have been talked about, but it was in my notes. If Nash Road is closed, what would police and fire take? As of now, they race down Nash Road multiple times most days. If there's speed bumps on River Parkway, will that slow the response time for police or fire? Is there a guarantee it won't take any longer? Have these questions been asked or answered? Have both departments weighed in on this closure? Can you guarantee the continued safety of those of us who live on this side of town? Are you or is the high school ready to take the responsibility if something should take longer for them to get to a person in need? Is it worth the risk for the thousands of people that use this road each and every day to have it closed for 3,200 students? If you guys want to come and sit with me and we can watch the cars go by, let me know. I'm all ready.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
India Salinas. Okay, so Zimmerman stated that in 2015, 6 years ago, numerous municipality representatives attended these meetings. And the agreement was 3 years ago. When these meetings started 6 years ago, this was for a temporary closure. I was against this because I didn't want it to be closed at all. These are young adults. We teach our kids not to play in the street. The students are old enough to know to walk on the sidewalk and walk across the crosswalks. I don't know, have any of you supervisors actually seen any of the plans? The plans actually include tables, umbrellas, planter boxes, benches. They're going to be scattered all around the area. There's no way that a vehicle can get through there, much less a fire truck. So for Zimmerman, back onto Zimmerman, to saying that the police and fire were there, yeah, they were there 6 years ago. Then you changed, Tenenbaum changed the plan and he wants it permanent. You excluded, and I mentioned this at the last time that this was on the agenda, fire and police are against this project. And they were excluded from the talks for a permanent closure. So when Chief Bedoya says he wasn't aware of it, trust the fact that he was not aware of it. Zimmerman coming back and saying, oh yeah, they were included. That was 6 years ago. We are now in 2021 and you want a permanent closure. You know what this is? This is extortion. This is exactly what it is. You give me that and I will give you this. If you don't give it to me, I'm not going to give it to you. Well, you know what? The high school has all the power to go ahead and sign a lease and give it to the county at whatever 99 years or 50 years or whatever it is. The students, they claim that, oh, this is going to be great. And the county take it and we take this and the students are going to use it. Well, yeah, the students are going to use it. So why not do a lease? You can do it. You choose not to do it because this is legal extortion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Dennis Lawn. Been a resident. It says Bay Lawn, but I'm Dennis. I'm better internet here. I've been a resident of the West Side for 30 years now, and I really don't have my facts and figures in front of me. I don't want to waste everybody's time. I've been listening I showed up this morning at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, whenever it was supposed to be. So I've been listening all day, basically, and it's been interesting. I could say positive things. I like the police officer's report about the impact it would have on the community and the services. My personal input would be a brief article I wrote back when I was substitute teaching in San Benito High School. I don't know, must have been about 15 years ago when I left the big company in San Juan. Basically, when I was there, I used the word accountability because the new freshman campus was going to be established, self-contained. Talking about closing the highway, they couldn't, so they were going to separate the campuses. That self-containment was a sham. That was 20 years ago? I don't remember. I have the little article printed in the old Freelance. I'm sorry, some of us don't belong to the Freelance today, and I know this meeting was published in the Freelance. I learned a lot. The county owns half of the road, the city owns half of the road. The high school is at fault. That's all I have to share.
Thank you, sir.
No more comments.
We'll bring it back to the board. I think Ray had something to say, or?
I'll defer it to the next meeting. Basically, it was going to talk a little bit about, I might as well since started off. I just wanted to make a few corrections. One is the county has about $3 million invested. That includes the $1.92 million plus the Palm Tag property and some other items. So we did an accounting, it's about $3 million. So we have done a tremendous amount of work trying to address the safety and also address getting a park and working with the school as well with the city. I know that there's been a tremendous amount of meetings that we've had that have been a part of from prior days, 5 years and beyond, concerning this park. I do know that the city did move forward with a resolution, and that's 2019-181, and this was from the city itself. And the resolution of the city council of the city of Hollister authorizing staff to commence actions to permanently close and vacate and dispose of a portion of Nash Road. So there was discussions at that point at the city level, and this resolution outlines that that there be a permanent closure. There's some discussions of that within that resolution of Nash Road that was described today. In here, the city council, the city stated that the public safety officials concur with the closure of Nash Road, provided a few additional safety measures to be explored in the area surrounding San Benito High School and the regional park. And so the council did approve this. I just wanted to be clear with this board that there have been discussions. The city council did approve moving forward with a permanent closure, at least the foresight of having that. Obviously, there's discussions and there's concerns from the public, which we can hear those concerns and address those maybe at our next meeting. But I just wanted, I had to say that because I know that there's been a tremendous amount of meetings with many agencies to discuss the potential of closing the road, and there's buy-in. Now, I think it goes along with Supervisor Medina this morning requesting for us to move forward with having some sort of actionable item. Are we going to have a development? Okay, if developers are going to invest $1 million into something, we should have some sort of, like, is everyone in agreement before that investment occurs? And I think that's what all of these agreements have been, because there's a lot of money that we have put into this park already, and we haven't even set foot really on that property yet. And so I think I just wanted to make sure that this board understood that there was buy-in that we were receiving from the city, there was buy-in from the high school as well as the county to move forward with this. So with that, we can probably talk a little bit more at the next meeting, because it sounds the direction's gonna be a little bit different today.
Thank you. What's the wish of the board right now?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, just some final comments. Just for the record, ultimately, I respect you guys' decision. So just for the record, the parties, so item 437 of the interagency agreement says the parties shall meet on or about August 1st, 2021, or 3 years from the closure date, to discuss an action plan for county and city's potential permanent closure of the Nash Road closure area and the transfer of applicable property interest to the district in exchange for the district's conveyance in fee or other property interest to the county for the park property. Again, so that's just for disclosure. Then one last item that says on item 544 of that interagency agreement. So again, it's for the purposes of at least sharing the sentiment to maybe help put this whole conversation in a little bit more context. The city agrees to diligently pursue the abandonment of its right, title, and or interest in and to the Nash Road closure area. The city shall not impede or impair county's actions under this agreement in furtherance of effectuating a permanent Nash Road closure. So again, just for the record, I appreciate and respect you guys' sentiments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I realize that everybody keeps referring to this old agreement where everybody agreed, but that's not the reality of what we have today. Obviously, as Paul Kosminski's mentioned earlier, is the city, I had conversations with a few city council members also, they have no desire to pursue this. And so it's a moot point referring back to agreements that we had years ago, when obviously the fire and safety hadn't been given the respect that it deserves. And so again, if we have to vote on it today, it's a no for me. I'm sorry that the parkway may suffer as a result. I want to see that park come to fruition, I really do, but not at the cost of the permanent closure of Nash Road. So if we can find some way around it, then I'm good with that. But the terms I'm given right now, I'm sorry, I can't vote for it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to suggest that we postpone this or move this to either, if we have the time, to move it just to the next meeting, or possibly the
About the second meeting in April?
The second meeting in April. I would like to see us not vote on it, because I don't want to see.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're tabled to the second
no
meeting.
vote and send the signal that this is a, but it sounds to me like we need some time. It sounds to me like permanent closure Nash Road is not in the cards, and we need to hopefully work out a lease with the, for that property with the high school, and see if we can come up with a solution.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a public hearing today that required certain notices be published, and it is possible to continue a public hearing to a date certain, so that if your intention is to, I would suggest the term continue the public hearing rather than table it, and identify a specific date so that those who received the public notice and attended this public hearing would be on notice as to when the matter will be continued.
I believe
April 27th.
at 9 a.m.
Is that
That works
enough,
with the board.
Mr. Chair? Is that enough time for the May?
And I would respectfully request that the board direct RMA staff to convene a meeting with the emergency services providers and the high school district to try and work out a technical solution to permanent emergency access through this route of Nash Road.
Do you hear that, Chief?
May I suggest that the city is included in that conversation, because obviously.
Well,
they're the
yes, those
stalemate.
agencies are city agencies. Police and fire is county and city. AMR contracts with the county, so.
But, excuse me, but if we continue this, we can still, at that meeting, not just contemplate the vacation of Nash Road, but also there could be other possibilities, like looking at a lease or looking at other alternatives that have developed.
The lease is something that could occur in the interim between the county and the school district, and we hope that we can negotiate that with the school district.
We can do that.
We
We
believe
can do
they're
both.
obligated to provide us with that lease, regardless of whether or not Nash Road is permanently closed. So we'll be pursuing that, but we'd also like to try and take some of the leadership, as Supervisor Hernandez suggested, to try and move this process forward instead of everybody saying, they're not going to deal with it, rather than let's get the dialogue going and assign responsibility for doing that to appropriate staff.
Okay, who wants to formulate that motion?
Can I make that motion, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
So I make a motion that we move forward. Sorry, I need to look at my item. Item 21 for a continuance, so an amendment to the item itself, so a continuance of the public hearing to adopt a resolution for the possible vacation and closure of the south half of Nash Road between Monterey and West Streets, with further amendments addressing safety first.
To the date.
The date certain, April 27th.
To a date certain, I apologize, which I believe would be what, April 23rd?
27th at 9 a.m.
To a date certain, April 27th, 9 a.m.
Right, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
We got a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have a 5-0, motion passes. Now to the next item. which is 4:51. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
See you guys tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
Backstage and say-